store. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Join Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers and Michelob Ultra in support of the Dine and Donate promotion during Brain Tumor Awareness Month. For the entire month of May, just visit any of the 18 Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers locations. Purchase a special menu item like their signature burger or enjoy the super light beer Michelob Ultra. And $1 will go to the Ivy Brain Tumor Center's fight against brain cancer. You dine, they donate. Now through May 31st. Visit coldbeers.com for more details.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. A Corbin Carroll home run in 6 runs was not enough for the Diamondbacks yesterday in a 9-6 loss, where Kevin Ginkel and Jalen Beeks gave up a combined 7 runs in the 8th inning, as the bullpen continues to be a major issue for this ball club. And here's manager Torey Lovello after another frustrating loss.
I don't want to say that we got a lot of time. I don't want to live in that space. I want to do it now. I want to play good baseball right now. That's what we deserve. This organization, this entire valley deserves for us to go out and win baseball games and play our best baseball game. So,
Zach Gallen and Paul Skeens will be on the mound today for some afternoon baseball, which will start at 12:40 here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. 5 finalists for the Phoenix Suns head coaching job have been reported. Jordan Knott, Johnny Bryant, Chris Quinn, Sean Sweeney, and Dave Bliss. For more on them and the Suns, head to arizonasports.com. And Tyrese Halliburton's massive 32-point triple-double helped lead the Pacers to a 130-121 win in Game 4 to go up 3-1 on the New York Knicks. And the Oklahoma City Thunder will look to punch their ticket to the NBA Finals tonight with a Game 3 win, while the T-Wolves attempt to keep their season alive. This report is brought to you by Waste Connections of Arizona. Waste Connections of Arizona wants to take time to thank our veterans. Waste Connections of Arizona, proud to serve you and proud of the people that have served us online at wasteconnections.com/Arizona.
Good morning. Time to get up and go to work.
The Power Pack Morning Zoo. Are you kidding me?
Fire.
It's the greatest radio show ever.
Fire.
Good morning and welcome.
Dan Bickley.
Oh, I've read all his books. He's brilliant. I had no idea he was so handsome.
Vince Marotta.
Vinny.
Jared Carlin. And Sammy Sabolka. I believe it means little onion.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta Mornings.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy, him and Vince. Okay.
Time to go to work. Time to go to work.
Good morning. Happy Wednesday, Valley sports fans. Wake up, everybody. We got some heavy lifting to do. Before we get there, though, one bright spot to begin the day. How about Arizona State getting representation on a college football video game, on the cover of it?
Pretty cool.
I think it's pretty cool.
Kenny Dillingham front and center doing the forks
Looking
up.
like a badass with that mean mug.
I mean, there's a lot of schools that got representation, but there was a time where ASU would have not been in that group. So
that's right.
I'll take it.
Everything like that is progress in the right direction. When they were 3-9 2 years ago, no one would have ever believed what has taken place in the last 7-8 months.
No.
Nobody.
And, man, is that going to be enough to spur me to buy a new gaming system?
How?
I don't think they make college football for the PS4, and I've not upgraded yet because I never play the damn thing.
I wonder if they've got a clock management feature on the game for Kenny Dillingham.
How many penalties in a row can you take?
Going backwards, keep taking penalties. I trust that Kenny has learned his lesson from the BYU
has.
game.
When he came on our radio show and said he went back to the office at 2 a.m. that night, dude was,
That was one of the I can't believe what I'm watching moments of 2024.
It really was. It really
what is happening right
really was. You talk about unnecessary stress. All right, like I said, we got a lot going on today. Start the show, Jarrett.
The Splash. The stories making waves in the sports world. The Splash.
Cannonball coming.
The Splash, brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
Another night, another candidate for the worst Diamondbacks loss of the year as they fell to the Pittsburgh Pirates 9-6 at Chase Field. After Josh Naylor's RBI single capped a 5-run fourth inning, the Arizona Bats went into hibernation. Starter Corbin Burns left the game after 7 innings with a 6-2 lead. But the bullpen couldn't hold it. Kevin Ginkel allowed 5 earned runs on 4 hits in 1/3 of an inning, and Jalen Beeks allowed a 3-run homer to Brian Reynolds. That provided the winning margin for the Bucks. That 3-game series wraps up this afternoon at Chase Field. Zach Gallen on the mound for the Diamondbacks against reigning National League Rookie of the Year Paul Skeens for Pittsburgh. Gallen 3-6, 5.25 ERA in his 11 starts this season. Skeens just 3-5, but sports a 2.36 ERA in 11 starts, 4th best mark in the National League. First pitch, 12:40. You can hear it all right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app, beginning with pregame coverage at noon. Oh, a lot to chew on from that game last night.
A lot to chew on, Vinny. From the manager to Jared's favorite relief pitcher.
Don't bring me into this.
I am bringing you into this.
It's your fault, Jared.
You may never get to do that song.
I know.
Again.
Really?
He is.
Really?
12 ERA.
Not very good.
Oops.
Yeah. Like I said, a lot of angles in that game. Our own John Gambadoro reported the names of finalists for the Phoenix Suns' vacant head coaching position, identifying Miami's Chris Quinn, along with Cleveland Cavaliers assistants Johnny Bryant and Jordan Ott, Dallas assistant Sean Sweeney as the finalist, as well as Dave Bliss of Oklahoma City. Gambo had reported over the weekend the finalists would be notified this week and head into a final round of in-person interviews. Suns looking for a 4th head coach in 4 seasons after firing Mike Budenholzer back in April. I don't know why I did it, but I did a medium dive on franchise history with 1-year head coaches. There's some franchises in the NBA that have never had a 1-year head coach.
Is that right?
Yeah. And then there's franchises like the Suns that have had a ton of them.
Wow.
And this predates the Matt Ishbia era.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
I forgot to bring the list with me.
Oh, darn. I was looking forward to seeing that data.
There's some guys that have got the axe after 1 year from 2 different franchises. How about that? The Indiana Pacers 1 win away from their first NBA Finals appearance in 25 years after a 130-121 win over the New York Knicks in Game 4 of the Eastern Conference Finals. Tyrese Halliburton put on a show for Indiana. 32 points, 12 rebounds, 15 assists, 0 turnovers. Pascal Siakam added 30 for the Pacers. Game 5 of that series back in New York on Thursday night. Continues to be an entertaining series.
All right, so check this out. So Tyrese Halliburton's 15 assists created 38 points. You add the 32 he scored. That young man contributed 70 points without a turnover.
Yeah. It's his 11th game in his career with 15 or more assists and 0 turnovers.
Overrated.
Overrated.
Tonight, Game 5 of the Western Conference Finals in Oklahoma City. The Thunder trying to polish off the Minnesota Timberwolves. Thunder trying to get back to the NBA Finals for only the 2nd time since the team relocated from Seattle and the 1st time since they dropped a 5-game series to Miami in 2012. Tip-off 5:30 on ESPN. Does that one end tonight?
Yes.
I think so, too.
Yes.
Cardinals beginning OTAs. First week of OTAs, 3 days worth at the Dignity Health Arizona Cardinals Training Center in Tempe. They also announced they've signed defensive lineman Patrick Jenkins to the squad. He's an undrafted rookie out of Tulane, where he was a 2-time first-team All-AAC selection. To make room for Jenkins, the team released defensive lineman Ben Stilley. Elsewhere in the NFL, Tampa Bay Buccaneers opened up OTAs on Tuesday, and edge rusher Hassan Reddick wasn't there. Reddick signed a 1-year, $14 million contract with Tampa Bay in the offseason after a tumultuous stay in New York with the Jets. And this is where I remind everybody that the workouts are voluntary.
Yeah.
But if you miss them, you are viewed as a loafer.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
To be fair, Hassan Reddick hasn't shown up in 3 years, it feels like, to any team, no matter where he goes.
Doesn't matter where he is. Buffalo Bills head coach Sean McDermott said newly acquired defensive end Joey Bosa likely out until training camp after suffering a calf injury during a team workout last week. Bosa signed a 1-year, $12.61 million deal with the Bills. after an injury-plagued 9-year stint with the Los Angeles Chargers. So some things never change. They don't change for Hassan Reddick. They don't change for Joey Bosa.
There you go.
Mercury scored a 94-89 win over the Chicago Sky last night. Phoenix trailed by 6 at the half, but outscored Chicago 56-45 in the second. Satu Sabali had 20 points to pace the Mercury, while Alyssa Thomas added 10 points and 15 assists. Mercury continued the home-heavy beginning of their schedule with a game Friday night against the Minnesota Lynx at PHX Arena. Bobby Hurley's Arizona State Sun Devils will play the Oklahoma Sooners at PHX Arena Saturday, December 6th as part of the Jerry Colangelo Classic. Bryce Drew and the GCU Lopes will take on Oklahoma State in the other game of that doubleheader. It's about time. Arizona, Oklahoma for state supremacy.
Right, there that's right.
We have to find out. And in the Stanley Cup Finals, Edmonton smacked Dallas 4-1 to take a 3-1 series lead in the Western Conference Final tonight. The Florida Panthers try to finish off the Carolina Hurricanes in Game 5 of the Eastern Conference Final. That back in Raleigh. Puck drops at 5 o'clock on TNT. There you go. There's your splash for this Wednesday, May 28th. And coming up, we're down to 5, or up to 5, or maybe there's more or less than 5. Either way, we'll give you the latest on the Suns coaching search and the names of those finalists next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs Pirates.
Bednar, his 2-2 pitch, swung on and foul tip. That is strike 3. The ball game is over, and the Diamondbacks blow another one. Final score 9-6. They had a 6-run lead, and it was just not enough, as Arizona has more questions than answers.
D-backs Pirates series finale game 3 live from Chase Field. Pre-game coverage starts at noon on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Okay, sometimes what was once in style just doesn't make any sense anymore. Like those outdated jeans. Oh, you know they look good at one point. But they no longer fit.
Hi, I'm Michael Halliday, attorney and partner at Morris Hall, a premier estate planning law firm. Just like fashion, your estate plan can become outdated over time. Whether it's new family members, changes in your financial situation, or shifts in your personal goals, your estate plan should reflect your current life. Think of it like spring cleaning. There's no point in keeping clothes that no longer fit. Much in the same way, key components of an estate plan can easily become outdated, like beneficiary designations, powers of attorney, and healthcare directives. These elements need to be periodically reviewed to ensure they align with your current circumstances. The attorneys at Morris Hall can help.
It's time to update your estate plan with Morris Hall. Schedule your complimentary consultation today at morrishall.com. That's morrishall.com.
Hey, it's Wolf for Tim Hovick's Santan Ford in Gilbert. I have 2 things for you, Basernians. 1, employee pricing has been extended at Santan Ford. And 2, the selection is huge. That's right. Santan Ford has 1,400 new vehicles on the ground. All the models, all the trim levels, different options in every color under the sun. It's simple. Get employee pricing on your new Ford and drive away in the Ford you really want. You gotta love it, right? Head on over to the Santan 202 freeway at Val Vista Drive in Gilbert. I am Santan Ford.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Welcome to Bundle Deal Days at AutoZone.
Well, I do need a bundle of things.
When you bundle, you save.
Do I save if I bundle oil with an oil filter?
Save up to $12 on that bundle.
What about brake pads and rotors?
Bundle those and the brake pads are free.
Can't save more than free.
You can save on hundreds of deals during Bundle Deal Days. Ends June 2nd at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply. Duralast brake pads only.
Now is the perfect time to start on your next success. An accredited state university, University of Maryland Global Campus offers online and hybrid courses. Plus, you can earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. No application fee if you apply by May 30th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Hey, it's Jody Jackson. Ready for a career change? You've heard me talking a lot about Y-Refi. Well, they're hiring. As a student loan advocate, you will guide their borrowers and co-borrowers through the application process, ensuring that you're helping each one of them in their unique situation. Many student loan advocates make six figures and there is no cold calling. Y-Refi also offers great benefits, including 100% company-paid whole family health insurance and matching 401k. If you're interested, go to yrefi.com/careers or email careers@yrefi.com.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, the GMC Sierra 1500 is a top pick. What makes this the ideal moment to drive one home?
What's up, Dave? Whether you're hauling, towing, or cruising, the 2025 GMC Sierra 1500 delivers. It's powerful, tech-packed, and built for any job. And Memorial Month means some of our best savings of the year, like $12,250 off, or take advantage of 5.9% financing for 84 months.
So visit Liberty GMC or shop and buy online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
At Tropical Smoothie Cafe, summer is our season, and we're kicking it off with a free 12-ounce Sunrise Sunset Smoothie for National Flip Flop Day. Grab your flip-flops and head to your local cafe on May 28th from 2 to 7 p.m. Terms and conditions apply.
What we just tried and did over the last 2.5 years has not been as successful as we hoped.
Arizona sports. Suns. A new horizon.
We got to do stuff different and change to be better.
Shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Bickley and Murata.
3 of the names that have advanced to the final round. One of them I think people are going to be very excited about. It's Miami Heat assistant Chris Quinn. I do believe that he is the odds-on favorite among fans. I think the fans would love to get Chris Quinn. He's a former player. And the other, I'm going to give you 2 Cleveland assistants. One is Johnny Bryant. He's their lead assistant. And the other is Jordan Ott, who is their second. There will be one other name that I have to confirm before I can put it out there. I'm not 100% sure. But I do have to confirm it before I can go with it from several.
That's John Gambadoro yesterday here on Arizona Sports, given 3 names. The 4th name he uncovered was that of Dallas assistant Sean Sweeney. So that's 4.
All right.
Then there was the inclusion, and I don't know where the inclusion of Dave Bliss from Oklahoma City came from. Did that come from Gambo too?
I don't know. I'm a little bit confused now. These names and the reports about the Suns have been scattershot and coming from all sorts of different directions.
Yeah, and to point it out, Dwayne Rankin, who covers the Suns for AZ Central, listed 3 names yesterday with a possible 4th. The 3 names he mentioned were Sean Sweeney, Jordan Ott, and Chris Quinn, with no mention of Johnny Bryant. But he also says Micah Nori from Minnesota
from the Timberwolves is being included. Wow, so there's some conflicting reporting.
There's more people now that are finalists than they interviewed last week. Like, you know what I mean? There's more people that are finalists than made it to the second round. I don't understand what happened here.
Yeah, no, I'm not sure what happened here either. I don't know how Dave Bliss got back into the running here. But then again, we're assuming that all this reporting that's gone on has been correct. Weird. Very weird.
Michael Scotto. Have you heard of this guy?
Yes.
I believe he's related to Dwight Schrute. But he's the one that said Dave Bliss, and then Gambo quote tweeted it and said yes on Bliss.
Okay.
And that was.
So Gambo's going with 5 names.
That was 8 p.m. last night.
At this rate, the Suns are going to have a head coach by November.
Okay,
it's like a reality show.
Okay, hold on. So Gambo came out and said there are 4 guys. I've got to wait and confirm the 4th.
That was Sweeney.
Added Sweeney.
That was yesterday afternoon.
Then confirmed Bliss when somebody else reported Bliss.
That was last night.
Yes.
What? Wow.
That was last night, a little after 8 p.m.
Wow.
On the confirmation of that.
Okay.
So that just means no on Hetzel, no on Borrego, no on Fizdale, and who else am I missing? Whoever that.
Well,
no on
yes
Tom Izzo.
Well, yeah. So is Micah Nori just not involved in any of these?
Well, Dwayne Rankin says he's being considered, so we'll see how this shakes out.
This is very, very strange.
So there's like 6 guys, maybe. A soft 6.
Oh, my goodness.
Jarrett pointed out the whole Bachelor thing on one of his teases yesterday. Are there more roses? I don't know if they have enough roses.
Yeah, right?
There's a rose shortage in Phoenix right
At
now.
least they're being thorough.
Maybe.
I mean, one of the complaints about the Gregory hire is that it seemed like they just kind of promoted from within without making.
Well, that's because they did. There's no seams about it,
Well,
Jared.
in that we would have liked maybe a wider search, and
Or
they're
somebody with
definitely giving a
experience.
wide search here.
Yeah, well, yeah, right. And so, well, at least you're right. At least they can say, if nothing else, they were thorough.
And Gambo says that Sweeney will be in Phoenix today to do an in-person interview.
Okay. Sean Sweeney's got a reputation as being a very good X's and O's guy. There's two different types of coaches in the NBA. There's the coach that can make adjustments in-game right away on the fly, and then there are coaches who need to watch film. And sometimes the coaches who need to watch film, fans get very mad at them. Why didn't you do something about that?
Yeah.
And Sean Sweeney is one of these guys that's got a really good reputation for being on the X's and O's in real time, for what it's worth. Again, and I just need to push back on this because this really drives me nuts. A lot of people talking about Sean Sweeney and others for their defensive philosophy and their tactics. That's all well and good if you're bringing in good defensive players. If you're planning on remaking this team and bringing in a new chunk of complementary players, they better be good defensive players. Because hiring a defensive-minded coach and putting him on a team with guys unwilling to play defense, you're not going to get any different results.
That's the key to me, is it not necessarily have to have, like, established killers on the defensive end, but you got to have guys that are willing to play hard.
Yeah.
And I defy anybody who watched Suns basketball last year to find anybody who consistently played hard.
Right. Yes, exactly. Which is, as we joked, why it's taking them nearly as long to hire a head coach as it was to figure out the Dan Marley Hustle Award. Because there were no good candidates in that one.
Actually, there was one. I mean, that was a no-brainer.
No, there was. You're right.
Who else were you going to give it to?
Right. That's a real good point. That's a real good point.
But the fact that it came a month plus after the season.
Yeah. Give it to Colin Gillespie.
We do count votes very slow here in Arizona.
So listen, I've got no issue with them taking their time. There is really no rush yet. I guess you kind of want to have a guy in place when you get nearer to your draft prep,
which is kind of near.
Right.
I mean, the no rush part is because they're the only ones looking for a head coach. So it's not like one of their, top candidates will be taken by somebody else.
Right.
But it's just funny how it doesn't seem. It gets narrowed down, and then
if it gets inflated again. That doesn't make sense to me.
All right.
That sounds to me like some erroneous reporting. Because why else would it go up, down, up, down?
With different names.
With different names.
Carousel.
Yeah.
The carousel's spinning. Some guys are falling off. Some guys are getting
jumping
back on.
Uh-huh.
So we'll use Gambo's 5.
Okay.
The Gambo 5.
The Gambo 5.
We'll use that as the basis.
All right.
So it's Quinn, Ott, Bryant, Sweeney, and Bliss. I got a clear-cut favorite there.
Mm-hmm.
It's Chris Quinn.
There's no doubt about it.
Now, he's got no head coaching experience, but he's been part of a good organization. The culture's overblown. Let's be honest about it, but it's still a thing. It's still something that doesn't exist here.
Yeah. Yes. What I like about Chris Quinn is, and again, I'm just going by the limited people I talk to and everything that I read. Chris Quinn is really good at the interpersonal, the vibing with players, the leading through force of personality. That's what I think this basketball team needs. You want guys who are strong in all facets of coaching, obviously. But that's the number one thing I want. More than a defensive-minded guy or an offensive-minded guy, I want a guy who aces the interpersonal.
That's got to be at the top of the list. And we've been talking about that for weeks now. That's got to be something, a box that has to be checked by this organization.
And I'm hoping that if Chris Quinn gets offered this job, he says yes. That's what I'm hoping. Because,
at this point, I think anybody that's still in the running, they're going to accept it.
I hope.
Because this is a long process to go through, only to duck out, especially when there's no other head coaching opportunities available in the league.
Right.
Brendan Tobin covers the Miami Heat. He's a radio host in Miami. He joined Wolf and Luke last week here on Arizona Sports, kind of gave a thumbnail on what he thinks Chris Quinn would be like as an NBA head coach.
Yeah, I think he'd be pretty sensational. Everybody has been talking in that Heat organization that, he is, the next guy to take over. Even if Eric Spoelstra were to ever get burnt out, like everybody would be confident that Chris Quinn would probably be the next guy. That's not to say that he's like an heir apparent, because he has gone out in interviews the last couple of years. I think he was one of the finalists, but a guy who has a lot of respect in that organization. He actually even got promoted up this year after that whole interview cycle to associate head coach. Has the respect of Eric Spoelstra, was a former player with the Miami Heat, and, is hands-on with a lot of these guys. And I think, to you guys in Phoenix, the thing that is interesting is with Tyler Hero, that's one of the guys that Quinn warms up with every single game. Tyler's idol, coming into the league was Devin Booker. So I think with all the work that he's done with Tyler Hero, that's something that I feel like he could get accumulated to that style pretty quickly.
Yeah, anybody coming from an organization with the so-called Heat culture, but I look at it deeper than that. He's been working with and for Pat Riley for a really long time. Mm-hmm. That can't be a bad thing.
No,
and Eric Spoelstra is a really good NBA head
No,
coach.
Again, Pat Riley and the sort of the tenets that he has lined up in Miami. For head coaches to work there, you have to be very, very on it at all times and detail-minded. And so all that stuff, that all matters to me. That all matters to me because the guy coming from Miami knows what good culture looks like. Whether you want to make fun of it or not, that's irrelevant. It is something that they have and they have created and they should be proud of. And that's another reason why I'm down with that. I really hope it is Chris Quinn. I'm intrigued by Mike Nori. I don't know much about Sean Sweeney other than people speak well about him. Jordan Knott might be a great coach, but the Michigan State thing is a no-go for me.
That's something for him to overcome.
It is.
If he gets this job.
Yeah. But the backlash is going to be really bad for a little while. Mm-hmm. And Jordan Knott is going to have to really come in and soothe all of that if he's the guy.
Yep.
And I've heard good things about Johnny Bryant. So I don't know. Most of the guys on this list, it looks like they're looking in the right places.
And don't forget that Dave Bliss is on the list.
Oh, my goodness.
Was that supposed to be Hall & Oates?
It was. That was.
Coming up, to paraphrase Torey Lovello, 70% of the time, the D-backs play well. 30% of the time, the D-backs have the worst losses you've ever seen. They were playing in that 30% again last night. We'll get into it in D-backs Daily next. Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs Pirates.
Bednar, his 2-2 pitch, swung on and foul tip. That is strike three. The ball game is over, and the Diamondbacks blow another one. Final score 9-6. They had a 6-run lead, and it was just not enough, as Arizona has more questions than answers.
D-backs Pirates Series Finale Game 3 live from Chase Field. Pre-game coverage starts at noon on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. If I'm ever hurt in an accident, I am calling Sweet James. And yes, I already know that because like most sports fans, I know that results matter, scoreboard matters, and Sweet James is the team I want on my side, and so should you, because the attorneys at Sweet James don't just win, they win the most. I'll give you a quick example. One of our listeners injured after being rear-ended at a red light. The insurance companies offered him $60,000. Now that might sound like a lot of money, but Sweet James protected them. They were awarded $745,000 instead. Proof that if you're ever injured in an accident, you need the right team in your corner. You need a bulldog attorney and his firm in your corner. That's what Sweet James is. Now, they can't guarantee outcomes. No law firm can, but the attorneys at Sweet James are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice, and you will pay nothing until they win your case. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-9-MILLION. Online at sweetjames.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-961-5544. 800-961-5544.
Now more than ever, Lowe's knows you don't just want a low price, you want the lowest price. And with our lowest price guarantee, you can count on us for competitive prices on all your home improvement projects. If you find a qualifying lower price somewhere else on the same item, we'll match it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Price match applies the same item, current price at qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at lowes.com/lowest price guarantee.
Hey, this is Ron Wolfley for Aria Dental Implant Center. I'm here right now with Cynthia and Leo, who have both had the all-on-4 dental implant treatment. What was your experience with Dr. Joe like, Cynthia?
He's a genius. He's amazing. He's great with his staff. He makes you feel like family.
So if you guys were to be asked by somebody that is listening right now, would you get the all-on-4 dental implant treatment? Why would you tell them to go to Aria Dental Implant Center?
They take care of you. The price is right. They work with you. They have a great system there.
Yes, they do.
Can't beat it.
And what about your confidence level as well?
You remember when you used to be really confident in your 20s and 30s?
Yep.
Well, you gained that back.
Big time.
Don't listen to me. Listen to Leo and Cynthia. Go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. That's ARIA DentalImplantCenter.com.
Avoid an AC system breakdown this summer by calling Collins Comfort Masters to schedule a $49 AC tune-up. Collins is trusted by the community with over 9,500 five-star Google reviews and expert techs ensuring the job gets done right the first time. Make sure you take advantage of this offer so your home will stay cool and comfortable all season long. Call 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com. Collins Comfort Masters, your no-worry solution for all your AC, heating, plumbing, and water filtration needs.
Hey, as homeowners, our closer is America Roofing. Yep, out of the bullpen, save 12% while it lasts with tax and tariff relief courtesy of Arizona's #1 roofing company, America Roofing. You know what? We had a leak in the garage. I'm like, it's all good. And then the monsoon hit, not good. Big leak in a bedroom. I should have gotten the free inspection right away, especially right now when you can save 12%. It's tax and tariff relief at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
ROC number 186-438-CR42.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. A Corbin Carroll home run in 6 runs was not enough for the Diamondbacks yesterday in a 9-6 loss to the Pirates, where Kevin Ginkel and Jalen Beeks gave up a combined 7 runs in the 8th inning as the bullpen continues to be a major issue for this ball club. But they'll get a chance to win the series today with Zach Gallen on the mound for the Snakes and Paul Skeens on the mound for the Pirates. First pitch will be at 12:40 p.m. here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. 5 finalists for the Phoenix Suns head coaching job have been reported. Jordan Ott, Johnny Bryant, Chris Quinn, Sean Sweeney, and Dave Bliss. For more on them and the Suns, head to ArizonaSports.com. And Tyrese Halliburton's massive 32-point triple-double helped lead the Pacers to a 130-121 win in Game 4 against the Knicks to go up 3-1. And tonight, the Thunder will look to punch their ticket to the NBA Finals with a Game 5 win, while the T-Wolves will attempt to keep their season alive in OKC. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's the letter YREFY.com.
That baby is gone! Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. D-Backs Daily. Brought to you by America Roofing. Save 10% on any repair or replacement with Arizona's largest roofer. Online at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
D-backs looking for a second straight win against the Pittsburgh Pirates with Corbin Burns on the hill against Mike Burrows, who is making his second big league start for the Pirates. Things got off to a good start for the Snakes from the other Corbin Carroll, in the quagmire of a slump in the leadoff spot, opened the scoring just 3 pitches into the ball game.
Now a swing, high fly ball, right field and deep. Back is Reynolds at the track, out of room, home run. Leadoff bang by Corbin Carroll. Just like that, the D-backs jump out in front 1-0.
Yeah, Carroll's first hit since the final game of the Dodgers series last week opened the scoring. D-backs kept the pressure on, eventually loading the bases with 2 outs. Gabby Moreno comes up, 2-2 count, took a slider well out of the zone that home plate umpire Chris Conroy absolutely butchered. He missed, called a strike, ending the D-backs inning, leaving the bases loaded. Things would change in the fourth. Burrows still on the hill for Pittsburgh. Moreno delivered a 1-out triple. That brought up Alek Thomas.
Payoff pitch. Breaking ball. That's dorked into right field. An RBI base hit. It wasn't pretty, but Thomas comes through, and the D-backs double the lead. It's 2-0.
Thomas didn't hit it hard, 71.9 miles per hour off the bat, but got the run in to make it 2-0. Jordan Lawler followed with a walk. Then Carroll reached first on a fielding error by Burrows. Bases loaded. 1 out. Pirates call on lefty Joey Wentz to inherit the mess, and it would get messier for him. Geraldo Perdomo, the first hitter to face Wentz.
Here's a 2-1. Breaking ball. That's flared into right field. A base hit. Thomas scores. Around third comes Lawler. The throw to the plate gets away. Wentz, the pitcher, backing up the play. Carroll has to hold it second. And for Perdomo, it's a 2-run single. And it doubles the D-back lead. It's now 4-0.
And Lourdes Gurriel Jr., your turn.
And the 1-0. Swung on, ground ball left side. That's through into left field. Carroll hustling around third. He'll score with these. RBI knock for Gurriel. And the lead up to 5.
How about you, Josh Naylor?
Kicks, fires. And now a swing and a ground ball. That's past the shortstop into left center field. Rounding third is Perdomo. He's going to score. It's another RBI single. And a 6-0 Diamondback lead as the D-backs have now put together 3 consecutive hits.
Wentz finally settled down. He got Suarez to fly out, and he struck out Pavin Smith. Turns out Naylor would be the last Diamondbacks base runner of the night. That's foreshadowing, and not in a good way. After a 1-2-3 fifth, Burns finally got touched up in the 6th. He walked Brian Reynolds leading off with 1 out. Catcher Henry Davis stepped in.
First pitch crushed. Left center field and deep. And the Pirates claw 2 back thanks to the home run by Davis.
Yeah, first pitch sinker, 432 feet. Puts Pittsburgh on the board 6-2. Burns would get out of the 6th without further damage. He put up a scoreless 7th despite a 2-out double by Reynolds. So your starter goes 7, you're up 4. You're golden, right?
Should be.
D-backs bats are absolutely AWOL at this point, so it's still 6-2 with Ginkel on to protect the 4-run lead. Davis led off with a double. Canario followed with a single after Adam Frazier struck out. Former D-back Tommy Pham stepped in.
The 1-2. Swung on, ground ball left side. Sliding Perdomo has it to his feet. Throws to first, wide of the mark. It's going to be the second infield hit of the night for Pham. It brings home Davis. And it's now a 6-3 game.
As we know, Tommy Pham is a vibe.
He is definitely a vibe.
And that vibe made it 6-3. Then Ginkel walked Ke'Bryan Hayes to load the bases for the number 9 hitter, Isaiah Kiner-Falefa.
Here comes the 0-1. Breaking ball grounded to third, past the dive of Suarez down the line. 1 run's going to score in Hayes. Here comes Pham. That goes all the way to the corner. Rounding third and scoring is Hayes. It's a 3-run double, and the Pirates have tied it up at 6 as Ginkel has allowed 4 to score in this 8th inning.
Yeah, look at that. Another bullpen implosion. Game tied. Lovello yanks Ginkel, who left to a chorus of boos from the Arizona fans. Jalen Beeks in, but provided little relief. O'Neal Cruz reached on a throwing error by Geraldo Perdomo. Runners on the corners for Brian Reynolds.
And now the 3-1 pitch. Swung on. That is drilled. Deep left field. On its way. It is gone. And a disastrous 8th inning for the Diamondbacks is capped off by a 3-run home run by Brian Reynolds as the Pirates now lead it 9-6.
Yeah, 9-6 at that point. Reynolds' 4th hit. There was some debate on whether or not he should have been walked.
Yeah.
The lead had been squandered at that point, and there's no other highlights to play because the Diamondbacks couldn't get a base runner on. So that's the way it ended.
They went quietly into the night after that shocking comeback. Yet another sucker punch in a season full of them.
Yeah, that's a great way to put it. Here's Torey Lovello after the game.
I don't want to say that we got a lot of time. I don't want to live in that space. I want to do it now. I want to play good baseball right now. That's what we deserve. This organization, this entire valley deserves for us to go out and win baseball games and play our best baseball game. So But yeah, if it was September, I'd probably be a little bit more frustrated. But I guess if there's a silver lining here, is we got a little time to figure this out. But I'm kind of impatient, and I'm growing extremely impatient these days. And I want it to happen right now because that's a pretty damn good baseball team sitting in there playing less than 500 baseball, and that to me is absolutely 100% unacceptable.
Torey Lovullo at this point should be impatient. He should stop referring to this as a good baseball team because they don't play like one.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. They're sub 500. You can't call them a good baseball team. But the last part is right. It is unacceptable. And so somebody's going to have to be accountable for this. And when you start getting into the nitpicking of the managerial moves like we're going to today and like people did out of last night's game, you're getting close to the edge, in my opinion. And last night there were two big-time quabbles with Torey Lovullo. One was, all right, Kevin Ginkel came out there, gave up a double on the first pitch of his night, clearly wasn't right. He hasn't been right most of this season, and the numbers say it, and you stuck with him a long time.
You did.
Could you not have gone and gotten somebody better knowing that Kevin Ginkel wasn't right and has had some rough outings this year? His loyalty to Kevin, he cited his loyalty to Kevin Ginkel. And again, we've seen Kevin Ginkel be tremendous at working out of jams, at making huge pisses, at making huge pitches.
That's going in the montage.
At making huge pitches.
He did make a huge
in high leverage situations. Sorry, that was clearly a misspeak.
It was Freudian almost,
it was clearly
but also
a misspeak.
Exactly on the money.
Right. So he does have a history of it. So I get the loyalty. But in a season in which he has given up 14 runs in 10 appearances or 9 appearances spanning 10 innings, I don't know about that. Then the idea of Brian Reynolds, who had been a menace all night long.
Mm-hmm. They hadn't gotten him out.
You got Jalen Beeks on the mound. That's a left-handed pitcher. You've got Horowitz on deck. That's a left-handed batter. Now, Torrey's after the game said, look, these things, walking guys and putting guys on base haven't been working out for me. I respect that. The Ginkel thing bothered me a little more. Is Justin Martinez not capable of going 2 days in a row?
It's a good question. I mean, if he's your eighth inning guy.
And he's had a ton of rest, and he was really good the last time.
But then again, it comes to usage and being very careful with usage. Do you want to burn your eighth inning guy in a 4-run situation?
That's a good point. I know.
That's at the heart of the issue.
Yes.
Look, does Torey Lovullo deserve blame?
Yes.
And he's not pushing the right buttons, but we have no proof there's a right button to push because this bullpen has been horrific.
The word is
in every way.
The word is unplayable is what the bullpen has been. So can you blame the manager for that? The answer is no. So what do you do now? Do you can you make a trade now? Does anybody looking to trade now? It's too early in Major League Baseball for that, right?
Well, that's one of my thoughts this morning when I was getting ready for the show was you can't wait until the trade deadline to bolster this bullpen.
No.
You're going to have to try to find some kind of lightning in a bottle. Might not be through a trade. It might be through a waiver pickup. It might be from a minor leaguer. But what they are putting out there on a nightly basis is not going to change. It's just not. You can't wait for AJ Puck to get back either.
Now with
Kevin, out of it by then.
No doubt. Now with Kevin Ginkel, the way he's been this year, not with what's happened to Ryan Thompson as of late. You've got guys that were huge pieces of that bullpen that, like you have said many times, and very correctly so, that bullpen that built a bridge to the World Series for the team to cross, and they did. And they got to the World Series based on that bullpen. You got a couple guys in that bullpen, especially Kevin Ginkel, who's not producing right now, and you can't wait to the deadline to do it. Now, Mike Hazen has always been really, really good at being proactive, at going and getting guys on the early side of the trade deadline. But we're not even into June yet. Who wants to be a trade partner at the end of May? Unless you're offering something real good. Do you trade Jordan Lawler for a quality back-end guy? Can't do that.
You can't, but
Can't you?
I'm also getting to the point where
I want to give up that 0.00 average.
He made a great play last night defensively, and he drew a walk. Baby steps.
Excellent defender. He's an excellent defender.
There's a lefty that might be coming off the IL here soon that maybe could be a
Yeah, but how long can
guy.
you? I mean,
It's
and that's only one guy.
That's 6 weeks away.
No. I'm talking about Erod.
Oh.
Oh, in the bullpen.
Oh.
Wow, you're putting your eggs in the Erod basket?
Well,
hey. He's shown he's able to get outs.
That 9 ERA is microscopic compared to Ginkel.
And now the Diamondbacks find themselves in a position where they need to win today to win a series against this team.
Yeah, well,
the
listen.
Pirates had been historically bad on the road this year.
Here's what you got to question, though, and this is what fans are questioning. We get a break. We'll get back into that big question later. How's that for a tease? There's a big question coming, folks. Stick around.
7 o'clock. You want to hear that question? Coming up next, the breakout star of the playoffs had another big game and has put the Knicks on the brink of elimination. We'll get into Tyrese Halliburton's show next. Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You've been listening to D-Backs Daily, brought to you by America Roofing. Save 10% on any repair or replacement with Arizona's largest roofer. Online at americaroofingco.com. Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Friday afternoons at 2:30 on Arizona Sports. Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with D-Backs manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 Friday afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley back with 3 reasons why you call Parker & Sons for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. Reason number 1, they are reputable and highly decorated. They've got an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. They've been recognized by our American Congress. They're the most awarded firm in Arizona. Reason number 2, they're fast and reliable. When you need them, they'll be there in minutes, not days. They will not charge you extra for nights, weekends, or holidays. I learned this in a very, very good way when I had a plumbing emergency, called Parker & Sons at 4:30 in the morning, got a live person to answer my phone call. Couldn't believe that, to be honest with you. By 8 a.m., they were at my house fixing my issue. Tremendously impressive. Number 3, trustworthy and credible. All their technicians are licensed, bonded, and insured. All of them are trust certified, which means they've passed drug tests and they've passed background checks. Listen, you don't let anybody into your home. That is your sacred space. You need to be comfortable with the techs you let into your home and the techs you let fix your home. That is never a concern with Parker & Sons. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Bank of America is the nation's leading business lender, and we're ready to help with your next goal here in Phoenix. That's why we have over 3,700 local business specialists across the country. Because with the right team, your business and community prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
It's the first day of the first grade, and she found a new best friend. It's a laid-back Sunday afternoon, you wish would never end. The homemade taste of Bluebell, and good friends gathered round. The good old days are being made right now.
Bluebell Groom's Cake Ice Cream is renewing its vows on the frozen aisle. Milk chocolate ice cream with chocolate cake pieces, chocolate-coated strawberry hearts, swirls of strawberry sauce, and chocolate icing. See you at the reception.
The good old days are being made right now. The good old days are being made right now.
Look for Bluebell ice cream at all Fry's food stores and all Albertsons. Get the freedom to save with your Valley Chevy dealers. Spectacular offers are available right now. Plus, you'll have the freedom to choose from an extensive lineup that's ready for all the adventure ahead. That includes popular models like the legendary Silverado and versatile Equinox, plus the feature-packed and affordable Chevy Trax. Don't miss out. Memorial Day marks the beginning of summer and a great time to hit the open road in a brand new car, truck, SUV, or EV from your Valley Chevy dealers.
Oh, the sale must go on, my Krug brothers. That's right, the Memorial Day sale at Brooklyn Bedding has been extended. 25% off everything in-store and online. The sale ends Tuesday, June 3rd. Don't miss this, Basinonians. Go to brooklynbedding.com, or better yet, get to one of Brooklyn Bedding's 12 Basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you for the extended Memorial Day sale. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever, and that's only at Brooklyn Bedding.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Come on. I'm burning. Come on. Come on. Arizona Sports. Floor Burns with Bickley and Murata.
Right to dunk it. Right to straight. Halliburton off a double high screen. Going to the rack. Lays it up and in. They call a play for Halliburton, who's now got 30 in the game.
No resistance at all at the rim.
That's Sean Kelly on ESPN Radio last night. What a performance by Tyrese Halliburton. The Pacers win game 4, 130-121. They find themselves one win away from the NBA Finals, and they're calling Halliburton's performance one of the best in the history of the NBA playoffs.
Unbelievable.
32 points on 11 of 23 shooting, hit 5 3-pointers. 12 rebounds, 15 assists, 4 steals, 0 turnovers. A stat line that has never been reached.
Crazy line.
I think I read somewhere it's never been reached in any NBA game ever, let alone the playoffs.
Yeah.
So historic stuff from Tyrese Halliburton.
So I think what we're getting now in the NBA playoffs is we're getting the NBA Finals. The NBA is going to cringe about from a rating standpoint, but it's exactly the series they deserve. It looks very much to me that the Pacers and the Thunder are going to close out these teams. I think both teams have kind of squelched belief a little bit on the other side, and from a Phoenix Suns standpoint, as we're going to get into later, I think it's good on the Kevin Durant front. But in terms of the aesthetics of the NBA Finals, it's going to be Tyrese Halliburton and his special play versus Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and the growing foul merchant reputation that I'm not sure is 100% fair. It really kind of overshadows what a tremendous player he is. So
I think both are true. I think he's a tremendous player, and I think he can get to his spot and just kill you on any given night. But
he plays off balance. He gets his arm around you, and the minute you hit him.
But that's where it's interesting for the NBA, too, because, yes, Indiana, small market, not a high-profile team. There's debate on whether or not they have a superstar, and we're going to get into that in a second with Halliburton. But you could say this about Tyrese Halliburton. He's one of the most fun players to watch in the NBA because of his skill set. You don't get that on the other side. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is amazing, but he's not exactly fun to watch.
That's accurate. Yeah, that is accurate. I think the Pacers are a much better watch than the Oklahoma City Thunder.
Yeah. But I think there's also, and I don't want to diminish what Tyrese Halliburton did. He was jaw-droppingly good last night. But there's always this reaction, too, of, after a game like that, and I know the ESPN morning show, and this is not the only show that's doing it today, Tyrese Halliburton is absolutely a top 10 player. He's a superstar in this league. And then when he has a bad game, they'll throw him back under the bus. And during the course of the playoffs, this happens all the time. Go back to the Boston series, games 1 and 2. Mikal Bridges could have ran for mayor of New York, governor of New York, and won easily with the 2 plays that he made at the end of the game to seal those comeback victories.
Yeah.
Everybody in New York wants to run Mikal Bridges out of town right now because every shot he takes is a fadeaway jumper.
He made a couple of big threes last night, but he missed 3 in succession at the end.
Yes.
And they were close, but they didn't drop. And the entire postseason has been sort of this teeter-totter, if you will. You're up, and then you're down. And Mikal Bridges is down again.
It is. And it happens to some of the best players in the game.
Yeah.
It's happening to Anthony Edwards right now, who's one of the best players in the game.
Yeah.
But he hasn't been one of the best players in this series.
Well, I want to get into Anthony Edwards because Anthony Edwards and his vibe this postseason has been very, very disappointing to me. The idea that I was making the right basketball play the other night, I found that borderline offensive, right?
I told you I would hate that quote if I was a Minnesota Timberwolves fan.
Oh, my goodness. Great players get up and over that kind of stuff. You don't just go, well, there's nothing here for me tonight. So, listen, what year is Anthony Edwards in? Year 5?
think it's year 5, yeah.
Last year was a honeymoon year for Anthony Edwards. I think it's over in terms of that, in terms of his honeymoon.
That's interesting.
It's such a
but he's still 23.
He's playing in the series like he doesn't, and he's even said he doesn't want to be the face of the league. Now, you can interpret that, like what LeBron likes to say, when you're the face of the league, everyone's coming at you. The way he's playing in this series, it's almost like he doesn't want that accountability.
It's true, but as recently as last round, everyone was saying, oh, this is the young American star we've been waiting for.
Yeah.
This is this. So it's very fickle. But I agree with you, the stage got even bigger in the next round, and he's, for the second year in a row, the team looks like they're going to go home.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and they might go home in the same exact spot as they did last year. Conference Finals, Game 5.
Yep.
Back to Tyrese Halliburton. His thoughts after his historic performance.
I feel like we making up stats at some point to make me look better. But I think I'm just trying to play the right way, man. I just want to impact winning. Told you guys that for the last 2 years. I think after my 3rd year and getting the big contract and now having to step into a new role, I think for me it was just about how can I impact winning. And I'm just trying to do that to the best of my ability. We're building something special here. We're having a lot of fun with what we're doing. And, I feel like I'm at the forefront of that along with a lot of these guys. So I'm just trying to play the right way and play the best of my ability. That's what it's about, and I feel like I did a good job today. But, man, I feel like there's so many different opportunities for me to get better and for us as a group to get better and play better. So we'll take what we can from this game and just be ready to go for Game 5.
It's also very fickle in that Tyrese Halliburton could say, yeah, I just want to play the right way, and gets lauded for it after a performance like that. Anthony Edwards says, I'm making the right play, want to play the right way after a bad game that they lose. And he gets raked over the coals for it. So I get we work in the overreaction business. I get it, but
I just expect more from him.
Yeah,
I really do, and I think he's kind of looked at this and he's seen the walls that he has to climb over to get to the basket against Oklahoma City, and he's choosing to make the right play. And I'm disappointed in that. Last thing I want to say about this. From a rating standpoint, this is going to be a debacle for the NBA if we get the Pacers, Thunder. But from a small market energy vibe, it's going to be tremendous. For Oklahoma City to win a championship after they were so close with Westbrook and Durant and then KD bailed on them, that's going to be tremendous. And the Indiana Pacers, they've never won an NBA championship, but they were a dynasty in the ABA. So before the teams, and what were the teams again that it came? The Nuggets came, the Spurs came.
The Nets and the Pacers.
The Nets and the Pacers.
And the Flint Tropics.
And the Flint Tropics. So the Pacers were an ABA dynasty. You remember those teams, don't you? George McGinnis, Mel Daniels, Darnell Hillman.
Head coach Slick Leonard.
Yeah. To see Naptown, small town Indianapolis, celebrate a basketball championship it'd be delirium. It would be absolute delirium. So I'm gonna vibe on the NBA Finals regardless. I'm not going to be one of these people, there's nothing here to watch.
I don't think there's a finals matchup I wouldn't watch, quite honestly. But that, I guess, rises me above the casual label. Coming up next, there is a big question surrounding the Arizona Diamondbacks right now. We'll ask that question next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, full of get it nowhere else content from Arizona's biggest sports personalities. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, and more. Search up Arizona Sports on YouTube and hit the subscribe button.
Hey, Memorial Day is in the rearview mirror, but you can get huge Memorial Day savings all month long at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa, your locally owned GM dealer. And local matters. Hey, it's Vince Murata. You can check out these all-electric options. How about driving out a 1,000-horsepower GMC Hummer EV pickup and save up to $28,000 off MSRP? What about the Sierra Denali EV at $18,500 off MSRP? Both of these 2024 models are available at a low 0% APR financing for 60 months on approved credit. That's right. Big discounts on or low rates, all at Earnhardt Buick GMC with Memorial Day savings all month long. All offers require approved credit. See dealer for full details. Offers end June 2nd, 2025. You can either go visit the team in person at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. They are right off the 60 at Superstition Springs Boulevard. or take advantage of their fully digital shopping options with No Bull Express at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. Earnhardt Buick GMC, we are professional grade.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your team and focus on your future. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Lights up Music City.
Here we go, Nashville. See what you got here.
Who's got what it takes to tackle the concrete at Nashville Super Speedway and walk away with NASCAR's coolest trophy?
Let's freaking go!
Stream the NASCAR Cup Series at Nashville Sunday at 6:30 p.m. Eastern, where music meets motorsports.
Chase me up, chase me up.
Only on Prime.
Market volatility isn't slowing down. If you're nearing retirement, now is not the time to wait and see. Every day of uncertainty can put your future at risk. It's time to diversify. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I want you to know you can create certainty, locking in guaranteed income for life. This means predictable, stable cash flow, even in turbulent times. You've worked too hard to leave your retirement to chance. Right now, there are options to receive up to 30% upfront or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't wait. Call Trajan today at 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company. Any examples provided are hypothetical. Annuities are issued with prospectus and sales brochures and should be reviewed carefully before funding as features and benefits vary. DBA in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Join Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers and Michelob Ultra in support of the Dine and Donate promotion during Brain Tumor Awareness Month. For the entire month of May, just visit any of the 18 Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers locations. Purchase a special menu item like their signature burger or enjoy the super light beer Michelob Ultra. And $1 will go to the Ivy Brain Tumor Center's fight against brain cancer. You dine, they donate. Now through May 31st. Visit coldbeers.com for more details.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. A Corbin Carroll home run in 6 runs was not enough for the D-backs yesterday in a 9-6 loss to the Pirates, where Kevin Ginkel and Jalen Beeks gave up a combined 7 runs in the 8th inning as the bullpen continues to be a major issue for the ball club. And here's manager Torey Lovello after another frustrating loss.
I don't want to say that we got a lot of time. I don't want to live in that space. I want to do it now. I want to play good baseball right now. That's what we deserve. This organization, this entire valley deserves for us to go out and win baseball games and play our best baseball game. So
the series is on the line this afternoon with Zach Gallen and Paul Skeens on the mound, and you can hear it on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. 5 finalists for the Phoenix Suns head coaching job have been reported. Jordan Knott, Johnny Bryant, Chris Quinn, Sean Sweeney, and Dave Bliss. For more on them and the Suns, head to arizonasports.com. This report is brought to you by Waste Connections of Arizona. Waste Connections of Arizona wants to take time to thank our veterans. Waste Connections of Arizona, proud to serve you. you and proud of the people that have served us online at wasteconnections.com/Arizona.
Hey, it's Luke. What does Mike Hazen think about the state of the Arizona Diamondbacks at this point in the season? We'll ask the D-backs general manager at 11:45. We'll be live from Chase Field ahead of Zach Gallen versus Paul Skeens. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
It looks like we played probably 70% of the game the right way, and the other 30% we play confused baseball. That's what happens, and it's not just one. It's not just one area or one aspect. I can't be very, very critical of the starting pitching. I think it's been pretty darn good. There's certain areas. Tonight the defense broke down a little bit. The relief pitching broke down a little bit. Our situational hitting broke down a little bit. We let that guy off the hook a couple of times, or starting pitcher a couple of times early in the game. We might not be sitting here talking about the same things, and I wouldn't be as frustrated as I am if we did some of those things early in the game. Everything's targeting Kevin Ginkel right now, understandably so, but there was 5 or 6 things that happened in this game that we got to tighten up, and when we do that, that's going to be D-back baseball, and I want us to play 9 innings. I'm looking for 100% of a baseball game to be played the right way.
Torey Lovullo, after last night's 9-6 collapse of a loss to the Pittsburgh Pirates, a game the Diamondbacks led, 6-0 going into the 5th inning, and 6-2 going into the 8th inning. And you see the result, 9-6. And there again, you hear the phrase, we got 5 or 6 things we got to tighten up. They got to grab some better wrenches.
Yeah.
These things are, this is where I'm at right now, is we got to a certain point in the Suns season where, okay, it went from frustrating to underachieving to bad.
To untenable. Yep.
I think we might still be in the late stages of frustrating, bordering on underachieving for the Arizona Diamondbacks, because it's the same things over and over again. It's bullpen collapses. It's innings and halves of games where the offense does absolutely nothing. It's an error that will kill you, or making outs on the base paths. It's all of those things, and it's the same things that need to be tightened up. That's why my discouragement is where it's at.
This team is up and down and up and down. That quote from Torey Lovullo was quite something. 30% confused. So, listen, and we're going to get around to Torey Lovullo in a minute, but this is what's really frustrating about this. Is we know the litany of sucker punch losses. There was the Gino Suarez 4-home run game. There was the 8 innings scored in Wrigley, and you didn't win that. Or how many runs they score in Wrigley?
They scored 10 runs.
They scored 10 runs in the 8th inning in Wrigley.
And lost.
There was the 14-11 loss to the Dodgers after leading by 3 going into the 9th inning. But it's these losses to the Rockies and the Pirates that are especially galling because of how bad these teams are. The Rockies just set another record. It's like 21 straight series lost. The Diamondbacks blew an 11-6 lead against that team and lost.
Yes.
Now you've got this game against the Pirates with a anemic, doesn't begin to describe how weak they are, impotent they are offensively, and to watch that comeback last night, this is tough. This is very, very
blowing late leads against terrible teams.
Late leads against terrible teams at home.
But especially on the road, the Pirates. You want some numbers? They were averaging before last night 2.54 runs per game on the road. They'd scored more than 5 runs once in 26 road games. And before Tuesday, they were hitting 205 on the road as a team with a 583 OPS. And that's a team that should not be capable of coming back on you from 6 runs down.
And can I give you something other that's concerning? Last night, Torey said they were playing 30% confused, right? 30% confused. This is what he said on May 5th.
I said a couple days ago, we're playing we're a little 20% confused. And I can't.
So they've gotten 10% more confused.
It's sort of like the Suns coaching search. It keeps
going up instead of down.
Keeps expanding. Listen, these are all things that are not good for the trend of this baseball team and the payroll of this baseball team and the political thing that the baseball team's in. This is all very, very bad. And so you have to ask yourself, what are you going to do to affect change here? Is it going to be going out immediately and getting some bullpen help? Would it be DFAing some people in the bullpen and promoting some people from below and giving that a shot? Is it too early to get into the trade market? Then there's the manager question. So there have been a lot of people who have been after Torey Lovello's job for quite some time. And I think you and I have consistently defended Lovello for a lot of reasons. I think the skill set he brings to the job is very good. I think the collaboration, the empathy, the care, it's all stuff you need in a manager and a head coach these days with this modern generation of athletes. I think he aces all of that. But when you talk about a baseball team that falls in and out of focus as easily as this one does, the thing that galled me most last night was the fact that no Diamondbacks player got on base after the 4th inning.
Not even on base.
Not even on base.
And that was after a 5-run 4th inning.
Yeah. And so we've seen this from this team before. And so if you've got a team that falls in and out of focus, then you've got a team that isn't really paying attention or isn't really feeling any real accountability. So for as much as you or I or we may love Torey Lovello, the question becomes, change for the sake of change. Is it time? Then you ask yourself, okay, hold on, back up. We're going into a month of June where the schedule lightens up considerably. Do you give that to Torey Lovello? Or is this not even a conversation right now?
I don't think it's a conversation right now, but the point about June, this was supposed to be the first soft patch. And 2 games into this series, you give that team life. And again, one of the things that stands out to you is that I can't get past on the Torey Lovello criticism. And I'm not going to sit here and pick apart whether or not he kept Ginkel in too long.
Right.
You can make your argument. He said he never considered putting Brian Reynolds on before they pitched to him and he hit the 3-run homer last night. That's fine. But this team consistently plays like a team that's not burning very hot.
That's it.
And that is for it's a lot of that falls on the manager.
It has to. By definition, it's not necessarily something the manager is doing wrong, but the players are not responding to him, or they're just not responding, period. And you have to remember the stakes are higher here because of the financial investment in this team. Ken Kendrick has paid a lot of money for this baseball team. And also the fact that, you were in the World Series 2 seasons ago. You missed by 1 game last year. The way the end of the season was managed, not by the manager, but just the way it all played out was really an abomination. This is a enormous bounce back season for this club. Do you trust that they're going to get it?
That's the question. That is the question.
And once
we
again,
just lived through this with the Suns. Mm-hmm. We kept waiting for them to get it,
and they never
did.
Got it. I don't know. I'm curious. I'm curious what it's going to feel like if they don't beat Paul Skeens today.
Well, it might not be about beating Paul Skeens. It might be about staying close while Paul Skeens is on the mound and then feasting on the bullpen. But
yeah. That's what I mean.
Yeah, they have to find a way to win today's game.
They've got to find a way to win this game today.
So that puts a lot more pressure on Zach Gallen to keep it close while he's going head-to-head against Paul Skeens.
This is a great day for Zach Gallen to pay back Torey Lovello for that opening day start.
I would agree with that. You can still join us today for another Arizona Sports Half Day Club as the D-backs do take on the Pirates. Gallen against Skeens. Just text the word half to 620-620. We'll send you a link to buy lower-level tickets for just $9.87. Once again, that's half to 620-620. Coming up next, could the city that never sleeps be in the market for a player that always tweets? We'll give you the latest on the Kevin Durant trade rumors next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Last year, J.J. Redick, I just had a feeling J.J. Redick was going to be a really good coach. Like, he understood how to be a good coach in today's modern NBA. And I do think that is the advantage of going with guys like this, as opposed to somebody who won a championship even like 4 years ago.
Right.
Is that in order to be on this list, you have to kind of understand how modern coaching works in today's NBA. I do think there is an advantage to these guys, given that they're assistants and not head coaches who might be stuck in one way of doing things.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Do not be surprised if you see a Turf Monsters vehicle rolling through your neighborhood, because Turf Monsters is everywhere, from Queen Creek to Cave Creek, from Buckeye to Apache Junction, all the way up to Black Canyon City. They're there waiting for your phone call, waiting to build you the backyard of your dreams. Turf Monsters landscapers have been serving satisfied customers in the greater Phoenix area since 2018, and they can do a whole bunch of different stuff for you. If you're looking for hardscapes like patios or sidewalks, they can do that. If you have always considered artificial turf or artificial grass, they're a leading installer of artificial turf in the valley. All of them are the premiumest, highest quality. They look tremendous. If you're a golfer, they can build you a state-of-the-art putting green. Whatever you're looking for, they can make it happen. But they also should be known because they're a company that does what they say they're going to do. They believe in professionalism, staying on schedule. You're going to love the results. Go on their website, check out their near 1,000 five-star reviews. You get a real clear indication as the character and the craftsmanship of this company. And while you're there, you can schedule your free estimate. TurfMonstersAZ.com, or give them a call. Tell them I sent you. 623-263-7388 for Turf Monsters.
Hey, it's Wolf for Tim Hovick's Santan Ford in Gilbert. I have two things for you, Baysonians. One, employee pricing has been extended at Santan Ford. And two, the selection is huge. That's right. Santan Ford has 1,400 new vehicles on the ground. All the models, all the trim levels, different options in every color under the sun. It's simple. Get employee pricing on your new Ford and drive away in the Ford you really want. You gotta love it, right? Head on over to the Santan 202 freeway at Val Vista Drive in Gilbert. I am Santan Ford.
You've always been strong, but in the face of life's toughest moments, you're going to discover an even deeper strength within. These are the moments you go from strong to stronger. Because no matter how scary the diagnosis, we're ready to do whatever it takes. We've been training for this moment, so we can be there right when you need us. We're ready for cancer. Cancer isn't ready for us. Learn more at dignityhealthazcancer.org.
Hey, it's Jody Jackson. Ready for a career change? You've heard me talking a lot about YRefi. Well, they're hiring. As a student loan advocate, you will guide their borrowers and co-borrowers through the application process, ensuring that you're helping each one of them in their unique situation. Many student loan advocates make six figures, and there is no cold calling. YRefi also offers great benefits, including 100% company-paid whole family health insurance and matching 401k. If you're interested, go to yrefi.com/careers or email careers@yrefi.com.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot, 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 and sometimes it's like grrr. Do you have a dash light on? Oh, yeah. Then we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one. So you don't need to hear the grrr. Not with Fix Finder. Everything you need, nothing you don't. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Hello, I'm Joe Cordell, founder of Cordell & Cordell. Divorce is complicated, especially when your small business or professional practice is involved. At Cordell & Cordell, we understand that these assets raise unique valuation and allocation issues. For 35 years, we've helped doctors, lawyers, and small business owners navigate divorce with confidence. Call us at Cordell & Cordell. Let me tell you, I understand on a personal level, your business is much more than a job. It's your legacy. Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
Arizona sports. Drafting is going to be critical. The free agency is always critical as well.
Suns, a new horizon, shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Bickley and Murata.
I mean, if they make a move for Kevin Durant, I'm not exactly sure what the trade would look like. Again, I think you've got to rope in another team because the Knicks don't have a lot of picks. I think they've got one tradable first-round draft pick.
I don't think they're going to need that with Phoenix. I think if you're willing to trade... If you're willing, okay, this is interesting. If you're willing to trade Karl Anthony Towns for Kevin Durant, I believe, my opinion, Phoenix would do that. Remember, Karl Anthony Towns and Devin Booker, Kentucky guys, really close, okay? let's forget the money for a second. We can work on that after, and I know Phoenix has a lot of restrictions. Theoretically, straight up, if that worked, Cat for KD, I actually think both teams make that deal.
That's unsportsmanlike. ESPN Radio Evan Cohen with answering the question, what would a Kevin Durant to the Knicks deal look like? Well, he had it ready to go.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how possible this is. I don't know. And we're talking about the Knicks today because they lost a playoff game last night.
Yeah.
Let's be honest. That has something to do with it as well. But it's kind of been this cycle that we're going through in the playoffs. What team is having trouble in the now? Is that a team that fits for Kevin Durant? What do you think of that possibility?
I don't like it. I think the Suns need more than one piece, and I would really like to get picks if possible. You would get younger with Karl Anthony Towns, but I don't think Karl Anthony Towns is that kind of winning player, contrary to what we saw in Game 3 of that series. I really like that other trade that I spoke of yesterday, OG Anunoby and Mitchell Robinson. The numbers add up. The trade generator will tell you this trade is successful. But look, I don't even know if you can you trade Kevin Durant for two players when you're in the second apron?
You can. You can't. What the Suns can't do is they can't aggregate players going out for a more expensive player.
All right. So that one works for me. But it's interesting to me because if you're the New York Knicks and you're about to bow out of this series, this has got to be a tough deal because you built this team to take down the Boston Celtics, and they did. Mm-hmm. Whether or not the Jason Tatum injury, however it factors in, you beat the Celtics.
That's what they did. But
you're not hanging with the Pacers. So I think what you're watching is you're watching Jalen Brunson be a great player, but is he that guy? Can he take a team to a championship? The Knicks might really go KD, but the Timberwolves might go KD.
See, I get the feeling, stemming off what you said, the trade that you just, Anunoby and Robinson, I think the Knicks would be more apt to trade Karl Anthony Towns.
So do I.
Quite honestly.
So do I. I think they'd much rather
even though they just traded for him.
Yes.
Last year.
But
and the Suns would be getting younger, but he's not that young. He will be 30 at the beginning of next season, Karl Anthony Towns.
That's 7 years younger than Kevin Durant.
I know. Well, yes, in context, yes. Uh-huh. But like OG Anunoby is 27.
And you put him at the 5? It solves your 5.
No.
I think the Suns would be a better team with that setup.
I think so,
and
too.
I'm not a Karl Anthony Towns fan, but what I can't also dismiss is he a winning player? Okay, I get your debate. I get you posing that question. He's been in the Western Conference Finals last year and the Eastern Conference Finals this year.
Okay, that's fair.
And has been a star player in both series at different times.
Okay, so then let me rephrase it.
And he's Devin Booker's best friend.
One of many.
One of many. Just like Devin Booker has many favorite players. Okay, so while I prefer OG Anunoby and Mitchell Robinson, if you were to ask me, would you rather keep Kevin Durant or trade him for Karl Anthony Towns? I'd rather trade him for Karl Anthony Towns.
Okay.
So I'm with you on that. If that's the only option for him, I'd say do it. I wouldn't hate it.
And again, a lot of this would hinge on whether or not the Knicks are willing to give Kevin Durant a contract extension.
Mm-hmm.
Going into his year 37, year 38, and possibly year 39 seasons.
Now, the Knicks don't have a lot of draft capital.
No.
When you take a look at Shams Charania yesterday, reported that there was mutual. Okay, you got it. Go ahead, play it.
Yeah, this is what Shams said on Pat McAfee about mutual interest between Durant and another team.
They also have a ton of assets. They have tradable contracts. They have the number 2 pick. They have the number 14 pick in this year's draft. They have a bunch of tradable picks as well moving forward. They have all their picks. So
El Jefe.
Whether there's a player like a Giannis Antetokounmpo, I think a Kevin Durant's another guy that the Spurs, there was mutual interest in at the deadline. I think they're going to be looking very actively to see, is there a wing player we can bring in that could take us over the top?
Yeah, I mean, the Spurs was mutual interest at the deadline. It got talked about after the fact that the deadline had passed.
Mm-hmm.
Do they still have the same viewpoint on this after getting the number 2 pick in the draft? Do they want to add that veteran to try to make that leap with Victor Wembanyama and Stephon Castle? That's an interesting possibility there. But again, let's just spill out the basics here. If you are a Suns fan and you are hopeful that they're going to trade Kevin Durant, because not every Suns fan is. A lot of Suns fans want Kevin Durant to come back and run it back. However you feel, though, if you want him to be traded this offseason, you have to hope that Giannis does not want out of Milwaukee. It might begin and then end there.
Mm-hmm. So, but I want to get back to this real quick about the San Antonio thing, because to me, for Shams to bring that up, I wonder if this is, and if there was mutual interest, then that's an important component. That means Kevin Durant has already said, yeah, that situation appeals to me, right? It's small market San Antonio. It's Texas. So he knows he's going into a very comfortable environment.
Well, he's not far from where he played his year of college basketball.
Right. It's not the pressure of Madison Square Garden, because to be quite honest with you, I don't know if he wants that kind of scene. Who could you get out of San Antonio?
So
could you get Steph Castle?
No. I brought it up, I think it was last week, but the ideal trade, and with the numbers matching, it would be Devin Vassell.
Okay.
Jeremy Sohan.
Okay.
And then pick either between Harrison Barnes or Keldon Johnson.
Okay.
I would prefer Keldon Johnson.
I'll take Keldon Johnson as well.
And then that 14th overall pick. You wouldn't be getting Castle or the number 2 pick.
Right. So you'd get the 14 from them.
You'd get a lottery pick.
You'd get Vassell, who's a good player.
Sohan.
I think Sohan's a good player. And
Sohan would give them. I mean, Sohan gives them the edge that they don't have, because he's an irritant.
I think I'd do that deal.
So
do you like Devin Vassell?
I do like Devin Vassell.
And all of those guys are under 29 years old.
Okay, that's the kind of trade I'm looking at.
Yeah, because you're picking up 3 rotation pieces and a lottery pick.
And a lottery pick.
And that doesn't break the bank for San Antonio. You get to keep the number 2 overall pick. You get to keep Stephon Castle. De'Aaron Fox isn't going anywhere. Wemby stays. And then you add Durant to a core that is now ready to kind of compete.
So so you did that trade. That's right. You brought that up. So all those numbers jibe. They all work.
It's check marks.
It's check marks. Okay. I would do that trade.
I'd be interested in that haul as well.
Yeah.
The question is, do the Spurs have that same reported mindset that the Rockets do, and that our timeline is to win over the next 10 years, not over the next 2 years?
Well, it's interesting because, you're going into year 3 of Wemby, and the Rockets are a heck of a lot closer to competing for a championship right now than the Spurs are.
Mm-hmm.
But that could change very quickly.
Very quickly. Very, very quickly.
The thing with Wembanyama is you can act on multiple timelines. You can say, we got Durant for 2 years, and we're keeping the 2 pick, Castle and Wemby. And then Durant walks, and then, all right, who's the next person we can pair with Wemby type thing.
Yeah.
It's interesting.
I like that, Sammy.
Yeah.
Good work.
Good job, Sammy.
General Manager Sammy Sobolka is also going to take us through Rush Hour Reboot. The big stories of this Wednesday morning next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs Pirates.
Bednar, his 2-2 pitch. Swung on and foul tip. That is strike 3. The ball game is over. And the Diamondbacks blow another one. Final score 9-6. They had a 6-run lead, and it was just not enough, as Arizona has more questions than answers.
D-backs Pirates Series Finale Game 3 live from Chase Field. Pre-game coverage starts at noon on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Not that long ago, guys like Peyton Manning, the late, great Kobe Bryant, many others, they'd all head to Europe during the offseason, and a lot of sports writers would ask, what are they going to Europe for? What are they finding in Europe that they're not getting in America? Well, they were going for the wonders of non-surgical regeneration, because those treatments weren't available in America. Well, guess what? They're here now. They're in our backyard. You can find them at QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in this exciting new field that can dramatically help you if you're dealing with joint pain. It can even help you avoid surgery, as they did with me and my torn meniscus. QC Kinetics helping people all over America get real lasting pain relief by using highly concentrated healing properties from your own body that target, restore, and repair damaged joint tissue, and it works like magic. In fact, Emmett Smith raves about what QC Kinetics did to help him manage his joint pain. It's also an all-natural option, no surgery, no drugs, no downtime. Get a free consultation. See what QC Kinetics can do for you. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. You can reach them by calling 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Avoid an AC system breakdown this summer by calling Collins Comfort Masters to schedule a $49 AC tune-up. Collins is trusted by the community with over 9,500 five-star Google reviews and expert techs ensuring the job gets done right the first time. Make sure you take advantage of this offer so your home will stay cool and comfortable all season long. Call 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com. Collins Comfort Masters, your no-worry solution for all your AC, heating, plumbing, and water filtration needs.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduce stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
So what happens when the Ford Memorial Day sales event meets employee pricing? We win big time because we pay what Ford employees pay, plus Memorial Day savings at our Desert Ford dealers. Yes, Paul Calby's here, and it only happens once a year. Take that 2024 Ford F-150 truck. Right now, get employee pricing, plus 3.9% APR financing for 72 months, plus $3,500 in retail bonus cash, and $1,000 in trade assist cash on a 2024 Ford F-150 2.7-liter STX. Or get employee pricing and 3.9% financing for 72 months, plus $1,000 in trade assist cash on a 2024 Bronco Badlands SUV or a 2024 Ford Bronco Sport Badlands SUV when you trade. And Jeep owners get an additional $1,000 in Jeep Conquest cash on top of these great offers. It's employee pricing during the Ford Memorial Day sales event. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Oh, it is hot in the valley and you got to have shade. All Pro Shade Concepts is locally owned and operated with 20 years of experience. Their custom-built shades block up to 95% of the sun's UV rays and lower temperatures by up to 20 degrees. Free estimates and installation on all products. All Pro Shade will also donate a pair of running shoes to Shoes for Soldiers with every shade order. Text SHOES to 620-620 to nominate a soldier and schedule your free consultation at allproshade.com.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. A Corbin Carroll home run in 6 runs was not enough for the D-backs last night in a 9-6 loss to the Pittsburgh Pirates, where Kevin Ginkel and Jalen Beeks gave up a combined 7 runs in the 8th inning, and the bullpen continues to be a major problem for this ball club. But today, Zach Gallen and Paul Skeens will be on the mound in the rubber match today for some afternoon baseball, which first starts at 12:40 here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. 5 finalists for the Phoenix Suns head coaching job have been reported: Jordan Ott, Johnny Bryant, Chris Quinn, Sean Sweeney, and Dave Bliss. For more on them and the Phoenix Suns, head to arizonasports.com. And Tyrese Halliburton's massive 32-point triple-double helped lead the Pacers to a 130-121 win in Game 4 to go up 3-1 on the New York Knicks. And tonight, the Thunder will look to punch their ticket to the NBA Finals with a Game 5 win. And meanwhile, the Wolves will attempt to keep their season alive. This report is brought to you by Morris Hall Estate Planning. Major estate tax increases are coming. Don't regret not planning ahead. The attorneys at Morris Hall can help you maximize what you leave behind to your loved ones. For a complimentary consultation, visit morrishall.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bentley and Milano Mornings. Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning. Brought to you by Brooklyn Bedding. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
Good morning. It is 7:32. It is time for the Rush Hour Reboot, and we start with the Diamondbacks, obviously. You know what's worse than watching your team blow a 6-2 lead?
What would that
not
be?
watching it?
Is being there and watching your team blow the 6-2 run lead. That's what I had to experience last night with one of my good friends, and he watched Kevin Ginkel trot out of the bullpen, and he goes, you know what? I still don't feel very comfortable. And I go, man, you're not wrong. And they did blow a 6-run lead, which
lead is safe, which is terrible for people who have to get up early because you can never go to stop watching and go to sleep early.
I was thinking the exact same thing. The D-backs went up 6-0. I was like, maybe I'll sneak out of here.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll sneak out of here. Got to 6-2. I'm like, oh, man. And then the Ginkel, Jalen Beeks debacle happened, blowing a 6-4 lead. And after the game, Torey Lovello said this.
I don't want to say that we got a lot of time. I don't want to live in that space. I want to do it now. I want to play good baseball right now. That's what we deserve. This organization, this entire valley deserves for us to go out and win baseball games and play our best baseball game. So
there's been a lot of talk about Torey Lovello's job, him being on the hot seat, the job security. My question is the bullpen making Torey's seat hotter than it should be?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I think that is that, and the fact that this team just went quietly into the night last night after getting out to that big lead.
Yeah, because we've seen them blow leads and then fight back and make it interesting.
Mm-hmm.
There was no offensive fight at all last night.
No.
To answer your question, Sammy, the answer is yes. The bullpen is making the seat hotter than it needs to be, but it's not the only thing. I mean, that disappearing offense certainly is contributing to it, and the fact that what I said earlier, this does not strike you as a team that burns very hot.
Right, and that kind of leads right into, we briefly mentioned the Phoenix Suns and the D-backs in the same conversation earlier in the show. Are you worried that this team is reminding you of this year's Suns team, the inconsistency, the kind of glaring problems, and the real inability to fix them?
Yes.
In a way,
how scary is that?
Those wounds are fresh.
Very, very fresh.
Yeah.
As Jared said earlier, and he was right on the money about it, it's you're waiting and you're waiting and you're waiting and you're waiting and you're hoping it'll turn, and then there's enough little incremental evidence to keep you waiting and keep you hoping until there wasn't. And that can't be the story of this baseball team.
When is this team going to look like what we thought it was going to look like? That's all last season with the Suns. When are they going to go on this winning streak?
Mm-hmm.
When are they going to start playing like the
team that was 8-1?
Right.
Yeah, when is that team coming back?
Never happened. And we're getting into the season now with the D-backs where it looks like it just might never happen. Now the D-backs season is twice as long as the Suns season, so maybe there's hope, but we're at, we'd be at like almost 25-30 game mark of an NBA season right now.
Yeah,
that's true.
We're learning again that expectations for an Arizona team are tough to have.
Expectations ruin everything.
Exactly. We'll jump to the next Phoenix team, which is the Suns. They've named 4, 5, maybe 6 finalists at this point for their head coaching job.
Whoever shows up.
Yeah, exactly. Right. The door's open. What have you liked about how the team's gone about this hire, and what maybe has you scratching your head about it?
I like the patient nature of it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they did say they were going to cast a wide net. I guess the fact that they've followed suit on what Brian Gregory said they were going to do.
Yeah.
And that was take their time. He didn't have a timetable for hiring a head coach. He said hopefully by the draft. That's about a month away. I don't expect it to go that long, but they're taking their time and they're making sure to the best of their knowledge that they're getting this choice right.
On the flip side, have you not liked anything about the way they've handled it?
The Jordan Knott inclusion. And again, it's just perceptual for me, and I hate to kind of like sound so crass, but this team is in a credibility crisis, and I really want Brian Gregory to succeed. I've told the story before. Brian Gregory was a star basketball player 2 towns away from me when I was in high school, from the same conference. He was the player of the year at the newspaper I started working at in Arlington Heights, Illinois. We had a long conversation. I'm like, I know this guy. This is a Chicago guy. I want this to work. But so what I do like is that they're not going to be surprised by the head coach they hired, because I think that happened to him with Mike Budenholzer.
Yes, I agree with that. But I also, I mean, it's kind of flippant to say, but Matt Ishbia might be feeling in rubber stamping whatever the choice is. Hey, we hired 2 non-Michigan State head coaches the last 2 years, and how did that work out?
Oh, man. The thinking of
Who
that.
looks smart now? Huh?
We hired 2 NBA champions. Who? Yeah. That's a funny point.
In the same realm, if the coaching hire and the process is any precursor to what it might look like dealing Durant or dealing Beal, what does that tell you about how that process might look like? Are they going to be extremely patient in that? Or are they going to kind of, first offer comes in, got to do it?
Yeah, that's it. I don't know if you can dictate those terms when making a trade, because it's the whole 2 to tango thing.
Yeah.
The Suns are afforded this patience because there's no one else looking for a head coach.
Yes,
if there were other teams scooping up head coaches right now, people would be angry at the Suns.
And
what are you doing?
And nobody's got to give up compensation on the other side.
Right.
So, yeah, I think that's apples to oranges kind of.
Sure. Comparison.
I don't think they're going to, but if you look at it in a vacuum, I don't think they're going to jump at the first opportunity either.
Okay.
I think there will be a level of patience shown. It just won't be this great.
Cool. We'll wrap it up with the NBA. The NBA Finals is around the corner. Both series is 3-1. OKC has a chance to get to the finals tonight. The Pacers have a chance in 2 nights, and it would be 2 small market teams. We've talked about it.
Mm-hmm.
OKC, Indiana, and it would be a ratings nightmare for whoever has the finals. But what should people be really excited about if it is indeed those 2 teams?
They should put their preconceptions out the window. They should not refuse to watch because there's not a big market team, or there's. I think go into it with an open heart and appreciate what those teams are, and if for no other reason, as a basketball fan, say if you're in the Valley, you'll get a real clear picture of the team you're chasing in the Oklahoma City Thunder. And either way, whoever wins the NBA Finals out of those 2, the victory parade is going to be insane.
Neither team has won a finals. Yeah,
that is true. I mean, I think when it comes to the casual NBA fan, you're never going to turn them on to a matchup like that. But we're talking about the casual fan.
Mm-hmm.
And I think, generally speaking, other fans put way too much stock into what casual fans think.
Yeah.
And I get why the networks do it, because there's just more of them.
Mm-hmm.
But, yeah, well, like Bick said, you're going to miss out on the best team in the league that's been consistently good all season long in Oklahoma City. 68 wins with the reigning MVP, and probably the most fun team to watch in the league right now. Top to bottom is the Indiana Pacers. It goes past Tyrese Halliburton. That's just a fun team to watch the way they play.
Yeah.
You're going to be missing out.
Between the Oklahoma City defense and the Pacers offense, it would be kind of like, I'm an NBA nerd, but it's something that I would love to watch. And I know most people aren't watching the NBA Finals to nerd out, but I know I would. But all right, we hit a lot today. You guys have been rebooted.
But I will say this.
Yes.
That question's a little premature.
Yes, hey.
I don't think Minnesota is coming back in this series. I'm not willing to count the Knicks out.
Okay. Going back to New York. Okay.
Yeah. We have been rebooted. Thank you, Sammy. Coming up next, we'll talk some Diamondbacks baseball with the one and only Todd Walsh, D-backs television broadcaster. He'll join the show next. Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
You need to trust them to not really look at resumes, but it's more about what they get out of them in those meetings and what they gravitate towards. And I think that's ultimately going to tell us not only how successful this head coach is going to be, but if the Suns nail this head coaching hire, I think we can be more confident about their front office in the future, but it also goes the other way too.
It would be nice to have somebody who can stabilize things and quickly rebuild and develop, but even the Suns aren't going to know that until they pick a guy and see what he can do, because no matter who they hire going this way, there is more upside, but there's also more risk too.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Dan Bickley here, and sports fans know all about game changers, and that is what New Life Dental Implant Center is doing for people with dental issues, for people who are considering a new smile and a better life. So if you've got missing or loose teeth, if you're wearing dentures that don't fit, if you're struggling to eat because of those inconveniences, or if you're afraid of, or if you're ashamed of your smile, check out New Life Dental Implant Center. They're revolutionizing the industry by offering amazing quality, great convenience, and the best price you're going to find. The amazing quality comes from the fact that it is all digitally designed, which means your new implants are going to be perfect. There will be no guesswork, no human error. Great convenience, everything from lab work to surgery to follow-ups, all done in one location. You're not bouncing around to different offices in the Valley. And what they're truly vibing on is being the most affordable option you are going to find in the business. They cost about 40% less than competitors, with treatment starting at just $99.90 per arch, with easy financing options available. If you're in the mood or if you need that new smile, give them a call. It's just one phone call away, 602-855-0000, online at newsmilearizona.com.
At Tropical Smoothie Cafe, summer is our season, and we're kicking it off with a free 12-ounce Sunrise Sunset Smoothie for National Flip-Flop Day. Grab your flip-flops and head to your local cafe on May 28th from 2 to 7 p.m. Terms and conditions apply.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, could be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Go to carsforkids.org today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Getting engaged? At Shane Company, we'll help you find the perfect diamond. This is your engagement ring, aka only your life's most important piece of jewelry. No need to worry. As gemstone experts since 1929, we handpick only the most beautiful natural and lab-grown diamonds cut to our high standards in every price range. We have diamonds in all shapes and sizes, ready to compare side by side right here in our store. Come see for yourself at Shanco.com or at your local store. No appointment necessary. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Get the freedom to save with your Valley Chevy dealers. Spectacular offers are available right now. Plus, you'll have the freedom to choose from an extensive lineup that's ready for all the adventure ahead. That includes popular models like the legendary Silverado and versatile Equinox, plus the feature-packed and affordable Chevy Trax. Don't miss out. Memorial Day marks the beginning of summer and a great time to hit the open road in a brand new car, truck, SUV, or EV from your Valley Chevy dealers.
Market volatility isn't slowing down. If you're nearing retirement, now is not the time to wait and see. Every day of uncertainty can put your future at risk. It's time to diversify. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I want you to know you can create certainty, locking in guaranteed income for life. This means predictable, stable cash flow, even in turbulent times. You've worked too hard to leave your retirement to chance. Right now, there are options to receive up to 30% upfront or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't wait. Call Trajan today at 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company. Any examples provided are hypothetical. Annuities are issued with prospectus and sales brochures and should be reviewed carefully before funding as features and benefits vary. DBA in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
I've been in the diamond business my whole life. Grew up in my dad's 22-store chain, and since 1990, I've been doing it on my own. Here's the truth. Big name stores can't match our prices. Why? Because they have massive overhead, fancy showrooms, huge marketing budgets, and layers of corporate costs. Every dollar they spend is a dollar you pay. But at my office, we keep it simple. No unnecessary overhead, just the best diamonds at the best prices. And when it comes to quality, we carry what the mall stores won't and what the luxury stores charge a fortune for. If you want the finest diamonds at the most competitive prices without the retail markup, come see me, Diamond Dave, and my team of experts. Because when you buy from us, you don't just get a diamond, you get confidence, quality, and the deal of a lifetime.
Call 480-397-2450. That's 480-397-2450. Or follow Dave on Instagram at Diamond Dave Cantor. That's at Diamond Dave, Kantor.
yes, this Wednesday, May 28th. It's always a pleasure to be joined by the one and only Todd Walsh, but him making the sacrifice to join us on his birthday of all days.
Wow.
What a guy.
Wow.
Happy birthday, Todd Walsh.
Hey, thank you. I can't think of a better thing to do and a better way to start my birthday than on 4 hours sleep, get up and talk to you guys after arguably, in my head, one of the worst losses I've ever seen. I was driving home just cursing Jared again at the timing of all this. But
now, wait a minute. This time...
He called way before the meltdown.
Okay, so, thank you.
Yeah. But you have moved me before the blast. So I'm curious tactically, what's the thinking there?
Well, I don't know. Ask our producer. We question his thinking all the time, Todd.
I question if there is thinking.
That's life in our realm, my man.
You're the opening act for the blast.
All right. So
okay. All right. Okay.
How do you cure what's ailing this team when this bullpen at times looks absolutely unplayable?
I don't know, and I've been listening for quite a while this morning, and I've heard Torrey say it over and over again, that it's about more than the bullpen. And I hear all the arguments. I do. I know that they didn't score from the middle of the game on and didn't get a base runner, but I also know they scored 6 runs. 6 runs with their ace on the mound. That's supposed to be enough to win a Major League Baseball game.
Especially
I hear
the
that the defense faltered, but we had a video package ready to go for the postgame show after what we felt like was going to be a victory about how crisp and tight they were playing defensively last night. The defense broke down in the middle of the bullpen implosion, and this is not an indictment, by the way, on just Kevin Ginkel. This is a broad scope for me when I think about this. And I've been talking to Mark Grace every single day since the St. Louis Cardinals series, and I just want to get inside his head on what it's like to play for a team that has a flawed bullpen. Obviously, Dan, you know better than anybody. In Chicago, that was, pretty much standard fare for most of his career. Mm-hmm. And it just speaks to the mental side of this, because if you listen carefully to what was said after the game on Monday on our postgame show, that Gino Suarez said he went up to Torrey Lovullo and said, don't take Ryan Nelson out. And then Torrey admitted to us yesterday that Geraldo Perdomo pointed at him on the mound. You're the manager. Don't take him out. That tells me something. That's not just jovial, colloquial yucks after a big win. Think about what was said.
Wow.
Don't do that. Don't go down there right now. So to me, that's just the biggest flaw. That's the biggest pressure point where this team just starts to implode. When you look at that play, the Perdomo error, and even the play at first on that in the 8th inning, as Mark was describing it, he was like holding his shoulders tight and describing how you react when you're playing under pressure. I mean, that's just like a clinical explanation of what happened right there. So I don't know. I just look at the bullpen and say, where's the cavalry? Where is it? And I also appreciate what you said, Dan, about this team isn't burning hot right now. But I still think it's a team that knows that they have a pretty big flaw. It's really hard to overcome, and they've scratched back and scratched back and scratched back so many times this year. But at what point does it all just implode? And I feel like last night was that. That was the Mike Tyson knockout punch for me. Like, this is just unacceptable.
Yeah, but I agree with all that, Todd, but I think there's also complementary issues, and you mentioned it. When you score 6 runs against the Pirates with Corbin Burns on the mound, you should win. But you also have to know that your bullpen is going to get time, and no lead is safe. So I know it wasn't a conscious decision. Hey, let's take our foot off the gas and let's just get through these outs and go home with a win. But to not get a base runner after the 4th inning in that game, and it happens way too frequently for this baseball team. Where would you rank that on the list?
That's why this is such a complicated and nuanced issue to me. We could talk about this for hours and hours. I have 10 minutes. I totally understand and agree with that. They should have blown the game open, by the way, in the bottom of the 1st inning.
They should have.
With the bases loaded, and they got a brutal call behind the plate. Mm-hmm. I mean, and I remember saying to myself, and not to myself, to Mark and our producer, I think in the 3rd inning, this feels like it's 6-0 already. It feels like it's 10-0. And I looked up, and it was, they were barely leading at that point. Yeah. It was just this bizarre night. By the way, when the inning started, the 8th inning, I was in the dugout with Corbin Burns. I'm allowed 3 questions. In the middle of those 3 questions, Kevin Ginkel gave up the double. I left the dugout, went to the back elevator, got up to the booth. I literally was fearful that I wouldn't make it out to the set for the post-game show. Got through the press room, down the elevator, on the concourse. I heard a smattering of boos 16 minutes after I started talking to Corbin Burns. 16 minutes and 6 seconds.
Wow.
And it was 9-6.
Wow.
That's Mike Tyson walking out and going, okay, we're done.
Yeah. All right, so the big question, I think, for a lot of Diamondbacks fans, and you and I and Vinny, we've tried to debunk some of the biggest complaints people have against Torey Lovullo and the people who think he's soft based on his post-game rhetoric. That's not the case. He's pretty much just taking bullets for his players, and he can be much more assertive and aggressive and confrontational behind closed doors. We all know that to be true. We know the days off that comes from above. That's not his deal, and we know that he's not the one who is nibbling and not throwing strikes on the mound in relief roles. But what do you think the temperature is on that seat, given the payroll of this baseball team, and given the fact that we see this all the time, the change for change's sake? Is any of that in the air, in your opinion?
I don't know, but I think Luke Lipinski is going to have the interview of the day, don't you guys think, with Mike Hazen today?
Yep. Oh, yeah.
I know I'll be listening to that. I don't know. I think in most situations, for sure, but this is so different given his relationship with Mike Hazen and the leadership group here. But, you know, Torey's been in that situation and on that hot seat before. This is not the first time.
No.
I feel like, you know, yes, he is a player's manager in 2025. He is the exact definition of that. But I also want to say there's a responsibility on the guys that are taking advantage of a player's manager.
Yes.
I mean, this is more than just a one-way street here. Have they tuned him out? Are they too comfortable? That's the question that I want to ask. That's what I keep looking at, because I walk around and I'm like, I just feel like this group is tempting fate. And I feel like they're walking all the way up to the line, and it bothers me because of what happened last year. And you can look at last year all you want and tell me about 162 games and games that they lost in April and May. But you know what? They had an 8-0 lead on the road in Milwaukee in the biggest week of the year, and they blew it. So I want to see accountability on both sides, but I want to see the understanding of the players that they got it pretty good here with a guy that's created this setup here. And I will throw this out there. Be careful what you ask for. But as you guys all know, and we've been around this our entire professional lives, the pendulum of sports swings, and you can't stop it. And one of the realities is management looks at this all the time in every sport. If a player's manager has run his course, what do? They bring in a guy that's hard-nosed. That you know, it's always that shift.
Always.
But I think this is such a different setup that I don't know if those rules even apply. That's why this was like a Twilight Zone episode for me last night.
Yeah. Let's end on a high note.
Yeah.
I saw on your Twitter account that you saw Simple Minds in concert. They're still rocking?
My God, thank you. I thought of you, Vinny, that night because the Modern English Open and then Soft So I got to see Melt with You and Tainted Love, but I've been a Simple Minds fan since the 80s. I saw them at McHale Center in 86. I saw them at Celebrity Theater in 2002. They don't come to the States very often, but Jim Kerr's voice is still one of the purest, soulful voices in rock. They raised the roof off the building, so I am, yes. Can I get the song of the day? Is that possible?
Sure, yeah, absolutely, birthday boy.
Okay. All right. In the spirit of this, I won't even be able to hear it, but I'll know that you're doing it, and I appreciate it. Alive and Kicking by Simple Minds would be a great way
There you go.
kick us into a little matinee where the Diamondbacks have to beat Paul Skeens.
Speaking of kicking, I'm kicking myself for missing this show. I'm a huge soft cell guy. I didn't even know they were in town.
I'll send you some stuff.
All right. I appreciate it, Todd. Happy
Thank you,
birthday,
Todd.
man. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate how I feel about you.
Likewise, brother.
Todd Walsh, the great Todd Walsh of the D-backs broadcast team. He joined us on the Arizona Sports Line. And as Jarrett said, and I don't know if Todd appreciated it, the opening act for the Bickley Blast,
I'll send.
which is next.
Fire!
Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com presented by Y-Refi. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. Our John Gambadoro has the names of 5 finalists as the Suns narrow their list of coaching candidates. Kevin Ginkel and Jalen Beeks allow 7 runs in the 8th as Diamondbacks fade against the Pirates, and 1 ASU product is among the prospects invited for the Suns' pre-draft workouts. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com presented by Y-Refi.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
Get a $15 prepaid MasterCard after rebate when you buy 5 quarts of Mobil 1 full synthetic motor oil at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
The big focus in America today is on your health, and more people are looking beyond pills and steroids and surgery. At QC Kinetics, they've been on the cutting edge of this medical revolution since 2018. Using regenerative medicine, they have helped tens of thousands of people get lasting joint pain relief using natural treatments that harness your body's own healing power. The truth is, regenerative medicine used to be an alternative treatment, but now it's mainstream, and QC Kinetics is the nation's leader. Their well-respected protocols include potent and powerful cellular-level treatments to revitalize and restore damaged joint tissue. Say goodbye to that chronic pain and live your best life. Learn more about this revolutionary treatment and get a free consultation. Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
Hey, Gambo here with Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Stuart, how do tariffs impact an investor's strategy?
Well, tariffs can affect their investment strategies, but that's once they're implemented. Right now, what we're dealing with is the fear of possible tariffs and the volatility that's following.
So how do you help clients navigate that if they've got that fear?
Well, number one, they just need to stay the course and make sure that they're properly diversified, and most importantly, that they're invested at the right risk level for them.
Are there specific strategies that you use?
Well, absolutely, and a lot of it is hand-holding, making sure that they don't panic. Everyone knows you're supposed to buy low and sell high. Oftentimes, people do just the opposite.
So staying informed and adaptable would be the key.
100%.
Is your portfolio diversification in line with your personal risk tolerance? Go to AssetPreservationWealth.com for a free portfolio review or call 602-877-PLAN.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
It's that time of year when golf is king in the Valley of the Sun. Hi, it's Jim Hill from the Bunker to Bunker Golf Show.
And I'm Greg Ellis. The best place to catch up on golf from just about everywhere is right here.
So whether it's the PGA, the new TGL, or even what's going on with LIV, Bunker to Bunker is the place to be.
Join us for some fun and fill out our foursome Saturday mornings at 7 o'clock on 98.7 Arizona Sports, or hit up bunkergolf.com anytime.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. A Corbin Carroll home run in 6 runs was not enough for the D-backs yesterday in a 9-6 loss to the Pittsburgh Pirates, where Kevin Ginkel and Jalen Beeks gave up a combined 7 earned runs in the 8th inning, as the bullpen continues to be a major issue for this ball club. But a chance to win the series today with Zach Gallen on the mound for some afternoon baseball. First pitch will be at 12:40 here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. 5 finalists for the Phoenix Suns head coaching job have been reported. Jordan Knott, Johnny Bryant, Chris Quinn, Sean Sweeney, and Dave Bliss. For more on them and the Phoenix Suns, head to ArizonaSports.com. And Tyrese Halliburton's massive 32-point triple-double helped lead the Pacers to a 130-121 win in Game 4 against the New York Knicks to go up 3-1. And tonight, the Oklahoma City Thunder will look to punch their ticket to the NBA Finals with a Game 5 win, while the T-Wolves will attempt to keep their season alive. This report is brought to you by Brooklyn Betting. Good news. The Memorial Day sale has been extended at Brooklyn Betting. Get 25% off in-store and online through June 3rd. Find a showroom today or go to brooklynbetting.com.
Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Arizona Sports. The local sports leader. Bickley Blast.
Torey Lovullo can take a punch. He lost 198 games in a 2-year span and somehow kept his job. He navigated through a series of 1-year contracts, not easy to do in pro sports, and 9 years into his tenure in Arizona, and his career record is below 500. His resilience is rare. But will he survive one of the most disappointing baseball teams we've ever seen in the Valley? As a longtime Lovullo supporter, I believe he is tougher than he looks and harder than he sounds during his post-game press conferences. I also know that many decisions come from above his head, and these are crucial elements to understand before you call for the manager's head. But the pitchfork mob is becoming an army, and from Mike D'Antoni to Bruce Arians, even the most likable coaches and affable voices grow old and stale. It's an eternal fact in the coaching realm. Now, you hope that's not happening with Lovullo, but this Diamondbacks team goes to sleep in the middle of games. They're not always locked in defensively. They don't always have that edge. As Lovullo said last night, they played confused baseball 30% of the time, which means maybe change for the sake of change applies in this situation. Maybe it's the only thing that can save this baseball team, and it angers me because this team is taking advantage of the ultimate players manager, a guy who is always taking bullets on their behalf. Personally, I'd give Lovullo until the end of June to turn this thing around. The schedule gets much softer, and he deserves a little more time to get this right. But I shudder to think what this town will sound like if the D-backs squander this series against the Pirates, and how much longer the owner is willing to wait. All right, today's Bickley Blast brought to you by my great friends at Chapman BMW. Make luxury attainable. Find them online at chapmanbmw.com.
I don't want to say that we got a lot of time. I don't want to live in that space. I want to do it now. I want to play good baseball right now. That's what we deserve. This organization, this entire valley deserves for us to go out and win baseball games and play our best baseball game. So, but yeah, if it was September, I'd probably be a little bit more frustrated. But I guess if there's a silver lining here, is we got a little time to figure this out. But I'm kind of impatient, and I'm growing extremely impatient these days. And I want it to happen right now because that's a pretty damn good baseball team sitting in there playing less than 500 baseball, and that to me is absolutely 100% unacceptable.
That is Torey Lovullo last night after the Diamondbacks inexplicably just blew a 6-run lead against the second worst team in the National League, the Pittsburgh Pirates, who had been dead in the water up until the 8th inning. And the bullpen gave them life, and it is the latest. I think it's now 5 or 6. I think we could probably classify that many losses in the gut punch category.
Yeah, I think we're at 5
or
now.
Or just terrible losses.
Mm-hmm.
And I said it a couple weeks ago, the Diamondbacks give you one of these games a week, and that is not the hallmark of a good baseball team.
No.
I'm sorry. Now, are they capable of being better than they are? Yes. Everybody would agree with that. We had Tim Kirkjian on yesterday, and he is adamant that this will be a playoff team still. But to hear Torey Lovullo say it, like, I don't want to wait anymore. And you have to wonder what the patience level is, because the expectations are different. The financial commitment is way different. They went and signed Corbin Burns to a $210 million contract, and they didn't expect to do anything close to that in the offseason.
No, and it's a shame because the rotation is finally coming around. I believe they're now 4th in Major League Baseball in quality starts. They've been stacking them as of late.
But unfortunately, they're not leading Major League Baseball in complete games, which is kind of what they need to do to win games because the bullpen is so untrustworthy.
Well, how about the anecdote Todd Walsh told us about players who are in the middle of games pleading with the manager, don't go down there, don't pick up that phone.
No.
And that will tell you how demoralizing blown saves can be. 12 of them, by the way, this season for the Diamondbacks. 12 blown saves. And then you just...
And it's not June yet.
Right. And you're doing it against the dregs of baseball. And that is why, even though I counter with this idea, at the very least, give Torey Lovullo the grace to get through June. They've already shown they can lose to bad teams. So I don't know what the soft schedule ahead of the Diamondbacks is going to mean. Again, Torey Lovullo, he's the one-year contracts means that there have been times when Ken Kendrick hasn't always been sold on him. So I really do wonder what is in the air over on Jefferson Street because, and I said it earlier today, this game today, for if this team doesn't rally to kind of quell this talk for their manager, it's what Todd Walsh said it's going to be. Careful what you wish for.
Yeah.
If you're acting like a baseball team that just is tuned out the message, then you might get something you really don't want. And then you're going to go, oh, man, we had it so good under that guy. And I said before as well, Zach Gallen, the season started with weirdness. All the hand-wringing over who's going to be the opening day starter, canvassing 32 people or whatever it was, 30 people. This would be a great day for Zach Gallen to give his manager a masterpiece.
I would agree. We'll see if it happens. And he pitched decently last time out on Friday in St. Louis. It came down to one play, the Arenado triple. Alec Thomas made an unbelievable effort to catch that ball, didn't do it. Swung the game, and it goes on Zach Gallen's record. To your point about giving maybe patience till the end of June to see what can turn around. Between now and June 29th, you finish up with Pittsburgh, home against Washington, on the road at Atlanta, at Cincinnati, home for Seattle and San Diego, then back on the road for Toronto, Colorado, and the White Sox, and then a 3-game series at home against the Miami Marlins. That is the definition of manageable.
Yes.
And there are a couple teams in there. Seattle's decent. The Atlanta Braves always give the Diamondbacks troubles. But for the most part, that is a very manageable stretch of schedule where it's not impossible to consider your 8 to 10 games above 500 in that stretch. If you're playing the right brand of baseball, which is what eludes this team on a daily basis.
The last quote Torey Lovullo said in the last one you played, I wonder how that is sounding to the owner. Quote, that's a pretty damn good baseball team sitting in there playing less than 500 baseball, and that to me is absolutely 100% unacceptable. I'm sure the owner feels exactly the same way. So the why are they underachieving? That's the tricky part for Torey Lovullo.
It certainly could. I mean, it probably is now, but it could turn into be a lot trickier for him.
Very much so.
Torey Lovullo also talked about the offense again last night after building a 6-0 lead. Diamondbacks don't even garner a base runner for the last 5 innings of that game. Here was Lovullo on the offense.
And once in a while, I think this team is a little bit reactive. I want to be more proactive and keep their foot on the throttle. And I want their credit. All the credit is given to their left-handed pitcher that came in the game, Wentz. But I believe our hitters can beat anybody at any time. So we got to keep after it. And I want us to be proactive and play D-back baseball.
That was the weird part about it. They go to Wentz. He gave up 3 straight run-scoring hits, and then after that, nothing.
Now
they weren't killing the ball.
That's inexplicable to me.
They weren't killing the ball on those hits, but they scored runs,
right,
and proved that they could get to him. And then the other part of it, the bullpen, just a complete gut punch failure last night in the 8th with Ginkel and Beeks. Here was Torey Lovullo on what the bullpen needs to improve.
I think in the areas that we can improve upon in that bullpen, when you get into certain counts, don't let the count linger. Go out there with your best stuff and finish off hitters, and continue to pound the zone with your best stuff. We just made mistakes out over the plate. We couldn't throw strikes in certain counts when we needed to, and that resulted in a big number that ended up costing us the game.
Yeah, and the fact of the matter is, look down there on the arms that they have available. Who do you trust right now? I still trust Shelby Miller.
Mm-hmm. Justin Martinez,
but he's still working his way back, and he's had one good outing and one bad outing since he's been back. Ginkle has proven unreliable. Thompson's proven unreliable.
Mantiply's not here anymore. Those are the three guys leading up to Seawald that the World Series run. That was a season and a half ago.
To me, the Ginkle and the Thompson pieces are what's inexplicable to me because these have been terrific relievers for the Diamondbacks.
But relievers tend to come and go.
They do.
If you have a good season, it's not a sure thing that reliever is going to be nails the next year.
Yeah,
it's weird. It's such a crapshoot in building a bullpen.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Yeah,
that's exactly right. So I wonder if the solution is something like putting Eduardo Rodriguez in the bullpen and framing it to him, dude, you're going to be our savior is what you're going to be.
That's how maybe you can get him there.
Oof. I don't feel great about that either. It's a role he's never played before.
I know.
And do you really want to be resorted to, having a $20 million middle reliever? I don't think that's ideal either. How about everybody just pitches better?
Yeah,
how about that? There's the solution.
How about we get out?
$20 million middle reliever. Yeah. What, Sammy?
No, to Vinny's point, how about we just get out?
Yeah.
Do your job. I mean, it's easy for me to say, do your job.
Yeah.
I'm not getting the outs, but that's what they're paid to do.
It always boils down to doing your job.
It does.
For me, that's what it comes down to. Join us today for another Arizona Sports Half Day Club as the D-backs take on the Pittsburgh Pirates. Just text the word half to 620-620. We'll send you a link for you to buy lower-level tickets for just $9.87 a piece. Once again, that's half to 620-620. Coming up next, what qualities exactly does someone need to have to be the face of the NBA? Seems to be a debate going on this. We'll get into it next. Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs Pirates.
Bednar, his 2-2 pitch, swung on and foul tip. That is strike three. The ball game is over, and the Diamondbacks blow another one. Final score 9-6. They had a 6-run lead, and it was just not enough, as Arizona has more questions than answers.
D-backs Pirates Series Finale Game 3 live from Chase Field. Pre-game coverage starts at noon on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Progressive Home Quote Explorer lets you easily compare rates, so shopping for insurance might be the easiest part of owning a home. Definitely easier than this.
Psst, honey, Flash, there's a salesman walking up the driveway.
Oh no, he's got a clipboard.
What do we do?
Get down.
Down?
On the floor, you...
Shoot, did he see us?
Why are you breathing so loud?
Home ownership isn't easy, but with Progressive's Home Quote Explorer, shopping for home insurance is. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
Now more than ever, Lowe's knows you don't just want a low price, you want the lowest price. And with our lowest price guarantee, you can count on us for competitive prices on all your home improvement projects. If you find a qualifying lower price somewhere else on the same item, we'll match it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Price match applies to same item, current price at qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at Lowe's.com/lowest price guarantee.
Watch all D-backs games both live and on demand with the D-backs TV subscription. Start your 7-day free trial today by registering at D-backs TV. Visit dbacks.com/watch to learn more.
Hey, it's Wolf for Tim Hovick's Santan Ford in Gilbert. I have two things for you, Basinonians. One, employee pricing has been extended at Santan Ford. And two, the selection is huge. That's right. Santan Ford has 1,400 new vehicles on the ground. All the models, all the trim levels, different options in every color under the sun. It's simple. Get employee pricing on your new Ford and drive away in the Ford you really want. You gotta love it, right? Head on over to the Santan 202 Freeway at Val Vista Drive in Gilbert. I am Santan Ford.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
As a fan, you know all the important sports cliches. And when you save money by bundling your home and auto with Progressive, you can get out there and give it 110%, even though that's mathematically impossible. And remember, failure is not an option. Well, it's always an option, just not a good one. But you're not worried because you've got ice in your veins. You're on fire. How can both of those things be true at the same time? Well, that's between you and your doctor. So get out there and leave it all on the field. Leave what? Who cares? Just leave it and save with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. If you have private student loan debt and are behind or even in default, you got to call my friends at YRefi. YRefi refinances private student loans that others won't touch, and they provide you with a custom loan payment based on your ability to pay. They work with each borrower individually, tailoring each loan to each borrower's specific situation. You will not be calling a faceless call center. They can reduce your monthly payment and your total cost. And YRefi does not care what your credit score is. I've been to their offices and met with them. They're great people. And YRefi is not a debt settlement company. You'll receive a low fixed interest rate that you couldn't get anywhere else. And you'll finally have a pathway to making all that stress and worry come to an end. Just give them a call at 888-YRefi-34. That's 888-YRefi-34. Or go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. And make sure you tell them Jody Jackson sent you.
Hey, it's Gambo. Of all the Suns head coaching finalists, who do we think would be best for the job? We'll talk about it on today's Burns and Gambo show.
OKC is the best team in the NBA. I've been telling y'all that for 2 months. Hey, ESPN, I love you guys. Don't try to make Anthony Edwards the face of the NBA. The face of the NBA is Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, Joker, and Giannis. You can't give it to people. They have to take it. And Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is taking it.
That is Charles Barkley from TNT on the face of the franchise or face of the league debate that
I
continues
absolutely
to rage.
love that take. The fact that this is not something you award. This is something somebody takes. Love that take. I think he's right about that.
Yeah, and Anthony Edwards is not taking it through
He
his play.
certainly is not.
Certainly not taking it through his words.
Yep.
Because he said,
Listen,
I don't want to be that guy.
No, and you pointed this out after their last game that if you were a Timberwolves fan, you would be outraged at his reaction. That I don't consider I played a bad game. I didn't take enough shots to play a bad game. Well, you're just practically admitting you didn't do your job because your job is to take shots.
Yeah.
You're supposed to be a superstar in training.
And he could point to his stat line and say, look at my stats. But his stats didn't even say that.
No.
If you had like 12 assists that led to other people getting involved and he didn't turn the ball over, but that wasn't the case. He had like one more assist than turnover in that game. And didn't factor offensively really at all. Julius Randle didn't make any comments like that. I don't think I struggled at all. No, he struggled. You know it. So this debate on face of the league is it's never going away. It's just like the GOAT thing that we talked about yesterday.
What does it even mean?
It's
And
never
also,
going away.
Why is it? It's not only, but it seems most prominent in the NBA. Like, you don't really hear who's the face of Major League Baseball, who's the face of the NFL right now as much.
Not as much.
Well,
that's happened in the past.
But again, it's because of the history and the legacy of the NBA. This is a league defined by great players who are miles beyond the second best player. It's the darndest thing to me. In a league full of the greatest athletes you're going to find on the planet, you get situations where the number one guy light years ahead of the pack. And that was true with Jordan. It was true with LeBron for a while. It was true with Shaq. It was true with Wilt. It was true with Alcindor, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. Yeah. So, but what does it even mean? Why is it even important? It's just something that should happen organically. It's not something. It's not something you debate.
Yeah, well, it is something that's debated a lot, including on some of the network shows. Kendrick Perkins had this to say on what the face of the NBA needs to have.
You got to check the boxes when you're the face of the league. Yes, we know you got to have your signature shoe. You're going to be in commercials. You're going to have the highlights. You got to have the game. But you know what else you got to have? You got to be a role model. Right? And things outside the lines matter. Now, if you go down the list of all the faces of the league in the history of the game, you look at Larry Bird, Magic Johnson, Michael Jordan, Kobe Bryant, Shaq, LeBron, Steph, what did they all have in common? While they was playing in the league, they all were family men. They all were married with kids. And if you think that don't play a role as far as the role model, this is facts. This is not something that I'm making. Hold on. But this is not something that I'm making up. Now, what happened? What happened to them after they retired? That's their business. But while they are playing or was playing, they were family men.
Might be one of the dumbest things ever uttered on ESPN's network for a number of reasons.
First of all, Kevin Durant's never been married and he doesn't have kids. So what is he talking about?
Also, famous good husbands, Michael Jordan and Kobe Bryant.
And Magic Johnson.
And Magic Johnson and Larry Bird.
There was criticism. It was Wasn't it Rick Bucher a few years ago? And I like when Rick comes on the show, but he said something similar about Kevin Durant. Like, Kevin Durant needs to calm down. He needs to get married. And I thought, like, what an asinine take. If a guy is happy in his life, and debate all you want, nobody really knows the real Kevin Durant from the outside. He's had plenty of opportunity to go down that road. It's not for everybody. But you have to have a wife and kids to be the face of the NBA?
No, absolutely not.
I mean, Anthony Edwards has part of that down. He's got like 8 kids. He doesn't have a wife. He doesn't parent any of his kids.
He's a family man for lots of different families.
And I don't know if he was advocating for Anthony Edwards to be the face. I couldn't listen to any more of that segment, quite honestly. Well, I don't know if he was advocating for Anthony Edwards to be the face of the league, but his historical examples, my goodness, how short is your memory?
Do you think part of this is because I remember seeing this after Jordan, before kind of like Kobe and Shaq took the mantle, when they were trying to find the next face of the league because there wasn't anyone obvious and because they didn't want to give it to somebody like Allen Iverson or something like that, that when there's not somebody obvious, there's several candidates now, but there's nobody that's like pulling ahead, and you still have the old guard of Durant, Steph, and LeBron.
Again, just the suggestion of what qualities it takes to be the face of the league shows how stupid the concept is in the first place. The face of
That's a good point.
There's no doubt in my mind who the face of the NBA is right now and has been for the last 20 years. It's LeBron James. And for a network like ESPN that's done everything to champion everything LeBron James has done during his career, for them to be so gung-ho on knocking him off that pedestal at the end of his career is kind of laughable to me.
So I'm curious, with what we've seen from Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, what we've seen from Tyrese Halliburton, Jalen Brunson, Cade Cunningham in these playoffs, how has that changed the list of the best 10 players in the NBA right now? So Joker is number one. That's consensus, right?
Joker, Giannis, Luka, Shea, probably top 4.
Not in that order.
Not in that order, yes, but those are the top 4.
In terms of best players, you can make an argument that Tyrese Halliburton is in the top 10 best players right now.
I think you'd have to, right?
Jalen Brunson in the top 10 players.
Well, much like we saw with how people over the last couple of years have jumped ahead of Kyler Murray on those quarterback rankings, Halliburton and Brunson this season, and definitely in the playoffs, have jumped ahead of Devin Booker for sure, and maybe ahead of Kevin Durant now when they do those ones.
Jason Tatum is a top 10 player.
Yes, we need the NBA PA to release an anonymous player survey, next one, claiming Devin Booker is overrated.
Yes, right? Yeah, I'll take that.
Light that Halliburton fire under Book.
But you got to release it in the playoffs.
Right. Good point.
Damn it,
Good point.
Look, if this continues with what's happening in Phoenix, and they do that player poll again next year, Devin Booker's going to get mentioned on it. It's just the way it works. I mean, the Tyrese Halliburton thing, I give him credit because he could. I think he's using it as fuel internally, but he could be talking about it a lot.
You know what? I think that's a really good point. For as much as he loves to kind of preen and celebrate in real time on the court, he is showing restraint with that component of it all.
Absolutely. Coming up next, what should the Suns be looking for in a head coach, and what does the future hold for Kevin Durant and others? We'll talk Suns basketball with TV analyst Eddie Johnson next here on Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
When Erod went on the injured list, okay, his ERA is a 7.05. Ryan Nelson's was well above 5 when he switched. But we can all look and say, man, okay, but when he starts, it's just so clear how much better he is as a starter. And to that point, he's dropped his ERA all the way down to 3.79 now over just those 2 starts. The more starts Ryan Nelson gets, if he delivers like this, if he gets another start, which it sounds like he will, and then they kind of do the let's go with 6 starters here because we don't have a day off. That way you get to see Erod's first start back from the injury. If he keeps pitching like this, you can't take him out of the rotation.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Life Changer Loan, and if you've got great credit, if you've got a credit score of 800 or better, congratulations. You should wear that like a badge of honor, and you should not finance your home the same way as somebody with average to poor credit would. That is not fair to you and your great credit score. Fortunately, there is a better way. On Life Changer Loan, you do your banking inside your mortgage. You pay all principal first, which means you pay off your home in a matter of years, not decades, which then means you get decades to build personal wealth, which is how you get ahead, which is how you build real wealth. And when you pay off your home in decades, it's also a great idea if you're nearing retirement because you do not want a mortgage payment in your fixed income years. You also get 24/7 access to your equity, which does a lot of great things. A lot of great rave reviews for Life Changer Loan. One caveat, you've got to be a right fit. You've got to have the right financials. You've got to have that great credit score. They'll be upfront with you at Life Changer Loan if you're not a good fit, but if you are, I can guarantee you this, you will love the results. 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
There has never been a better time to join Global Credit Union than right now. Dave Burns here, proud member, and at Global Credit Union, they're all about eliminating fees, no-fee checking and savings accounts, or for accidentally going over your account balance. It's easy to join with 10 branches across the valley, and you can always reach a live person 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee. Only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
Who is Farm Bureau Financial Services? At our core, we're relationship builders. We're home and auto bundlers, life insurers, farm and ranch protectors, and retirement planners. We're neighbors, community members, and friends. We're the people you can count on now and for years to come. Find a Farm Bureau agent at fbfs.com/protect. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company, Farm Bureau Life Insurance Company.
Okay, sometimes what was once in style just doesn't make any sense anymore. Like those outdated jeans. Oh, you know they look good at one point. But they no longer fit.
Hi, I'm Michael Halliday, attorney and partner at Morris Hall, a premier estate planning law firm. Just like fashion, your estate plan can become outdated over time. Whether it's new family members, changes in your financial situation, or shifts in your personal goals, your estate plan should reflect your current life. Think of it like spring cleaning. There's no point in keeping clothes that no longer fit. Much in the same way, key components of an estate plan can easily become outdated, like beneficiary designations, powers of attorney, and healthcare directives. These elements need to be periodically reviewed to ensure they align with your current circumstances. The attorneys at Morris Hall can help.
It's time to update your estate plan with Morris Hall. Schedule your complimentary consultation today at morrishall.com. That's morrishall.com.
It's been a commitment to America for over 120 years now. The Ford Motor Company, and this Memorial Day, it is Ford employee pricing for everyone. Yep, Paul Calvise here. It is the Ford Memorial Day sales event going on right now at our Desert Ford dealers from America. For America. We pay what Ford employees pay across a full lineup of trucks and SUVs. Let me tell you, my grandfather worked at Ford Motor. We've enjoyed employee pricing over the years. Wait till you see the savings at our Desert Ford dealers, like that 2024 Ford F-150 truck, Weekend Warrior or work truck. Ford has the powertrain fit for the job, and right now, military and first responders get employee pricing plus $1,000 in military and first responder bonus cash on top of all other public offers. Yep, just another way Ford is saying thank you to those who take care of us. But employee pricing won't last forever. Don't miss the Ford Memorial Day sales event at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. A Corbin Carroll home run and a 6-run lead was not enough for the Diamondbacks yesterday in a 9-6 loss to the Pirates, where Kevin Ginkel and Jalen Beeks gave up a combined 7 runs in the 8th inning. And the bullpen continues to be a major issue for the ball club. And here's manager Torey Lovello after another frustrating loss.
I don't want to say that we got a lot of time. I don't want to live in that space. I want to do it now. I want to play good baseball right now. That's what we deserve. This organization, this entire valley deserves for us to go out and win baseball games and play our best baseball game. So,
Zach Gallen and Paul Skeens will be on the mound today for some afternoon baseball, which will start at 12:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Finalists for the Phoenix Suns head coaching job have been reported. Jordan Ott, Johnny Bryant, Chris Quinn, Sean Sweeney, and Dave Bliss. For more on them and the Suns head coaching role, head to arizonasports.com. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. America Roofing wants to give you some relief on your roof. Save 12% with their tariff and tax relief, or get a free inspection online at americaroofingco.com, Arizona's largest roofer.
Arizona Sports. Suns, a new horizon, shaping the Suns' future this offseason. We're going to make some changes with Bickley and Murata.
Yeah, we continue here on the Wednesday edition of Bickley and Murata Morning. Suns still in the search for a new head coach. NBA playoffs going on. Here to talk about all of it with us, Suns television analyst and Sirius XM NBA radio host, the one and only Eddie Johnson, joining us here on the Arizona Sports Line. Eddie, good morning to you, sir.
Gentlemen, how are you all doing?
We're doing good. It seems like 2 years since the Suns have played a basketball game because of not making the playoffs. But here we are in the middle of the coaching search. Seems to be getting pared down to about 5 candidates right now. Any of these names stand out to you on what might be an interesting fit for the Phoenix Suns? And if not, then, what should they be looking for?
Well, it's difficult really to grade or come to an assumption on a coach that has not been a head coach, right? So, as an assistant, as you all well know, I mean, in our league, which is a pet peeve of mine, most of your head coaches, they stand away from the bench most of the game. It's almost like they're on an island by themselves. Yeah. And that's something that I don't like. I've criticized it time and time again. So it's hard for me to say, oh, that guy's going to be a good coach, that guy's going to be a good coach, unless I'm in the room.
Yeah.
Right? Unless I'm a part of the interview process. Or I have a familiarity with them because of a relationship. Now, I do have a relationship with a lot of head coaches in the league, a lot of assistant coaches in the league, but the ones that you all have been mentioning, I don't. And so it's just hard for me to gauge it. But what I would say is congratulations to all of them, because I'm, for one, have been pushing the aspect of giving assistant coaches who have put their work in, who have been patient, an opportunity to coach. And the regurgitating of coaches that get fired, and it's the reason why they got fired, but teams hire them and just based on their resume. And so it's just good to see assistant coaches, getting that opportunity to get a job. There's only 30 of them in this league. It's a cutthroat business. It's very difficult. And for me, I tell you, as a player, when I retired, I had opportunities to be an assistant coach, and I turned them down. And one of the reasons I turned them down is because my good friend Mike Woodson, I watched him go through the journey of getting to be a head coach and having to move to different cities and being away from his family. And I retired at 40 years old. And I was like, man, it's time for me to go home, and help raise my kids that were in middle school, right? So, and that's why I chose TV. And so I know the journey of these guys and how difficult it is and the tough road they have to travel And so it's good that they get rewarded by getting the sincere interview and getting an opportunity to coach in the league and not keep giving jobs to guys that get fired, and we know it's a reason why, but yet they get another opportunity. We've experienced that over the last 2 times, and I'm not going at Vogel or Budenholzer, but for whatever reasons, it didn't work out.
Yeah.
And these are 2 guys that won titles. These are 2 guys that were highly thought of, but yet it did not work out. And we got these assistant coaches sitting there and saying, hey, what about me? And so It's good that the Suns are going that direction, and hopefully they choose the right one.
All right, from your experience, and let's go a little deeper on this, because you're right about that. The one thing that nobody knows, even the person who gets the job, is how they're going to handle sitting in the big seat when all that accountability lands on your lap. What do you like about the first-time hire? Is it the fresh energy? Is it the fresh perspective?
I think it's 2 things. One, you got to be willing to still humble yourself and know that you're not all of a sudden the smartest person in the room. And I think we've seen that mistake over the years, right? Mm-hmm. Derek Fisher going to New York, right? So we've seen young coaches get into the league, and yet they all of a sudden don't trust, or they're not patient, or they don't listen. What I saw in J.J. Redick this past year, and J.J. and I have had our back and forth over the years and our disagreements on stuff publicly, is that he went out and he hired Scott Brooks and Nate McMillan. He put 2 coaches next to him that, quite honestly, guys, could take his job.
Yeah.
Yep.
And he was not afraid to do that. That's what I love. I love a guy that says, okay, I'm gonna make sure that I can keep this job. In Sacramento, Doug Christie gets hired as the head coach on a permanent basis. He goes out and he gets Mike Woodson. So it's that combination that's going to be needed when you bring a young coach in, and just so he knows that you're work in progress and you're going to need all the help that you can get, and not be stubborn to the point where it can cost you your job. Like Terry Porter, very good friend of mine, okay? And Terry Porter knows that, because I would tell him, because I've told him this. One of the most difficult jobs he had was going from 7 seconds or less, right, to Shaquille O'Neal, throwing the ball down low. And after 30-something games, he lost his job because he didn't approach it correctly, and guys kind of turned against him. So you have to be careful, right? And so that's part of the interview process and how they're going to figure out who can do this, because it is not an easy job, and you're dealing with veterans now. Say, for instance, our team doesn't change. Say KD doesn't go anywhere. Okay, you still got Devin. You got some older veterans on the team. You bring a young guy in, he's got to really make sure that he hits the right beat in regards to getting their attention. And the only way that works is if he's got people around him that's telling him, okay, no, don't do this. Don't say that. It might not be the right time. That's familiar with these guys. And so it's work in progress, and I'm sure that's what the questions are in the interview process. And so obviously that's who's going to get the job, the one that actually says the correct thing.
Eddie Johnson, Suns TV analyst, Sirius XM NBA radio host, our guest here on the Arizona Sports Line. You kind of hit on it right there at the end, Eddie, where I was going with my next question. We don't know what this roster is going to look like. We don't know what the future of Kevin Durant holds, or Bradley Beal, or what markets might look for them this offseason. I guess my question to you is, if there is no movement on those fronts, can this core work, or do you think there needs to be substantial change with this roster moving forward?
Well, I think leadership plays a huge role, right? And obviously it starts with your coach, but it's really throughout the whole entire organization. So early in the year last year, we got off to a tremendous start. Everybody was feeling like, okay, this is it. Matter of fact, prognosticators and most of the people around the league picked the Suns possibly to maybe come out of the West with that roster. But things went south. Why did they go south? Was it just the players? Like, we don't know. Like, we have no idea because, one, they fired the coach. So we don't know.
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of times people want to go ahead and make changes. Oh, yeah, we need to do this, we need to do that, and it's the easy, quick fix. But really, it's not. It can set you back even further.
Yeah.
The one thing we do know, guys, is regardless of how you feel about KD, he averaged 27 a game. Go find that.
Yeah.
Please go find 27 a game again. I mean, go ahead and do that. Go find 52% from the field. Go ahead. Go find 40 from three. Go right ahead. Oh, by the way, Bradley Beal, we know his contract. We got it. Okay. I mean, he's got control. But you know what? Bradley Beal shot almost 50% from the field, I believe. He shot almost 40 from three and about almost 87 from the line. Go find it. Go find it. If you can go find it and replace it, so be it. Go ahead. Because if you don't, then what's going to happen? You're going to have a struggling season next year, and you're not going to be right there in the play-in, trying to get in. You're going to be right there. So what's the quick fix? Find somebody that can make it work.
Yeah.
And so that's the conundrum right now. You know, because Suns fans, look, all we want is what? We just want to see W's. That's it. We don't care. We don't care who it is. We just want to see W's. And so how do you get to that point? And that's going to be the challenge.
I think
it is truly going to be the challenge.
Yeah.
You know, I think you guys know I'm a diehard Cubs fan. All due respect to the Diamondbacks, and they're struggling right now. I get it, you know. And I don't cheer against the Diamondbacks unless it's my Cubs. And the Diamondbacks normally they kick our butt. But, man, my Cubs are rolling right now. And I didn't know any of these guys before the season. I didn't know many of them. And, man, they kicking butt right now. Now I know all of them.
That's right. You got a Pete Crow Armstrong jersey. You got it all, Eddie.
Thank you. I'm PCA. Man, please. Guys, I'm going to tell you something. I've only missed one game this year.
Wow.
That's it. One game. So that's my point. Like, that's all we want is to win.
Yeah.
And so, that's why we have to be careful, you know, and maybe a young coach is the right mix. Who knows? You know, I happen to believe that KD does not want to leave, you know, and so you should like that. Like, despite all the stuff he's heard, he still, does not want to leave. Like, that's what you want. Like, you want players to not want to leave or be on the periphery, like, I don't know. You know, I think that he could be won over. And I would like to believe a new coach comes in here, he's going to have a conversation with him, and he's going to hope that could happen. It might not happen. I'm not saying it will, that he's going to be here. But, man, I'd like to sit down and see before I just totally just erase it, you know, and I think that's what they're going to do.
Yeah. Eddie, thanks so much, as always, for the time and the insight. We appreciate it, man.
Thank you, Jay.
Oh, my pleasure, guys. You know, I'm just on the golf course. That's all.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, guys, I got to throw this out here now. You know, my novel is out. You know, it's called The Sun's Revenge.
Yeah.
I want people to go check it out, man. It's doing very well. Hopefully I can get so many people buying it, you know, that I can have me a little book club. I can go out and I can sign books. But, you know, EJ is a novelist now.
That's
He's
fantastic,
not just a sports
man. That's right.
guy, okay?
That's right.
That's fantastic.
All right, guys.
The Suns
buddy.
Revenge. Thanks, Eddie. Appreciate it. Eddie Johnson, author, Suns TV analyst.
Yeah, and advocate for keeping the Suns together.
It sounds like it. Sirius XM NBA radio host. He joined us on the Arizona Sports Line. Coming up next, what do analytics say about the Cardinals' place in the NFL pecking order? That and more in NFL Hashmarks next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
A D-backs decision maker from the team's front office joins Wolf and Luke this morning at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hello, this is Jan at Toyota.
Hi, Jan. Is now a good time to get a new Toyota for summer?
It is. We like to say your summer starts here at your Toyota dealer.
Yeah, I'm a pet sitter and business is way up as people enjoy their new Toyotas. Your summer starts here. Oh, that's the Walker's pet parrot, Mr. Knowles. That's me. They packed up their new Corolla and took a trip to a national park.
Well, through June 2nd, everyone can join in on the summer fun with a great selection of Camrys, 4Runners, and more.
Yeah, the Johnsons strapped a canoe onto their new Grand Highlander and went out to the lake. Shh, quiet, Lou. And Mark and Sarah loaded their gear into their Tundra and went scuba diving. Oh, no, stop, Sebastian. Goldie is not dinner. Fish for dinner. No, stop. This is bad. Yeah, I gotta go.
Good luck.
Your summer starts here.
That's right, Mr. Knowles. Summer starts here at your Toyota dealer with a new Toyota. But it all ends June 2nd. Dealer inventory may vary. See your participating Toyota dealer for details.
Toyota, let's go places. Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. Accidents happen unexpectedly. If it ever happens to you, call the attorneys at Sweet James. Sweet James has an office right here in Phoenix, run by world-class attorneys that are part of your community, and they are proud partners of your Phoenix Suns. Sweet James is all about winning, and they win 98% of the time. Because when you're hurt, you are counting on someone to deliver for you. Winning big is everything. That's why you call Sweet James at 800-9-million. That's 800-9-million or sweetjames.com. Awarded best attorneys in America. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Hey, we're here with a special guest, Jeff Jr., CEO of Trajan Wealth and filmmaker behind Retirement on the Brink. Hey, Jeff, welcome, man.
Well, thanks for having me, Wolf. It's always great to be here.
Jeff, you've been in finance for a long time. Why make a movie?
Well, after years of seeing people struggle, we needed better retirement education. And Retirement on the Brink, it offers real actionable insight.
It's a documentary that's resonating with folks. I know because I'm in it and shared my story.
Yeah, you are. And having you in the film, it means a lot. These stories are real and they really do matter.
What's the biggest takeaway from Retirement on the Brink?
Well, retirement planning isn't just about numbers. It's about understanding your goals, creating a plan for the life that you want, and finding a trusted advisor to help. And I'll end by saying space is limited, so visit retirementonthebrink.com for VIP access and showtimes.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Get the freedom to save with your Valley Chevy dealers. Spectacular offers are available right now. Plus, you'll have the freedom to choose from an extensive lineup that's ready for all the adventure ahead. That includes popular models like the legendary Silverado and versatile Equinox, plus the feature-packed and affordable Chevy Trax. Don't miss out. Memorial Day marks the beginning of summer and a great time to hit the open road in a brand new car, truck, SUV, or EV from your Valley Chevy dealers.
Coverage of Cardinals OTAs brought to you by Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing.
Bickley and Marotta talking Cardinals OTAs now.
Cardinals OTAs underway for 2025. First week of OTAs will consist of 3 weeks. We're going to have a day out at OTAs coming up in a few weeks.
Okay, good.
Once we get into June, so football season almost upon us, and we got the release of rankings, the first ESPN 2025 NFL FPI rankings.
Okay,
the Football Power Index. Have you seen these?
No.
Okay, good. Because I would ask you, based on what the Cardinals did last year, how much they've improved in the offseason, what they added in the draft, where would you predict they would be? We've kind of had discussions along these lines, not necessarily based on analytics, just kind of eyeballing where their place in the NFL would be, because I was a little surprised by their positioning, quite honestly.
Okay. I would say that seeing that most people have them as the third best team in the NFC West, I would say probably around 18 to 20.
Okay. Well done. They're number 20.
Oh.
On the first FPI rankings.
Okay.
One spot ahead of the Seattle Seahawks, who are 21. The other teams in the division, the Los Angeles Rams at 10, San Francisco 49ers at 11.
Okay.
The top five, not hard to predict. Eagles 1, Chiefs 2, Ravens 3, Lions 4, Buffalo Bills 5. And then at the bottom of the league, Saints being the worst, Titans, Browns, Jets, and Panthers. But 20. And for all the talk we've had this morning, especially, Vic, about expectations for the Diamondbacks and how we're, right on the tail end of expectations for the Suns and how those things have worked out to this point. I'm okay with the Cardinals being 20 on an FPI ranking or a power ranking of any sort.
I'm fine with that as well. It really fuel for them, fewer expectations for the rest of us.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Elsewhere around the NFL, it continues the waiting in Pittsburgh for Aaron Rodgers. We played some Aaron Rodgers podcast sound for you yesterday, where he was asked by a child in the audience, "Hey, would you ever go to the Bears?" And he said, "No, but there's a team that might be playing on the road at the Bears this year."
Oh, I'm so
Pittsburgh
mysterious.
Steelers. He is very mysterious. Terry Bradshaw, one of the great all-time Pittsburgh Steelers, and still one of the most prominent media voices out there, whether you like Terry or not. He's a very prominent, recognizable face.
Oh, yeah.
He was on a radio show in Arkansas, Morning Mayhem, 103.7 The Buzz. Good booking for them.
Great booking for them.
He was asked about the Steelers having interest still at this point in Aaron Rodgers. He did not hold his tongue.
What do you think about possibly Aaron Rodgers being the quarterback?
That's a joke. He shouldn't. That is just, to me, is a joke. What are you going to bring him in for 1 year? Are you kidding me? I mean,
that's not the Steelers' way, right?
No, man. That guy needs to stay in California and go, somewhere and chew on bark and whisper to the gods out there.
100%. These guys on the show, Mr. Bradshaw, know I'm not a fan of his. We've been around each other personally, and he was not a kind person.
Now, he does not. I had to go over and introduce myself to him. He's not. I had to go, hey, Aaron, I'm Terry Bradshaw. I know he knows me, but I just felt like I better tell him who I am.
Yeah.
And not, you walk in there and you get in his presence and you feel like it's going to start snowing. So.
Wow.
It's, obviously, there's no love there. But, I mean, Terry Bradshaw knows the ways of the Pittsburgh Steelers, and he's taking offense to the fact that the Steelers are in the business of waiting for Aaron Rodgers.
That's it.
What would be a one-year rental? Is this, how much of a desperation move is this because of what they currently have at their quarterback position? It flies in the face of conventional wisdom with the Pittsburgh Steelers.
And everything they've ever stood for. And I would suggest that if you talk to any remaining members of the Steel Curtain era, they would probably echo that. Find something a little gross about a proud franchise waiting for Aaron Rodgers to make up his mind. That's interesting to me. It's also fascinating because Terry Bradshaw is one of these quarterbacks, just like Troy Aikman, who've got a lot of Super Bowls on the resume, but they're not considered as good as Aaron Rodgers, who only has one ring.
True.
And whose postseason success is more of a indictment than validation. So I think there's some of that in the air as well, right? Because Aaron Rodgers, in the eyes of some people, is a top 10 of all-time quarterback from a skill set.
From a skill set standpoint.
Right.
And the statistics are pretty good. But the winning isn't there. But then you've got guys who've got all the winning, but you look at them and you go, like Terry Bradshaw, for instance. 4 Super Bowls.
Probably not a top 20 quarterback.
Probably not a top 20 quarterback. He revolutionized the deep ball, but he was good, but he wasn't great.
No, but he also, he played in that era too where it wasn't as pass-happy a league as it is now. Now, they threw more downfield when Terry Bradshaw played, so I think the aesthetics of the passing game, even though it was less frequent, was probably better.
Yeah.
There was more interceptions to be had at that point as well.
Yeah.
Defenses weren't hamstrung by what they could do.
Yeah, it's true.
But Terry Bradshaw, when he wrapped up his career, he was one of the end-all, be-all guys because that was pre-Montana Prime. That was obviously pre-Tom Brady.
Yeah.
And 4 Super Bowls held a lot of weight, but it's just been washed away by this pass-happy NFL culture.
Yeah, no, it's kind of true.
Did you see this story about Jamar Chase? Jamar Chase is talking at OTAs in Cincinnati. And Ben Baby wrote this on ESPN.com. In the middle of an interview, he started asking questions to find an answer that has eluded the Bengals for several years. When asked about whether playing in the preseason could help Cincinnati solve its slow starts, and when you look at their slow starts, 0-3 last year, 0-2, 0-2, 1-1, 0-2-1, they get off to terrible starts. When that was arisen to him, Chase eyed the semicircle of media members by his locker and rattled off a series of questions with a simple premise. What were the records for the Bengals in the first 2 weeks of the season, and how much did Cincinnati practice in the preseason? In Coach Zach Taylor's 6 seasons, the Bengals have sparingly used starters in the preseason. During that span, Cincinnati has a 1-11 record, the worst in the NFL. Chase quipped after the team's first voluntary OTA, quote, "Sounds like we need to play in the preseason, huh?" Wonder if that's going to spark a change, because that is like clockwork, Cincinnati getting out of the gate slow.
Yeah, that's a very, very good point, and we know it didn't really help Marvin Harrison Jr. last year locally.
Yeah, I mean, the Cardinals didn't play hardly any of their starters last year in the preseason. So
there was a time when I was firmly in the camp of don't play these guys. It's not worth the risk. Kind of changed a little bit on that.
Might be worth the risk. Football's a risky sport.
Yeah. No, I know. It's watching Marvin Harrison Jr. struggle last year and other guys as well. You're right. It's football season isn't long enough to slow roll into a season.
No.
Well, luckily they don't have any new wide receivers this year that they have to acclimate.
Yeah, right?
Join us today for another Arizona Sports Half-Day Club as the D-backs take on the Pirates. You still have time to text the word half to 620-620. We'll send you a link to buy lower-level tickets for just $9.87. That's half to 620-620. Coming up next, we hit the 9 o'clock hour. Sammy's going to take us through some social studies here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
You can't take Ryan Nelson out of the rotation. He's got one more start against the Nationals before they've got to decide whether to go 6-man rotation or pull somebody out. But Ryan Nelson is proving that he's worthy of being one of your 5 starters.
Yeah, if Ryan Nelson does this again against the Washington Nationals, selling everybody on how you're a better baseball team doing it like this is going to be a really difficult sell. And I don't know how they're going to explain it. I don't know how they're going to spin it.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Memorial Day has passed, but at Chapman BMW, the Memorial Day savings have not. They are going on until the end of the month, which means the time to get your brand new BMW is right now. Payments from $499 a month in the 2025 BMW i4 Series. Great vehicle. Rates as low as 2.99% in financing. In terms, you're going to get the best prices of the year right now at Chapman BMW. And if you don't know, Chapman BMW, a family-run business for 58 years. They do things differently in all the best ways. They've got employees who've worked at their stores for 30 and 40 years, which is unheard of in the industry. And at Chapman BMW, you have got a friend in the business. Go to one of their 2 locations. Those 2 locations, by the way, guarantee you the best selection you are going to find in the Valley, no matter what you're looking for. Take a test drive or 2, find what you like, then ask for Shane O'Hanrahan. He's the GM of both locations. Shane ensures all listeners of Arizona Sports are going to get the very best deal. Make sure you ask for him by name. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-566-1649. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-566-1649. That's 800-566-1649.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey, it's Jody Jackson. Ready for a career change? You've heard me talking a lot about Y-Refi. Well, they're hiring. As a student loan advocate, you will guide their borrowers and co-borrowers through the application process, ensuring that you're helping each one of them in their unique situation. Many student loan advocates make 6 figures and there is no cold calling. Y-Refi also offers great benefits, including 100% company-paid whole family health insurance and matching 401k. If you're interested, go to yrefi.com/careers or email careers@yrefi.com.
Still getting around to that fix on your car?
You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place. For changes big and small. Loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Progressive knows road trips without your pet can be tough.
Hi, this is Next Stop Dog Boarding.
Hi, it's Scott again. How's Squeaks doing? You can tell if he's stressed by his eyebrows. Oh, and his breathing should sound like this.
Scott, Squeaks is exactly the same as last time you called.
Okay, let's talk in 20 to see if anything's changed.
With Progressive, your pet is covered up to $1,000 in vet bills in case of a car accident. So next time, you can take your pet with you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states. Coverage for dogs and cats is included with the purchase of collision coverage and subject to policy terms.
Okay, sometimes what was once in style just doesn't make any sense anymore. Like those outdated jeans. Oh, you know they look good at one point. But they no longer fit.
Hi, I'm Michael Halliday, attorney and partner at Morris Hall, a premier estate planning law firm. Just like fashion, your estate plan can become outdated over time. Whether it's new family members, changes in your financial situation, or shifts in your personal goals, your estate plan should reflect your current life. Think of it like spring cleaning. There's no point in keeping clothes that no longer fit. Much in the same way, key components of an estate plan can easily become outdated, like beneficiary designations, powers of attorney, and healthcare directives. These elements need to be periodically reviewed to ensure they align with your current circumstances. The attorneys at Morris Hall can help.
It's time to update your estate plan with Morris Hall. Schedule your complimentary consultation today at morrishall.com. That's morrishall.com.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Chime. You like going out? I do too. I go to a lot of concerts and obviously even more sporting events. Why not build up your credit when you're out with the Chime Secured Credit Builder Visa Credit Card? You can build credit with money you were already going to spend anyway, and you can avoid interest. Makes a lot of sense, so learn more at Chime.com because improved credit opens a lot of doors, makes it easier to get a loan if you ever need one, and you get better deals on big purchases like cars and houses. That's why the Chime Credit Builder Secured Visa Credit Card is worth checking out. No annual fees, interest, or credit checks. Use it everywhere Visa credit cards are accepted. Make everyday purchases count with Chime's Secured Credit Builder Visa Credit Card. Get started today at Chime.com. Chime feels like progress. Chime is a financial technology company, not a bank. Banking services provided by the Bancorp Bank N.A. or Stride Bank N.A. members FDIC. The Chime Credit Builder Visa Credit Card is issued by the Bancorp Bank N.A. or Stride Bank N.A. Chime checking account required to apply. On-time payment history may have a positive impact on your credit score. Results may vary. Out-of-network ATM withdrawal and OTC advance fees may apply. Spot me eligibility requirements and overdraft limits apply. Timing depends on submission of payment file. Fees apply at out-of-network ATM.
KMBP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. A Corbin Carroll home run and 6 runs was not enough for the Diamondbacks yesterday in a 9-6 loss to the Pirates, where the bullpen gave up a combined 7 runs in the 8th inning, and it continues to be a major issue for this club. And here's manager Torey Lovello after another frustrating loss.
I don't want to say that we got a lot of time. I don't want to live in that space. I want to do it now. I want to play good baseball right now. That's what we deserve. This organization, this entire valley deserves for us to go out and win baseball games and play our best baseball game. So,
Zach Gallen and Paul Skeens will be on the mound today for some afternoon baseball, which will start here at 12:40 p.m. on Arizona Sports, 98.7, and the Arizona Sports app. 5 finalists for the Phoenix Suns head coaching job have been reported: Jordan Ott, Johnny Bryant, Chris Quinn, Sean Sweeney, and Dave Bliss. For more on them and the Suns, head to arizonasports.com. This report is brought to you by your Valley Chevy dealers. Get the freedom to save and the freedom to choose during the Valley Chevy Dealers Memorial Day event going on now. Spectacular offers available now at your Valley Chevy dealers.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata Mornings. Social Studies. Brought to you by HigherPrice.com. Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty.
9 o'clock hour is here. Time for some social studies with Sammy Sabolka. Hey, Sammy.
Good morning, guys. Let's jump into some social studies. You know where to follow us on X at Bickley_Murata, Blue Sky, Instagram, and Facebook at Bickley and Murata. And if you want to watch, we're on YouTube at Arizona Sports. And the Phoenix Suns, whether it's 4, 5, or 6, are narrowing down the coaching search And so we asked our followers, and we'll ask you, if you were interviewing a head coaching candidate, what is the first question you would ask and why?
How do you get along with your players? Have you ever had a strained relationship with a player at any level?
I would say outline for me what is your desired culture and how will you build it?
Ross Vegas says, do you drink heavily? Because you're going to need to. Brian V says, if a situation arises where your coaching philosophy or strategy is questioned or directed to change by ownership, what is your approach? I find that interesting given the ownership of the Suns. But again, could be prevalent. Donnie Brooks says, how would you deal with your players who feel they know more than you about basketball? Maybe hinting at Kevin Durant possibly. And J. Scott Everett says, I would ask them about how familiar they are with the team last year and what went wrong. How could a team with such talent play so poorly? Which, to his point, we've asked time and time again, and hopefully the new head coach will change that.
Yes. Once again, Steven Ruiz had a A-plus response.
He often does.
His first question would be, what's your favorite place to get a burger in East Lansing?
That's good.
That's really good.
That is pretty good. Our next question in the regards to what happened last night, another bullpen explosion. So we asked, what's a more frustrating way to lose and why? Our three options are the bullpen blowing a late lead, the kicker missing a field goal late, or a player missing their free throws late.
Ooh.
Three just
very
brutal
frustrating.
options.
But since the Diamondbacks are the only local team that I'm emotionally invested in that are playing right
At the
now,
moment,
I'm
yeah.
going with the bullpen.
I'm voting the bullpen, too. I don't know how anybody in this valley would vote anywhere else after what we've experienced here.
Yeah, Justin Prestegard agrees with you guys. A missed free throw or kick is a one-shot heart attack. A bullpen loss is a slow bleed.
That's
you
true.
see it coming and you can't stop it.
Not necessarily, though. I mean, it could just
Could
be
be
the
one
closer
pitch,
giving
yeah.
up, yeah.
But-
Seawald, Young Kim.
Yeah, no doubt. The case in last night, it was
Manti.
It was a slow bleed last night. Daryl Lee says, I'm gonna be that guy. A loss is a loss. I don't let myself go down the type of loss rabbit hole, which, hey, I wish I could be the same, but
Yeah, thanks for the reply on the poll question that asked you specifically.
yeah, exactly.
I think it's a healthy attitude he has, though,
Yeah.
if it's true.
Tom Foss says, missing a late field goal. Back before I moved to Arizona, I was a huge Vikings fan and Fred Cox fan, the guy that invented the Nerf football kicker for the Vikings. He used to clank it right off the goalpost quite frequently when it was for game winners. I cried every time after the game, and it
Wow.
put him in a bad mood for the entire week.
I thought when you said Vikings fan and a missed field goal being
Yeah.
the choice, you were
Yeah.
going Gary Anderson.
No doubt.
You didn't know he was all in on Fred Cox.
Yeah.
Fred, you remember Fred Cox, right? Was he?
No, I don't.
I think he was a straight-on kicker, wasn't he? But hey, made
I
up
don't-
for it. The Nerf
I don't
football
remember.
has given joy to millions.
Oh, yes.
Well done, Fred Cox.
Oh, yeah.
Millions. Our last question.
What were the poll results?
Oh, yes. It's bullpen blowing a late lead by landslides.
Of course.
68%. Kicker missing the late field goal 23%, and a player missing free throw late only 8%. I will say the NBA player missing a free throw late doesn't happen very often, but when it does, is demoralizing. Our last question, we brought up Kenny Dillingham and Sam Levitt being on the cover of College Football 26 today. So we brought up, what was the first sports video game you guys ever played? And what was your favorite sports video game of all time?
Does Pong count as a sports video game?
Should.
There's a lot of Pong in the answers.
I played Pong. I
Yeah,
mean, I remember
me too.
when our neighbors down the street, when I was still living in New York, so pre-1979, they got Pong, and I thought it was the greatest thing ever. Favorite of all time.
Did you ever play that old school football game where it was like X's and O's and not players?
Mattel handheld
Yeah,
football?
that's it.
Oh,
Yeah,
my God.
yeah,
I had
yeah.
both versions of it. The green one where they introduced the forward pass. My favorite one, sports video game of all time, still NHL 94, EA Sports.
Okay. Dan?
The Show, that baseball one.
Yeah, that's Stephen Ruiz said, MLB The Show, the realistic feel of the game allows me to see the D-backs be good at baseball. Sometimes, man.
There's a golf video game I have. They've got Augusta National, but it's not named Augusta National because they can't. They get sued for copyright. But it's not bad. It's not a bad.
Okay.
Yeah.
The PGA, I think it's 2008 on the Wii with Tiger Woods on the cover. That's like the best golf video game. They've been trying to bring back the PGA lately. It's hit or miss.
Tiger Woods golf. I remember.
Tiger Woods golf has always been good. We've got a lot of Pong responses, a lot of NFL Blitz as a lot of people's favorite. Let's see. The first SRW Sky says the first sports game I can remember was playing NBA Jam at an arcade and then getting it on the Super Nintendo. His favorite would be NCAA football 2009. A lot of NCAA football and a lot of NBA Jam today.
Do you remember the first sport games for the Atari 2600? How terrible they were? Basketball was like one-on-one. Then there was actually a pretty entertaining one-on-one basketball game for the Commodore 64 computer. Yeah, I'm dating myself. It was Larry Bird against Dr. J.
I had it.
How great was that game?
That was unbelievable. the sound of the bouncing ball in that.
You could shatter the backboards. Yes. That was so much fun.
Listen, old school video games, you would have had to live through our generation to see how ridiculous they were.
See, my dad has a couple of like those little handheld ones. So that football one, I think he has some rendition of.
Oh yeah.
And like when we were like 6 years old, my dad would just give it to us to probably just.
It is why I will not play video games, because they are so great in this day and age, and they were so bad in Spartan when I grew up.
Yes.
I would kill 3 hours a day playing, and I can't do that.
I just get wistful now. I always think of like, what if I was a kid now? Because the lengths I had to go to.
Yeah.
I had a video game system called a Vectrex. Do you remember Vectrex? I got it because it came with its own screen. It was just green.
Sounds like VD medication.
It was just white X's and O's basically on a black screen, and then you would put overlays to give it color, but it was just X's and O's. There was a football game on that called Blitz.
Okay.
I created a whole league. I played that thing forever. I had to keep my own statistics.
Yeah. In a notebook by hand.
Yes.
That's fantastic.
Have we done a Mock My World of sports video games? Have you guys done that?
Probably.
It's been a while.
I don't know. We have all the records cataloged. We can check after the show.
There you go, guys.
Thank you, Sammy.
Social studies every morning at 9 o'clock. Coming up next, how many times can a team get punched in the gut before they just keel over and die? We'll explore that question and more next. Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
You need to trust them to not really look at resumes. It's more about what they get out of them in those meetings and what they gravitate towards. And I think that's ultimately going to tell us not only how successful this head coach is going to be, but if the Suns nail this head coaching hire, I think we can be more confident about their front office in the future, but it also goes the other way too.
It would be nice to have somebody who can stabilize things and quickly rebuild and develop, but even the Suns aren't going to know that until they pick a guy and see what he can do, because no matter who they hire going this way, there is more upside, but there's also more risk too.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I've been telling you about Walt's TV and appliance for some time now. I'm going to give you some more reasons why you need to get in your car and head on down to I-10 in Warner. Check out what Walt's can do for you and your sports fandom. Number one, expertise. They've been around since 1957. They're a family-run business with an extremely knowledgeable staff. They will give you the insight and the information and the wisdom you'll never get at the big box stores. Reason number two, experience. Shop at Walt's. You'll find an amazing selection of big screen televisions all the way up to 115 inches. They've got that in the theater room. You can check that out. Great selection of outdoor televisions. Super cool store with a lot of great stuff, a lot of great audio components. Now, you would think with all that expertise and all that experience that you're going to pay a premium when it comes to price. That is not true. They are as competitive as the big box stores. And to prove it, if you found a good price somewhere else, bring it to Walt's. They will beat it. They'll also offer same-day delivery, 7 7 days a week. You get what you want when you want it. You're going to get the best in-store and in-home experience every time, and you're going to enjoy worry-free installation done by a pro. Once again, you can find Waltz off the I-10 in Warner, or you can find them online at waltz.com. Shop local, shop Waltz.
Join the D-backs for Father's Day on Sunday, June 15th. Purchase a special event ticket pack to play catch on the field before the D-backs versus Padres game. Visit dbacks.com/dad for tickets.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month. But what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword Mike Rowe. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword Mike Rowe. Pure Talk, a wireless company that actually stands for something.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-961-5544. 800-961-5544.
As a fan, you know all the important sports cliches. And when you save money by bundling your home and auto with Progressive, you can get out there and give it 110%, even though that's mathematically impossible. And remember, failure is not an option. Well, it's always an option, just not a good one. But you're not worried because you've got ice in your veins. You're on fire. How can both of those things be true at the same time? Well, that's between you and your doctor. So get out there and leave it all on the field. Leave what? Who cares? Just leave it and save with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Dine and donate during the month of May at Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers. Visit any of the 17 Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers locations. 4 Bourbon and Bones locations. Enjoy a special menu item or Michelob Ultra, and $1 will go to the Ivy Brain Tumor Center's fight against brain cancer.
Hey, it's Luke. What does Mike Hazen think about the state of the Arizona Diamondbacks at this point in the season? We'll ask the D-backs general manager at 11:45. We'll be live from Chase Field ahead of Zach Gallen versus Paul Skeens. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
Where's Beeks? Where in the hell is Beeks?
And now the 3-1 pitch. Swung on. That is drilled. Deep left field. On its way. It is gone. And a disastrous 8th inning for the Diamondbacks is capped off by a 3-run home run by Brian Reynolds as the Pirates now lead it 9-6. Bednar, his 2-2 pitch. Swung on and foul tip. That is strike 3. The ball game is over. And the Diamondbacks blow another one. Final score 9-6. They had a 6-run lead, and it was just not enough, as Arizona has more questions than answers.
Chris Garagiola on some of the highlights or lowlights for the Diamondbacks. Brian Reynolds capping off the big comeback for the Pirates with a 3-run homer in the 8th off of Beeks. Where in the hell is Beeks?
Beeks. Yeah, I forgot all about that guy.
Well, he made you remember him last night.
Yeah.
And more, look, the last thing Chris Garagiola said on that particular highlight was, the D-backs have more questions than answers right now.
They do, and Todd Walsh used the phrase last night felt like the Mike Tyson haymaker. Mm-hmm. So how will the baseball team rebound today? I'm going to be very curious to see their energy. Like I said, this is not natural to have the amount of sucker punch losses this team has had this year. And I can tell you this much, very, very difficult on a fan base. To put a fan base for these kind of games on the weekly, that is no way to build faith.
Look, and I don't put the Diamondbacks fan base up near like the most vitriolic or toxic fan bases up there, but it was tough last night watching Kevin Ginkel walk off the mound. A guy who's been very successful for this franchise, the only franchise he's ever played for. He has been instrumental in a lot of success. It was hard to see him like get showered with those boos, but they're not booing the individual. They're booing the performance. They're booing the lack of performance.
Yeah.
And you have to understand that.
Yeah.
And I get it from that standpoint because this is a frustrated fan base. They're waiting for elevation just like everybody else is.
Mm-hmm. That's exactly right. And I feel bad because Kevin Ginkel in the run to the World Series was so studly, so many outings, so many times he'd get into situations and just through the sheer will and fire and temperament, he would get out of tough jams. And to see him...
Gink.
He's the Gink.
Was a cult hero.
Jared Carlin does not contort his face, body, and vocal cords for any other local athlete.
That's true. I'm going to have to find someone new if he keeps being the stink.
Yeah. And so that's the tough thing because, Torey Lovella's got a couple of guys down there who've been really, really good recently, and they've been letting them down very, very bad recently. I'm just confused about Justin Martinez. You get into the eighth inning. Maybe it's because they were leading by so much. Is that what it is?
Maybe.
I personally, from the minute he threw the first pitch, I'm like, it's going to be one of those. I didn't think it was going to get as bad as it did.
Yeah, which Torey Lovella was asked about that too. Why didn't you react quicker to an obviously struggling Kevin Ginkel on the mound?
I mean, I've been doing a long time with Kevin, and I respect what your question is, but I want to give him a chance as one of our more counted on positive role relievers to give him that opportunity to work through that. You got to be careful with your matchups with the righties at the top of the lineup. So I was really just trying to dig in and say, let's get to know Neil Cruz, and that was a matchup I felt like was going to be, at that point in time, the most important of the game. So, if you go 3-3, you're probably down Reynolds, Horwitz, I think. So you don't have an opportunity to match up the way you want to with some very critical moments left on left.
Yeah, and let's face it, Justin Martinez remains a question, but I think they're going to err on the side of caution with Justin Martinez. You're probably not going to see him back-to-back days for a while. He did have to come in and throw 13 pitches the night before in a game where it was 5-0, and it started to get sideways. Bases loaded, nobody out because McGuff didn't retire anybody. So Martinez had to be used in a game that should have been put away the night before without calling on his services. So I think those two games worked in tandem with each other, unfortunately, for the Diamondbacks.
Yeah, and the shame of it all is the Diamondbacks are finally at the place now where their blueprint for starting pitchers is working. Corbin Burns was fantastic last night. Those 2 runs that the Pirates generated came from one swing of the bat, and it was a quality start, and the Diamondbacks now rank 4th in Major League Baseball with that in that stat. And that was the ticket to success. So you're getting what you need to get where you want to go, but the bullpen keeps failing. And it's demoralizing. And once again, if you didn't hear Todd Walsh this morning, Todd relayed a couple of anecdotes of players essentially asking the manager, don't go down there, man. Stick with the guy. That's the sign of a team that's, been traumatized by blown saves.
Yeah, when you do everything you can to win a game for 7 or 8 innings and you let it slip through your fingers repeatedly, there's scar tissue from that.
No doubt about it. So all of that has led to this afternoon game that suddenly feels very dangerous. I don't know if Torey Lovella's job is imperiled right now, but I do know that we have already seen changes in Major League Baseball.
Yeah, and Brandon Hyde got let go in Baltimore. And Baltimore, for a long time, was on the same trajectory as the Diamondbacks. They were bad at the same time. They got good at the same time. And they were viewed as an underachieving team. And he got let go. I'm not advocating for it.
No.
As Todd Walsh pointed out, Mike Hazen, 11:45 on Wolf and Luke.
Yeah, must listen.
Todd Walsh also came through on his promise. He sent me like 5 different soft sell videos from the concert.
Well, he always does. He always does.
I like how he said, what was the band that he saw? The headliner?
Simple Minds.
He was like, I've liked Simple Minds since the 80s. I'm like, well, it'd be very weird if you started liking them in 2014.
Coming up next, we'll talk Suns offseason, some NBA playoffs with Kellen Olson, who's going to join us from Chase Field live. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs Pirates.
Bednar, his 2-2 pitch, swung on and foul tip. That is strike 3. The ball game is over, and the Diamondbacks blow another one. Final score 9-6. They had a 6-run lead, and it was just not enough, as Arizona has more questions than answers.
D-backs Pirates series finale game 3 live from Chase Field. Pre-game coverage starts at noon on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot doot, and sometimes it's like grrr.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh yeah.
Then we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the grrr.
Not with Fix Finder. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
The success you've already had matters at University of Maryland Global Campus because we're a school for real life. An accredited state university, UMGC lets you earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning, life, and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. We offer affordable tuition and online and hybrid courses. No application fee if you apply by May 30th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Something new is happening at Cox. Now the price of your Cox internet and mobile plan won't go up for 3 years, and Wi-Fi equipment is included. So no frustrating price changes, just a lot more of what you want, like a pizza with extra pineapple. Yikes. Okay, let's stick with something everyone wants. No price changes on your plan, guaranteed. Learn more at cox.com/value. Must have at least 500 megabits per second speeds and Cox Unlimited mobile taxes and fees excluded from price guarantee. Mobile data speeds reduced after 20 gigs usage per month.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Hi, this is Chris with Ready Services, Air Conditioning and Plumbing. I've been with the company for going on 15 years. What you're going to get is not only get your problems fixed, but you're going to leave with peace of mind knowing that it's done right and done well by a qualified technician. Ready Services won't ever take advantage of any of our customers. Our goal is always to be the most accurate in diagnosing and providing top-flight service for any service, air conditioning or plumbing.
ReadyServices.com. Ready.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta here to tell you about the amazing Memorial Day deals being offered all month long at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. My friend and general manager John Nissen and his team are rolling out nearly every remaining 2024 new Ford car, truck, and SUV now below employee price. Or get low financing on a 2024 Ford F-150 STX truck. Get 4.9% APR for 84 months. That's 7 years. Plus get $3,500 in Ford retail bonus cash towards your purchase. And to thank military and first responders for their service, they're offering an additional $1,000 Ford cash reward towards new purchases. All offers require approved credit. Memorial Day deals all month long at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, I-10 and Ray Road, or online at earnhardtford.com, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include the No Bull protection package as an added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers. Employee pricing available in select models. AXZP plans ineligible. Financing is $1,409 per $1,000 financed for well-qualified customers through Ford Credit, plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 6/2/25.
It's where every home run memory and walk-off victory is stored. Your brain shapes you, defines you, makes you you. But as any ball player knows, a brain or spine condition can change the game. That's why Barrow Neurological Institute is always swinging for the fences, pushing the boundaries of neuroscience medicine. Ranked top 10 in the U.S., Barrow helps patients hold on to their dreams, their memories, and themselves right here in Arizona. Barrow Neurological Institute, minding what matters most. Visit barrowneuro.org to learn more.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. A Corbin Carroll home run and a 6-run lead was not enough for the Diamondbacks yesterday, and they 9-6 lost to the Pittsburgh Pirates, where Kevin Ginkel and Jalen Beeks gave up a combined 7 runs in the 8th inning as the bullpen continues to be a major issue for this ball club. But today, Zach Gallen, with a chance to win the series, is on the mound for some afternoon baseball. First pitch will be at 12:40 here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. 5 finalists for the Phoenix Suns head coaching job have been reported. Jordan Knott, Johnny Bryant, Chris Quinn, Sean Sweeney, and Dave Bliss. For more on them and the Phoenix Suns, head to arizonasports.com. And Tyrese Halliburton's massive 32-point triple-double helped lead the Pacers to a 130-121 Game 4 win to go up 3-1 in the series. And the Thunder will look to punch their ticket to the NBA Finals tonight with a Game 5 win, while the T-Wolves attempt to keep their season alive. This report is brought to you by Brooklyn Betting. Good news, the Memorial Day sale has been extended at Brooklyn Betting. Get 25% off in-store and online through June 3rd. Find a showroom today or go to brooklynbetting.com.
When the new head coach comes in, the one thing he's going to have is someone who has sat in that seat. Not at this level, but has sat in that seat.
Arizona Sports. Suns. A new horizon shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Bickley and Murata.
Yeah, we continue here on the Wednesday edition of Bickley and Murata Mornings, talking some Suns coaching search, some NBA, and who better to talk that with than our own Kellen Olson, who joins us via video link at Chase Field, getting ready, filling in for Wolf today on Wolf and Luke. Kellen, thanks for being with us today. We appreciate it.
Hello, good morning. Great afternoon to be at the ballpark in any situation, but boy, is that challenging today, fellas. Boy, is that challenging, but it's always great to be out here, man.
I just said to Bick off the air, as we used to do the midday shift, that is the thing that I miss the most about that shift, is being able to do the show from Chase Field. Back in the day, we had to actually stay on the air when the game started.
Yeah,
they would play the games on ESPN 620, but it was still awesome.
The atmosphere, like the ambiance of baseball, unrivaled in sports, unrivaled.
Yep, I agree with you. All right, we're down to a reported 5 names on the Suns coaching list. Sean Sweeney, Johnny Bryant, Dave Bliss, Chris Quinn, Jordan Knott. Your reaction to this quintet, Kellen?
Yeah, I'm bummed Mike Inori didn't make the cut selfishly as the guy covering the team, because he was the guy where, from a media perspective, he would have been great to interact with. So just to get my own selfish take out of the way, that's the guy that I was hoping for. But also from an experience perspective, looking at everything that he did in Minnesota, he was the guy that was sort of separated from the pack, just in my own personal preference. But it's about what you would expect. I think Johnny Bryant is the interesting name here, because Gambo's reporting is spot on as always. So when you look at Gambo having his Gambo 5 last week and not including someone like Johnny Bryant, that tells me that Johnny Bryant impressed, quite honestly, and did fairly well for himself. His track record, of course, goes back to the Knicks, where he was an associate head coach, goes to Cleveland right now as well. So he's sort of the name that I'm keeping an eye on over the last couple of days, because we sort of knew this group that was expected to emerge over the last week or so. But he was sort of the surprise inclusion that we weren't expecting, and I'm curious if he's going to be able to carry that momentum all the way to the job.
All right, so what are the dangers of this coaching search landing on Jordan Ott, Kellen?
Oh man, for him alone, for him, it's just the lack of good faith, or any good faith that he would have, right? Like, I think that you have been kind, Dan, in your assessment of Brian Gregory, and saying you'll give him the benefit of the doubt, you'll give him a chance to succeed. A lot of Suns fans won't, and I completely understand where they're coming from after what we've seen the last 2 seasons, and the way in which he was hired, and the lack of experience that he has, just the total lack of experience that he has in that type of job. It really puts pressure on what you do around him. And like there's an argument here, right, Dan, that You go to Michigan State, if you go to Arizona, if you go to North Carolina, you're gonna hire people that you have ties with, that you're familiar with, and know your style of thinking, that kind of thing, for sure. But Ott specifically with Michigan State, it's like you just don't even want that to be mentioned. Like we should be talking about Jordan Ott's qualifications as an NBA assistant, which are good. Like he's been around for a decade. He's been in successful NBA programs for the last decade, being a good assistant, and his rise has been quick and prominent in the ways we expect for candidates of this measure, at this point being finalists for a job, to rise to. But if he gets hired, his press conference is going to be all about Michigan State. It's all going to be about Draymond Green, Jason Richardson, Mateen Cleaves, whoever else you want to name.
I made the joke earlier in the show, Kellen, that Matt Ishbia could back that. If that hiring does occur, he could say, look, I hired 2 head coaches who had no ties to Michigan State each of the last 2 years, and how did those work out?
Right, he knows what to expect, right? And I think there's a sense of familiarity here where to kind of zoom out fully and look at it from Ishbia's perspective and attempt to, at least you look at what he was sort of thrusted into, and not even putting it that way, like he thrusted himself into this situation, of course, but in the way that he went about sort of familiarizing himself with the way the NBA worked and looking at the ways that he tried to do it, it does make sense in some ways to go, well, I was around incredibly successful basketball programs, and I know the way that they think, and they think the way that I think about how basketball should be in that kind of way. So I'm not saying it lacks like logic, but it's just extremely concerning, because if you start to pile up these names, guys, now you've got this concern of like, are there people disagreeing with each other? You need differing mindsets. You need differing thoughts. I think that's one of the most underrated things about James Jones and Monty Williams. They disagreed constantly. They had differing opinions all the time, but that's what made them great.
All right, Eddie Johnson joined us a little bit earlier, Kellen, and he surprised me. He said that he knows that Kevin Durant wants to stay in Phoenix and can be talked into staying, and that maybe running it back would be the best way to go. I do not agree with that. I'm curious your thoughts on that, and when you hear that the San Antonio Spurs from Shams might be interested in KD and that interest might be mutual, what do you think of them as a potential trade partner?
Well, my stance on Kevin and just him coming back has just been that this doesn't work. It's not going to work. And the longer that you wait and just fail to admit that it didn't work and this is why it didn't work, then the lesser value you are going to get. You could have gotten more for Kevin at the trade deadline than you're going to get for him right now. You could have gotten more for him like last summer if you thought that way as well. I don't think many people thought that way. I certainly didn't think that way last summer, but his value is going to continue to diminish. And at that point, I think like the argument and the trap that I think we fall into sometimes, and of course highly respecting Eddie's opinion and his pedigree of the game that he has, that I certainly do not have in my own right, to say the least. You just keep you're so deep in the hole, Dan. Let's just keep digging. Let's just keep going a couple more feet further. Who cares? We're so far down here. We're not getting out at this point. We might as well just keep digging. I am not a fan of that thinking. I would like to escape the hole sometime soon.
I agree.
With that in mind and looking at San Antonio, the main thing that I like about San Antonio is the picks. You're not getting number 2 overall in this type of trade, of course, but they have another mid-first round pick. They have other enticing picks and swaps that the Suns could use as well. The young player pool is fine. Like, you're not getting Stephon Castle, but Devin Vassell has been an intriguing player, a difficult player to evaluate the last couple of years. They have a couple of other first-round picks who have been okay, but look, if you get a couple of younger guys and get them on their second stop and get younger talent, more athleticism, more length, that kind of thing, it could be a good place to look.
How much do you think the fact that KD is heading into the final year of his contract, how much do you think that could affect possibly a trade? Will it be a sign and trade? Is that even possible under the restrictions? Would a team obviously have to be willing to give him an extension on the back end? I mean, I think about all those plates spinning and wonder how that could affect things, Kellen.
Yeah, Vince, I think that is the question for sure, because from a negotiating perspective and how this has been presented to us through all the reporting, what it looks like is the Suns are going to work with Kevin Durant, they're going to work with his team and get a trade done. That's how this information has sort of been presented to us. But let's say that Kevin wants to go to, and again, I know absolutely nothing. I'm just working in hypotheticals here. Calm down, aggregators. Everyone slow down. Let's say he wants to go to Miami, and Miami's like, sure, we'll give you Terry Rozier, Nikola Jovic, and 1 first-round pick. Oof. Do you want to work with Kevin Durant that badly? At that point, you got to start doing what's best for yourself. And I wonder where that line in the sand is going to be, because to your original question, Vince, like that line is there. We can't act like it's not there. And I'm fascinated to see where it goes in terms of like the ability and what they're going to be able to do. The team that acquires him would acquire him with the understanding that he is going to like take that 2-year extension with them. So like sign and trade, things like that, they're totally fine. There's nothing really to worry about there in terms of more hoops to jump through. But there is going to be that moment where, like, if Kevin comes down to a list of a couple of teams that he wants to go to, or one team that he prefers to go to, that gives that team a ton of negotiating power, and we see how that has worked in the past. You can also get out of those situations, like a much lesser example, but you'll remember a decade ago when Goran Dragic's agent leaked 3 teams that he wanted to go to with like 36 hours to go until the trade deadline, winds up just being Miami, and then McDonough actually got a pretty good return on him. So those situations don't wind up as dire as you think sometimes, but that line is absolutely there, Vince, and that is the main storyline for Kevin and his team, the Suns, and everything else while we talk about Karl-Anthony Towns, whatever. What's today? Tell me what rumor is today. Is
right,
it LeBron yet?
That's the Karl-Anthony Towns rumors today.
Bronny,
are we talking Bronny yet, guys? What are we doing?
All right, so finally, KO, you're at the ballpark. Your take on their current predicament, their bullpen, and do you think the seat under Torey Lovullo is getting a little toasty?
It's hot. It's hot for sure. It has to be when you are in the position that he is in and the team is in the position that it is in, everything that they invested. It's so simple to just roll your eyes and just go, oh, this bullpen's terrible, just add a couple of arms. But we've seen so many unfortunate faults of this team over the last 2 months where, like, the best way to put it simply is I think baseball is super simple, and one of the reasons why I love it as well. And you'll just see this across all sports, but especially baseball, where you'll watch a team every day and you'll see them either do good baseball team things or bad baseball team things, and you know what we've seen more of over the last 2 months, and I think a lot of their talent and their ability has allowed them to overcome that, to even be in the position that they're in, quite honestly, because from an execution standpoint, from the defense, the pitching, everything that this team was supposed to be, they should in reality be like 10, 15 games under 500, honestly, with the way that they execute. But their talent has been able to overcome that, and I just wonder when that point is going to come in terms of a breaking point. And it feels like we're trending that way, guys. I don't know if you pulled up the schedule in June, but it is very, very light. So they got to go now. They got to start to make up some ground in this wild card race right now, because if they don't in June, they might be toast. That hot seat might be toast, and then that hot seat might cool down for whoever sits in it next.
So we got it. Trade KD for a closer is what you're saying. I got it.
Yeah. Let's see. Can we get like a wide receiver for Kyler too? Is that okay? Can we get a hockey team?
3-team
Can I ask
deal.
for a hockey team, please?
4-team deal.
Luke wants a hockey team back. Luke just fist pumped defiantly. Yes. Get us a hockey team.
Kellen, thanks for the time and the insight. Have a good show today.
Thanks, guys. Bye.
Kellen Olson sitting in for Wolf today on Wolf and Luke, which starts at 10 a.m. You can also read him on ArizonaSports.com. On Arizona Sports at Night, Empire of the Suns. He's a busy man. He joined us here on Bickley and Murata Morning. Some final thoughts straight ahead on the Wednesday edition. It's Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
A D-backs decision maker from the team's front office joins Wolf and Luke this morning at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Now more than ever, Lowe's knows you don't just want a low price, you want the lowest price. And with our lowest price guarantee, you can count on us for competitive prices on all your home improvement projects. If you find a qualifying lower price somewhere else on the same item, we'll match it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Price match applies to same item, current price at qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at Lowe's.com/lowest price guarantee.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Hey, it's Jody Jackson. Ready for a career change? You've heard me talking a lot about Y-Refi. Well, they're hiring. As a student loan advocate, you will guide their borrowers and co-borrowers through the application process, ensuring that you're helping each one of them in their unique situation. Many student loan advocates make six figures, and there is no cold calling. Y-Refi also offers great benefits, including 100% company-paid whole family health insurance and matching 401k. If you're interested, go to yrefi.com/careers or email careers@yrefi.com.
Hey, it's Gambo. You all know that Christian Brothers is your go-to company for all AC and plumbing needs. But did you also know they can help with any electrical issues you may have at your home? Christian Brothers offers an electrical safety inspection for just $69. This includes a panel inspection, testing all the breakers, tightening down all the wires, and much, much more. Mention me, Gambo, to get the $69 special for your electrical inspection. Call Christian Brothers at 602-222-3535. That's 602-222-3535 or online at cbrothers.com.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
So what happens when the Ford Memorial Day sales event meets employee pricing? We win big time because we pay what Ford employees pay, plus Memorial Day savings at our Desert Ford dealers. Yes, Paul Calvy's here, and it only happens once a year. Take that 2024 Ford F-150 truck. Right now, get employee pricing, plus 3.9% APR financing for 72 months, plus $3,500 in retail bonus cash and $1,000 in trade assist cash on a 2024 Ford F-150 2.7-liter STX. Or get employee pricing and 3.9% financing for 72 months plus $1,000 in trade assist cash on a 2024 Bronco Badlands SUV or a 2024 Ford Bronco Sport Badlands SUV when you trade. And Jeep owners get an additional $1,000 in Jeep Conquest cash on top of these great offers. It's employee pricing during the Ford Memorial Day sales event. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Song of the Day. Brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic.
One's going out to the request line.
To Todd's Garage.
Going to Todd's Garage in Fountain Hills. A happy birthday to you, Todd. The second most famous song by Simple Minds. Of course, everybody knows the Don't You Forget About Me from Breakfast. The Breakfast Club.
Yeah.
That's the go-to.
Okay.
This is probably second on that list.
I think so.
You know,
or 1A, 1B.
A fact about Don't You Forget About Me from the Breakfast Club. It was written, but wasn't written by Simple Minds. And it was offered to another artist to perform it on the soundtrack who first turned it down. Do you know who that artist was?
No.
Billy Idol.
You're not going to believe this. You are not going to believe when I tell you this. I was about to utter that name just out of absurdity.
Really?
Just as a wild guess. I just should have done it. Why did I do it? It would have blown your mind.
Billy Idol, years later, ended up recording the song in his own version of it. Not nearly as good as Simple Minds' version, in my opinion.
Okay. Yeah. Maybe I knew that subconsciously.
Yeah,
I don't know. But yeah. Or maybe I've just been thinking of those great Workday commercials he does. Yes. When everyone's a rock star, you're not a bloody rock star.
Those are great commercials.
They're fantastic.
But does Billy Idol have a mustache is the question.
No. He's got a lot of plastic filler.
Speaking of, did you see John Mellencamp last night at the game?
Oh, man.
Oh, my Lord, he's unrecognizable.
I would like to caution everybody in the listening audience, never put filler in your face. You end up looking like a freak.
Little ditty about Jack and Diane. This is going out to Todd Walsh. On his birthday, his request for Song of the Day, Simple Minds, Alive and Kicking.
Bickley and Murata going off the grid. Brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you've been hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
Quick look at today's Sanderson Ford poll question on the homepage at arizonasports.com. Which of the 5 reported finalists would you most prefer as Suns head coach? Your choices: Jordan Ott, Johnny Bryant, Chris Quinn, Sean Sweeney, or Dave Bliss. Of those choices, all due respect to all candidates, I'm going Chris Quinn.
So am I.
Okay. A CQ, very cool
Like I said,
initials.
I've a lot of good reports on Sean Sweeney. That wouldn't be against that. But Chris Quinn is my first selection.
Chris Quinn is the overwhelming choice of the respondents of this poll. 61% say Chris Quinn, 15% on Sweeney, 11% say Johnny Bryant, 9% on Dave Bliss, and 5% for Jordan Ott.
Wow.
It's got to be the Michigan State factor, right?
Rob Fredrickson voting. You know,
multiple times. Proud Spartans. That's today's Sanderson Ford poll question. You can vote on it now on the homepage at arizonasports.com. We had an interesting last 90 minutes of the show because Eddie Johnson came on and asked him about the future of Kevin Durant, asked him about the future of Bradley Beal, and Eddie focused on the Kevin Durant part, but when he said he knows for a fact that Kevin Durant would like to come back here, and to juxtapose that statement to what Kellen said, which is, let's get out of this hole. There's enough proof to determine that it hasn't worked.
Yeah.
Why do you want to keep beating your head against the wall to try to make it work? I'm certainly more on the side of Kellen's thinking, but I can't get past the fact of all the barriers that might exist between the Suns making a trade for Kevin Durant with another team, where he wants to go, his contract status, all the finances involved. What are you getting back from return? I mean, I cringed when Kellen said,
"Oh, that Miami offer, no,
the hypothetical
no.
Miami package." No.
So that San Antonio trade. Repeat that again, Sammy.
Yeah. So we've got Devin Vassell, Jeremy Sohan.
He's got the vein sticking out of his neck.
Yeah, he's notoriously known for the flamboyant hair. And then take your pick between Keldon Johnson and Harrison Barnes.
Yeah, and I'll take Keldon Johnson.
I'll take Keldon Johnson.
I'm there with you on that.
And then the 14th overall pick this year.
Okay.
The Spurs have the 2nd and the 14th. So then now you'd have 2 first-round picks if you're the Suns. You'd add Devin Vassell and Jeremy Sohan.
Couple of pieces.
Yeah.
With Booker, with...
I like that.
Yeah.
With other players that we don't know who are going to be here.
I can get down with that. The idea of trading him straight up for Karl Anthony Towns, it sounds like something, it sounds intriguing, but I think the Suns need to get pieces, plural.
To Eddie's point of, and it's fair, of where are you going to find 27 a game or where are you going to find all that field goal percentage, you're not looking necessarily for just one person to come in and score 27 points a game. You're looking for...
Moneyball.
Can you get 3 guys to produce 27 points a game?
Find it in the aggregate.
Exactly.
And again, I don't care about shooting percentages. I really don't. I know it. I know it matters a lot to Kevin Durant. I want guys who are... this team needs to be cut from a different cloth. Put it that way.
The Karl Anthony Towns thing, again, it's intriguing to me, too. Karl Anthony Towns would represent the best offensive center the Suns have ever had.
Wow.
He's better than Shaquille O'Neal was at his time in Phoenix.
And Amari wasn't really a center, even though they put that point center term on him to make him happy.
Yeah.
And DeAndre Ayton.
DeAndre Ayton is better than DeAndre Ayton. I mean, Alvin Adams in his day was a good offensive center, but was never counted on to be that kind of scorer or obviously three-point shooter. There's intrigue there.
You kind of pushed to the side. He is Devin Booker, one of his best friends.
Yeah.
So we don't know if Booker has any influence. It was a big storyline when he first got here, Booker. He's going to want to play with him eventually.
But he never did.
Going back to potential barriers, I've said it. You've said it today. Does Kevin Durant want any of the New York media smoke?
That's a great question. That's why that San Antonio thing, I think that appeals to him.
Maybe. Can we get
What a day.
Can we get a coach first?
What a day.
Thanks to Kellen Olson, Todd Walsh, Eddie Johnson for joining us. Thanks to you for hanging out. We're back tomorrow morning at 6. Wolf and Luke with Kellen Olson filling in for Wolf. Next here on Arizona Sports. Have a great day.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, live streaming shows and podcasts. Plus, listen to D-backs play-by-play. Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
When you switch to Progressive, you could save bundling your home and auto. Then you could put that money towards some of the surprisingly more expensive things in life.
Attention passengers, we've reached 10,000 feet and internet is now available for purchase.
I just paid hundreds for this flight, and you can't even throw in internet? I'll just take the free pretzels.
Sorry, but I do have snack boxes for sale.
I'm just gonna sleep.
In that case, we are selling pillows and blankets as well.
I'll just breathe. That's free, right?
Life costs a lot, so bundle and you could save with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Shane Company engagement rings are expertly crafted to fit both your style and your lifestyle.
My wife's an artist and works with her hands. Shane Company helped me create a ring that's beautiful and sleek. She loves it.
Shane Company rings are crafted with care using high-quality materials, and we set each center stone by hand in our jeweler's workshop right here in our store. We also protect your ring, including the center stone, with our unmatched free lifetime warranty. Let us help you find your perfect ring, in-store and at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Are you ready to buy your dream home? Well, before you start packing, there's one crucial step. Get pre-qualified. Getting pre-qualified is like your VIP ticket to the housing market, speeding up the entire process. We do more than just crunch numbers. We analyze your financial situation and fully underwrite your pre-approval. So there's no last-minute surprises. Don't miss out on your dream home because you chose the wrong mortgage partner. Get your free pre-qualification today within 24 hours. Go to lundmortgage.com.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Hi, it's Vince Murata here to tell you about the amazing Memorial Day deals being offered all month long at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. My friend and general manager John Nissen and his team are rolling out nearly every remaining 2024 new Ford car, truck, and SUV now below employee price. Or get low financing on a 2024 Ford F-150 STX truck. Get 4.9% APR for 84 months. That's 7 years. Plus get $3,500 in Ford retail bonus cash towards your purchase. And to thank military and first responders for their service, they're offering an additional $1,000 Ford cash reward towards new purchases. All offers require approved credit. Memorial Day deals all month long at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, I-10 and Ray Road, or online at earnhardtford.com, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include the No Bull Protection Package as an added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers. Employee pricing available in select models. AXZD plans ineligible. Financing is $1,409 per $1,000 financed for well-qualified customers through Ford Credit, plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 6/2/25.
This next song goes out to Cox Mobile for letting me video call my dog while we're on tour. From San Diego to Boston, I said hi. You started barking. Cox Mobile's got the bars to keep us both howling.
We run on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability. So whether you're at a concert or on the road, you'll stay connected. Visit cox.com/mobile. Cox Internet required. Cox Mobile runs on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability per Ookla US 2H 2024. Other restrictions apply.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. A Corbin Carroll home run and 6 runs was not enough for the Diamondbacks yesterday in a 9-6 loss to the Pirates, where Kevin Ginkel and Jalen Beeks gave up a combined 7 runs in the 8th inning as the bullpen continues to be a major issue for this ball club. And here's manager Torey Lovello after another frustrating loss.
I don't want to say that we got a lot of time. I don't want to live in that space. I want to do it now. I want to play good baseball right now. That's what we deserve. This organization, this entire valley deserves for us to go out and win baseball games and play our best baseball game. So,
Zach Gallen will be on the mound for the Diamondbacks and Paul Skeens for the Pittsburgh Pirates for some afternoon baseball. First pitch will be at 12:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And 5 finalists for the Phoenix Suns head coaching job have been reported. Jordan Ott, Johnny Bryant, Chris Quinn, Sean Sweeney, and Dave Bliss. For more on them and the Phoenix Suns, head to arizonasports.com. This report is brought to you by your Valley Chevy dealers. Get the freedom to save and the freedom to choose during the Valley Chevy Dealer Memorial Day event going on right now. Spectacular offers available now at your Valley Chevy dealers.
Check 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ha, chaw.
Arizona Sports 98.7 FM.
Oh, Luke, Wolf, hey, my brothers. Are you kidding me? This does not suck buttermilk, right?
Ron Wolfley.
Hey, I was a wedge buster. How are you?
Luke Lipinski.
Hey, guys, welcome back to the show.
It's Wolf and Luke.
Live from Chase Field, it is the Wolf and Luke Show. Kellen Olson is in for Wolf today. Kellen, what's going on, buddy? How do you feel about this baseball field in front of us?
It's very beautiful. I love baseball so much. The ambiance, the atmosphere, if you will, Mr. Lipinski. It's unrivaled. I love it. I love it so much that I still have a good vibe about me right now.
Okay,
which I should not after last night, to be clear, but we're in this beautiful seated area here, up here at Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers at the top of left field. When I asked everyone about this yesterday and where I was supposed to go, I was you mean Friday's front row? Like, that's what it'll always be to me in my head. But they were like, yeah, whatever.
It's been a few years.
It's been a while since I've been up here, but man, hey, if you're listening right now, listen, folks.
It's been a while. You walked right into it.
So it's 10:02.
Mm-hmm.
We got first pitch at 12:40.
Yes, we do.
This guy named Paul Skeens is pitching. Have you heard of him?
I have, but all I really care about is what time the 7th inning is going to be.
Oh, listen,
so
is that what? Are you feeling something in your throat right now? Is it a little itchy? Or are you getting a little sick right now at work while you're listening to this? Oh, that'd be a shame if you had to call out. Make sure not to get everyone else contagious around you. And then,
be respectful. Get out that door.
Sit somewhere where you won't be on TV and get caught by your boss, and come watch Paul Skeens pitch because this is his first time pitching here. He's a once-in-a-generation pitcher, truly. I'm very happy to be here and watch him, and hopefully we get a D-backs bounce-back win because, boy, do they need it.
Oh, what would they be bouncing back from, Kellen? I think we're probably going to have to talk about this at some point.
It would be a dangerous bounce, I think, right? Like, they're so low that, like, the heights they would reach in the said bounce would be, like, the thing where, like, it's like a – it's like the situation where you're like waving your arms through the air and stuff, like all the stuff you saw on MTV back in the day. There is that one show that I don't know if I can say on the air right now that I thought of.
You're just trying to avoid talking
Steve-O,
about the show. Yeah.
Chris Pontius, the works,
Yeah.
Johnny Knoxville, those guys. Yeah. Dangerous. It's dangerous. Speaking of dangerous.
Well, Okay, look, this is so. I told you before the show. I knew I was going to miss most of the game last night, so I knew I was going to have to rewatch it when I got home. And so there's like two paths you can go with this, right? You can do the whole nobody tell me what's going on. I want to watch it like it's live, basically. If I'm watching it at 11 o'clock at night, nobody's going to bother me then with anything, so I'm just going to watch it. So that's kind of the path I took last night. I really tried to avoid knowing it in the moment because I knew I was going to watch the whole game when I got home. And when I got home, they were showing the replay, and it was the 6th inning, so that already kind of ruined it. I was like, 6-0 D-backs. This is awesome. Obviously, Corbin Burns is still on the mound. Okay, this is done. I'm gonna watch it now, but I do know that they won, and that's cool. And then you start to see things start to unravel, and you're like, there's just no way. There's no way. Against the Dodgers, that 14-11 loss, yeah, it's rough. It sucks. That should never happen. It's probably going to happen maybe once a year, but it shouldn't happen. But it is the Dodgers. Like, you are facing Shohei and Freddie Freeman and Mookie Betts. Doesn't make it acceptable, but it makes it at least on some level understandable. Kellen, the Pirates' best hitter is usually Brian Reynolds. He's hitting like 208, and they've somehow managed to put together 7 runs in the 8th inning.
I don't know if you can write off 3 of these games in such a short occurrence, but to be clear, this is like the 5th time already we've seen it this year. Like we are not even close to halfway through the year, and this is the 5th time we've seen something like this. They were up 11-7 in the 8th against the Cubs at Wrigley. They were up 6-2 against the Braves in the 7th. They were up 11-8 against the Dodgers in the 9th, as you referenced. 11-6 against the Rockies in the 6th, and then 6-0 to the Pirates in the 6th. So, like, those first 3, like, again, it's in such short succession that I don't want to write it off at all. But those are 3 really good baseball teams. I know Atlanta's struggling a bit this year, but they're incredibly talented. The Rockies and the Pirates, Luke, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? So as the Suns guy, I am in a position right now to look at this, and not only from how expensive this situation is, but the vibes that I am getting right now is not last year's team, but the team before, which despite all of its ineptitude and clear flaws on the floor and how nothing gelled and they weren't doing anything the coaches wanted, all that kind of stuff, they won 49 games still.
Yeah.
Luke, I feel like I'm watching a version of that right now.
Yeah.
Where when I watch how much this baseball team routinely screws up and just doesn't make, like, the game-winning play. Like, there are so many situations where it's like the Alek Thomas catch over the weekend. There were a couple more yesterday where it's like if you just put together a good at-bat here, if you make that sliding catch there, if you get this key hit with – they just do not make those plays. They don't at all. And more impactful in that way is the opposite, where they damage themselves and hurt themselves. They are by far their own worst enemy. Their problem today is not going to be the Pittsburgh Pirates, Luke. It's not even going to be Paul Skeens. It's themselves.
Yeah.
And until that gets changed, they are going to be a severely underachieving team. And my whole point I was getting to with the Suns comparison is I think they're lucky to have as many wins as they are right now because I think their talent is bailing them out of these games. Corbin Burns nearly bailed it out himself yesterday. He was spectacular again yesterday. It did not matter one bit. It didn't matter.
Yeah, and it's another wasted, strong performance. Now, I understand it's Corbin Burns against the Pirates. He should give you that performance, but he did, and you wasted it. And you wasted the last one that he gave you, too. And it's just it's interesting to hear you compare them to the Suns team from 2 seasons ago, because I think if the Diamondbacks could somehow manage to make the playoffs, which is obviously still very in play, but like there's clearly issues now. But if you could somehow make the playoffs, I still think this is a dangerous team in the playoffs, whereas that Suns team ended up not being very dangerous, obviously. But my fear is that you keep losing games like this and you become the 24-25 Suns, where things start to break in the second half of the season, where it's just – Torrey always talks about being a connected team, and I know it's sort of a cliche, but I also think there's a lot of realness to it with this team when this team is going well. It's the way he manages. It's the way the guys on this team vibe together they do better when they're a connected team. But nothing breaks up a baseball team quicker than a bullpen coming in and blowing a save or blowing a lead, and you do it a couple times, and it can be damaging if it's in close proximity. They haven't done it a couple times. They've done it so many times now I've lost count of how many times they've done it.
At worst, coming into the year, what would you have said this team ranks in the National League? Like, at worst, they're probably 4th or 5th. Like, you got to put the Phillies ahead of them. You got to put the Dodgers ahead of them. Okay, maybe you want to put the Mets ahead of them.
Maybe the Braves or the Padres.
Yeah, maybe you're extremely optimistic about one of those two teams. But at worst, 5th.
Yeah.
Maybe 6th. Luke, they're 10th in the National League right now. They're 27-28. They're 7th in the wild card race. We're 55 games into the year. So here's where we're at. We talked about this yesterday. It bears repeating again today. June is a cakewalk. The cakewalk should have started in these last 2 games, to be clear. Pittsburgh is in town right now. Washington is going to be in town this weekend. Then you've got Atlanta, Cincinnati, Seattle, San Diego, but then most notably in the back half of June, Toronto, Colorado, Chicago, Miami. Let me say the thing. I think Torey Lovullo is managing for his job over the next month. I really think that he is, because at a certain point you are underachieving to such an extent. And look, like keeping Ginkle in, going to Jalen Beeks, whatever. I really do not care about the circumstantial semantics. I really don't care. Rotations, pitching choices, whatever. But when your talent is when you're this talented and you're not underachieving based on talent, but you're underachieving based on execution, that is an entirely different ballpark, and that is where the onus really goes on the manager for me. And like I've made it no secret, I am a fan of Torey. I think that he is a good baseball manager, but the results are going to speak for themselves here, and I really do think he's on a hot seat right now. And over the next month, if this continues, and we're talking about a team that is somewhere around 500, maybe a game or two over, maybe a game or two under going into June, to compare it to last year's Suns, the blow-it-up questions will begin. They'll begin.
Well, Mike Hazen's going to join us at 11:45 today. We'll ask him that. We'll ask him all this stuff. There's no way to not ask it, you know. And anybody that has listened to this show for the last few years, you know how candid and straightforward Mike Hazen is in times like this. I remember the year they went to the World Series, but they were struggling in August, and we were out at Cardinals camp, and Mike Hazen just called in and was probably more accountable than he even needed to be. I don't think anybody really looks at this and thinks it's Mike Hazen's fault at all. And then obviously that year they turned it around and went all the way to the World Series. And we have him on the show every other Wednesday or every couple Wednesdays, and he's always straightforward. Good times, bad times, whenever we had him on right after they got eliminated.
But everyone
that year.
deserves blame here, Luke. Everyone does. Like we talked about bullpen forever in the offseason, and like, go get a closer, not get a closer. They do not make any sort of key additions, and it's coming back to bite them. Now, you and I came into the year both optimistic that they were still going to have not only a solid bullpen, but one of the better bullpens.
I came in too optimistic.
In baseball, obviously, we both did, but like there's errors all over the place, and no one is
immune.
No one is immune to this. Even him and who we like agree is like we are incredibly lucky to have him as the general manager of any like organization. Like if he was the general manager of the Suns, are you kidding me? I don't know how much Mike knows about basketball, but does he want to consider a swap?
Maybe we should just ask him about basketball for 15 minutes.
Oh my gosh, can you do 2 at once, please?
Yeah, it's the bullpen, and obviously we'll talk more about the bullpen, but what is so backwards about it is if you had told me at the beginning of the year, hey, the bullpen's going to struggle, would our answer not have all been, well, okay, they didn't figure out the closer thing? And instead, for the most part, Justin Martinez has been really good when healthy. He's been great when healthy. It's the guys, it's the setup guys that have been reliable, the Kevin Ginkles and the Ryan Thompsons that have been reliable for this team the last couple of years they're not the only ones struggling. I mean, at this point, it feels like everybody except like J. Mart and Shelby Miller are struggling.
Before we go to break, the Diamondbacks are in the lead in the 7th inning. How many runs do they need to be up for you to be confident today? How many?
More than 6, because we've seen
it doesn't feel like 5 is enough, and that's crazy. No. That's insane.
I think it's always, after that Dodgers game a couple weeks ago, I'm at the point now where I always feel like a 6-run inning is at least possible for the other team. But until last night, I thought that team had to have a good offense. But if you're not throwing strikes, it doesn't really matter who the other team is. Join Wolf at Desert Ridge AMC on June 10th at 5 for a showing of Retirement on the Brink. Head to the contest page on ArizonaSports.com to sign up and become a VIP to get complimentary popcorn and a drink for the movie. When we come back, okay, now some clarity on the finalists for the Phoenix Suns.
Could you tell we didn't have it yesterday?
Man.
Holy Toledo.
Wow. Well, because everything was changing in real time. Now we know the 5 reported finalists.
We think.
Perhaps.
At
least
possibly.
For today. So we're going to, and Sean Sweeney's back. Now,
hey, welcome back.
We'll get into all that next. It's Wolf and Luke, Kellen Olson in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs Pirates.
Bednar, his 2-2 pitch, swung on and foul tip. That is strike 3. The ball game is over, and the Diamondbacks blow another one. Final score 9-6. They had a 6-run lead, and it was just not enough. as Arizona has more questions than answers.
D-backs Pirates Series Finale Game 3 live from Chase Field. Pre-game coverage starts at noon on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolf here for my brothers over at Presidential Pools and Spas. Go to presidentialpools.com for more information right now. When you choose Presidential Pools and Spas, you're choosing peace of mind. Their industry-leading 5-year warranty ensures your investment is protected. Plus, you'll enjoy exclusive presidential perks with every pool sold, adding extra value to your purchase. For over 3 decades, Presidential Pools and Spas has been the Valley's premier pool builder. They're APSP certified, hold an A rating from the Better Business Bureau, and are proud members of the prestigious United Aqua Group. Their cabinet is packed with awards, Basinonians, including Best of Our Valley 2024 and multiple Pool of the Year titles. Their team is made up of a lifetime of Arizona residents who grew up around pools and around water, and that's what's in their DNA. Go to presidentialpools.com.
Dan Bickley here, and do not miss the annual Memorial Day blowout at Chapman BMW, where you will find the lowest prices of the year, prices so low they cannot be advertised without disrupting the market. So go to chapmanbmw.com, click on the store you want, and see the instant savings. They'll also be open on Sunday, and that rarely happens, so don't miss the fun and the huge savings at Chapman BMW this weekend by going to chapmanbmw.com.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
At Farm Bureau Financial Services, we don't say 2 birds with 1 stone. We say 2 damages with 1 deductible. With us, if your home and auto are both damaged in 1 storm, you only pay 1 deductible. And we should probably stop using stones for that sort of thing anyway. Talk to a Farm Bureau Financial Services agent about our 1 deductible advantage at fbfs.com/protect. It's your future. Let's protect it. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Welcome to Bundle Deal Days at AutoZone.
Well, I do need a bundle of things.
When you bundle, you save.
Do I save if I bundle oil with an oil filter?
Save up to $12 on that bundle.
What about brake pads and rotors?
Bundle those and the brake pads are free.
Can't save more than free.
You can save on hundreds of deals during Bundle Deal Days. Ends June 2nd at AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply. Duralast brake pads only.
During National Military Appreciation Month, we at University of Maryland Global Campus say thank you to the service members, veterans, and families who dedicate their lives to our country. We are deeply grateful. For over 75 years, UMGC has proudly served the military community, from installations overseas to the communities you call home. Wherever you serve, we stand with you. Learn more at umgc.edu/thanks. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
Join Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers and Michelob Ultra in support of the Dine and Donate promotion during Brain Tumor Awareness Month. For the entire month of May, just visit any of the 18 Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers locations. Purchase a special menu item like their signature burger or enjoy the super light beer Michelob Ultra. And $1 will go to the Ivy Brain Tumor Center's fight against brain cancer. You dine, they donate. Now through May 31st. Visit coldbeers.com for more details.
Arizona sports. Drafting is going to be critical. The free agency is always critical as well.
Suns, a new horizon, shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Wolf and Luke.
All right, it's Wolf and Luke from Chase Field for Arizona Sports Half Day Club. Kellen Olson's in for Wolf. D-backs Pirates this afternoon. Kellen, a game that will decide who wins this series. Paul Skeens on the mound, so it's going to be tough to just get out to a 6-0 lead. Although Zach Gallen on the mound, and I know he struggled, and I know we'll get into this, but he is facing a Pirates lineup he should be able to do well against.
For sure, the type of bounce-back opponent you would expect. And the lineup news just trickling down. Still no Ketel Marte, who was ill yesterday and missed the game yesterday. So Jordan Lawler back in the lineup hitting 8th. And then most notably at catcher, Jose Herrera in the 9-hole. If you missed yesterday's show, Gabriel Moreno has been on an offensive tear to the point where I was suggesting that it's a breakthrough for him, and we're going to see a lot more of this in the future, and he should be in the lineup just about every day he can. But this is your classic turnaround where Herrera gets the nod, and it works out where it's Gallen.
Yeah,
Dare I say, like, that's a good way to, like, line up your...
It's Herrera catching Gallen.
Am I allowed to compliment Torey Lovullo, or will I set it on fire?
Okay.
I do have a Ketel update for you guys.
Yeah.
He was indeed talking to his bat last week. That is confirmed.
Talking to his bat.
Yes, he was talking to his bat last week. I don't know if you guys saw the video, but yes,
can we get him to go down to the bullpen and talk to them?
I don't know, but he does have conversations with his bat.
Hey, whatever's working, although he's not in the lineup. So that's it. That lineup against Paul Skeens, I mean, this seems like you're almost looking at it like we know this is going to be a low-scoring, grinded-out type game, which typically is against Skeens. All right, to the Suns, Kellen. So the way this worked in real time yesterday, you and I were talking.
Work is doing a lot of heavy lifting, that word work.
The way this played out, we knew something was coming at 1:15, but we didn't totally know what the list was or how big the list was going to be yet. So we were kind of talking about it, but on the air and ready to react to it in real time. And then it came down at 1:30.
We knew John Gambadoro was reporting something, and we knew it was going to happen during that segment. Did not happen during that segment. Then we got the names back, and
so, but it was unclear as to how many finalists there would be. And when we left the show yesterday, what it was here are 3 of the names, and those 3 names were right. And there will be 4. As it turns out, there is actually now 5. So here are the Phoenix Suns finalists for the head coaching job.
We think.
Yes.
Again, this could change because it changed like 3 times yesterday.
Johnny Bryant and Jordan Ott, who are both Cleveland assistants, and we're going to talk to Chris Fedor, who covers the Cavs, at 11 o'clock today to get some
good
insight.
Timing.
Yeah, it worked
good
out pretty
producing
well.
by one Jesse
Look
Morrison.
At that.
Look at that.
And we can certainly ask him about Bryant and Ott, because those are the 2 of the finalists. Chris Quinn, who we all expected would be in that spot. Sean Sweeney and Dave Bliss. Gambo reported yesterday that Dave Bliss, Oklahoma City Thunder, is going to be a 5th candidate in there as well. And obviously Oklahoma City's still playing and probably will still be playing for a couple weeks.
Yeah, if you wanted to interview Mike Inori of the Minnesota Timberwolves, you're going to have a couple. You just got to wait a couple more days, I think, and you're going to be able to. Dave Bliss is going to be busy for a little bit, Luke.
Yeah.
He's going to be busy.
So Mike Inori, at least as it stands right now, is not on this list. So.
Oh, my God, dude. Just get me to late July already. Yeah, so I think Nori was the guy that stood out to me in a lot of different ways. I obviously, as I mentioned on Bickley Murata earlier, I'm biased for sure. There's a little bit of like, oh, the guy who seems great with the media. Like, yeah, that would be refreshing after –
Are you saying the previous coach wasn't?
Interacting with Mike Budenholzer, I'll say. I wanted to say dealing with, but interacting with Coach Budenholzer last year. Interacting, another word, doing a lot of heavy lifting there.
I don't know these 5 coaches, but I feel like
odds are in their favor.
They're all going to be a little bit better. It's like playing high card, low card, and there's a 2 on the table right now.
Odds are in their favor. No one cares about that except me, though. What I think people care about more is like Nori as like a situational coach with like some of the rotation stuff he does. Like Frederick joined our show. Jace Frederick joined our show yesterday and was just like, he's the guy in charge of rotation. So when you saw Terrence Shannon Jr., their rookie who had sparsely played throughout the season, like that is like a Nori type of decision when he sort of gets in there. And Terrence Shannon Jr. was awesome in both of those games. So you look at the things happening in real time that he was doing. But we should focus more on the names that are available. The Cleveland thing is interesting for a lot of different reasons, I think, Luke. One of them being Gambo had his 5 where he was confident these are the 5 guys that are – it's going to be one of these 5 that's probably going to be the head coach of the Suns. And Johnny Bryant was not on that list. And I'm not saying this in a way like – the thing you got to realize about one John Gambadoro is that he knows what he's talking about and he knows what he's reporting. Mm-hmm. So what changed for Johnny Bryant, and you can look at that and like be a hater and be like, oh, you got to. We're not saying that at all. What we're saying is you should look at it like, oh, what changed for Johnny Bryant in the last week where he was able to elevate himself and get into this conversation in the way that he is right now. And Bryant is the assistant that ranks ahead of Jordan Ott. He's the associate head coach, the number 2 to Kenny Atkinson, who just won Coach of the Year. and then Ott is the assistant as well. Both similarly experienced, but if you look at just like the rise and where teams went and like the organizations all those guys were at, Bryant is like the more standout candidate to me. And then Ott, who has a resume, but it starts with Michigan State, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, we talked about this yesterday, and it's, as his name now is on a finalist list, that's only going to be more and more of the story. And to a certain extent, I do think it's fair. But it's not like he's not in the NBA right now. It's not like he just walked by us out here at Chase Field and they're like, oh, you went to Michigan State, you're on the list. It's not that, but that's what the narrative is going to be. And again, the Phoenix Suns are probably not going to win 55 games this upcoming season, no matter who they hire as a head coach. But I do think it's going to hit very differently with the fan base if you hire Chris Quinn and they win 34 games, but, hey, here we go, we're building something. Whereas if you hire Jordan Ott because the label is going to be Michigan State guy, and it's going to be like, well, yeah, because they didn't go out of the comfort zone. That's fair or not, that's going to be the label. So I am interested to talk to Chris Fedor and get his thoughts on Jordan Ott when we have him on, because he's not going to be talking about him from a Michigan State perspective. He's going to be talking about him from a Cleveland Cavaliers perspective.
Yeah, and what I really like about a couple of these candidates, one, and then I'm curious to ask more with our Cleveland guy, Chris Fedor, about Johnny Bryant and Jordan Ott, is the player development background, because that was something Jace Frederick came on our show yesterday and was like, yeah, that's a lot of Micah, and Jace went on to sort of describe to us, like, he went around doing a story last year on player development, was not asking about Micah Nori, but everyone just kept mentioning him over and over and over again, and that's the type of situation where you look at those two organizations and some of the players that they were able to get. Like Dean Wade is just like this random name in Cleveland where like casual NBA basketball fan might not know who Dean Wade is.
You see the D Wade and you're like, Dwayne Wade's back?
Yeah, exactly. Cleveland? Not necessarily. I think you'd figure that out once you lined them up side by side.
Well, yeah, just if you're looking at the box score.
But that type of story, how about Ty Jerome? In the last year, like Cleveland has found a lot of these guys. Even someone like Isaac Okoro, I think, is a guy where he was a top 10 pick. I think he might have even been a top 5 pick, where he would have just been a bust and totally out of the league, and his team would have given up on him. But they found a way to make him effective in the regular season. Obviously, Evan Mobley and his development, Jared Allen and his development. Like, they've had a lot of success stories over the last couple of years where not so much Bryant, but maybe Ott is the guy there that we should ask about. And then, obviously, when you look at Chris Quinn, the thing that intrigues me the most, and where we fall into a trap as well, Luke, unfortunately, is you look at what the Suns need, and they need to hit on the margins, and they need to find these hidden gems somewhere. That is what the Miami Heat do and have done for a very long time. We can fall into the trap here of attributing that to most of, if not all of, Chris Quinn when it is a team-wide and an organization-wide effort from Miami. But like Duncan Robinson, you can go on and on down the list. Even the Wildcats that they drafted this past year, like Pelle Larsson was good for them in the regular season. Jaime Jaquez Jr. was a big success story for them, taken in the back half of the first round. They've had a ton of guys like that. Haywood Highsmith played effective minutes for them this year. So I think from Quinn and from those two guys, I think player development has to be a big thing for one of these guys. I think the good news here for Suns fans is that's what Brian Gregory did for the Suns in the last year. He worked specifically in player development. So if there's something he's looking for besides aligned and all that stuff and yada yada, all the catchphrases that are there and all of the bullet points, he's going to be looking for someone who can excel in player development and find them a couple of hidden gems, and I think that's going to be one of the main bullet points that we hear from whoever is hired.
Sean Sweeney is a name we can get into again later on in the show too, because now that name stands out because he wasn't on the list originally of finalists, but he certainly has all the buzz of one of the strongest candidates. Now, I wonder if maybe he wasn't on the original list of finalists because Wolf threw his support behind him, and anytime Wolf throws his support behind a potential coaching candidate, they're immediately out, and he did that last week. He did it with like 8 Cardinals candidates before they hired Jonathan Gannon every time that person was like ruled out 5 minutes later. But Sean Sweeney is back on the list, or I guess on the list. So that's a name now. Why is his a little bit separate from everybody else?
Well, Dallas, you look at the way that they played defensively, Luke, and that's, I think, where, like, I'm guessing Wolf gravitated towards him because you look at the physical, hard-nosed style. They've been such a good defensive team over the last couple of years, and Sweeney has had a good chunk to do with that, for sure.
We come back. We're out here at Chase Field, so we're going to get back to baseball, and there's no way to avoid talking about the bullpen after last night. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke. Kellen Olson in for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Live streaming shows and podcasts. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo. Plus, listen to D-backs play-by-play. Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Hey, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here. You know when it comes to finding the perfect vehicle, there's only one place I trust, and that is Santan Ford. Whether you're looking for a rugged truck, a sleek sedan, or a family-friendly SUV, Santan Ford has got you covered. And let me tell you about the Ford Bronco. The beast is built for adventure. With its powerful engine, advanced off-road capabilities, and iconic design, the Bronco is ready to take on any terrain. Whether you're hitting the trails or crushing through the city, the Bronco delivers an unbeatable driving experience. Their team at Santan Ford is dedicated to providing top-notch customer service and making sure you drive away in the car of your dreams. Plus, with their unbeatable prices and financing options, you'll get the best deal in town. So why wait? Head on down to Santan Ford and check out the incredible lineup of Fords. Tell them Ron Wolfley sent you. I am Santan Ford.
Now is the perfect time to start on your next success. An accredited state university, University of Maryland Global Campus offers online and hybrid courses. Plus, you can earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. No application fee if you apply by May 30th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
When you switch to Progressive, you could save bundling your home and auto. Then you could put that money towards some of the surprisingly more expensive things in life.
May I help you? I just wanted to request a late checkout, please. Of course. That's $30 per hour for up to 4 hours. Huh. Okay, but if you can offer a late checkout, then that probably means no one is staying in that room. So if it's empty, maybe I can just stay a few extra hours. Oh, aren't you adorable?
Life costs a lot, so bundle and you could save with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Dan Bickley here, and if you're hurt in an accident and results matter to you, call the attorneys at Sweet James. Just in the last month, they won $500,000 for an auto accident victim, $745,000 for a trucking accident victim, and $4.5 million for a client hurt in a slip and fall accident. So if you're hurt in any kind of accident, call Sweet James, where you pay nothing until they win your case. 809-million, 809-million, sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
At Shane Company, we know getting engaged is a big decision. But once you know, you know. That's the way our customers feel when they choose a Shane Company engagement ring. They walk into a warm welcome and walk out with their dream ring, knowing they got it right. For almost 100 years, we've been offering personalized shopping experiences. And we're in it way past the honeymoon, with a free lifetime warranty that includes the center stone, cleanings, repairs, and resizing for life. Shop with us at shaneco.com or at your neighborhood store. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Here are the top 3 headlines.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Chime. You like going out? Yeah, I do too. Go to a lot of concerts, even more sporting events, obviously. Well, why not build up your credit when you're out with the Chime Secured Credit Builder Visa Credit Card? You can build credit with money you were already going to spend anyway, and you can avoid interest. It makes a lot of sense. So learn more at Chime.com, because the Chime Credit Builder Secured Visa Credit Card is worth checking out. No annual fees, interest, or credit checks. Use it everywhere Visa credit cards are accepted. Plus, with Chime, you get fee-free overdraft up to $200 until your next deposit, and you get much, much more as well. Make everyday purchases count with Chime Secured Credit Builder Visa Credit Card. Get started today at Chime.com. Chime feels like progress.
Chime is a financial technology company, not a bank. Banking services provided by the Bancorp Bank N.A. or Stride Bank N.A. members FDIC. The Chime Credit Builder Visa Credit Card is issued by the Bancorp Bank N.A. or Stride Bank N.A. Chime checking account required to apply. On-time payment history may have a positive impact on your credit score. Results may vary. Out-of-network ATM withdrawal and OTC advance fees may apply. Spot me eligibility requirements and overdraft limits apply. Timing depends on submission of payment file. Fees apply at out-of-network ATMs.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks allowed 9 unanswered runs yesterday to lose 9-6 to the Pirates at Chase Field. The Snakes will once again go for the series win in today's rubber match. It will be a tough task as Arizona faces Pittsburgh ace Paul Skeens. First pitch is at 12:40, and you can listen to the game on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. The Phoenix Mercury trailed by as much as 16 last night before coming back to beat the Chicago Sky 84-79 at PHX Arena. The Mercury are now 4-1 on the season. And the Western Conference Finals continue tonight. The Thunder look to close out the Timberwolves in Game 5. Tip-off is at 5:30 over on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by your Valley Chevy dealers. Get the freedom to save and the freedom to choose during the Valley Chevy Dealers Memorial Day event going on now. Spectacular offers available now at your Valley Chevy dealers.
Hey everybody, it's Burnsy. We're going to react to Corbin Burns' latest outing for Arizona. We'll react to how the Diamondbacks finish their series against the Pittsburgh Pirates as well. It's all coming up on today's Burns and Gambo Show.
Back here at Chase Field, it's Wolf and Luke. Kellen Olson is in for Wolf today as we get ready for D-backs Pirates out here on the field in front of us. And I'm looking at the 2020 NBA draft. We'll talk about that a little bit later on in the show. We don't need to get distracted by that now, but I'm just looking back to make sure I remembered everything right.
You did, buddy.
Yeah,
you did.
Okay.
11:15. We'll do it.
We'll
it's
get to
okay.
that.
We'll rip it off. It's fun.
As far as what's in front of us today, you brought up the question in the first segment of the show. How much do the Diamondbacks have to be up by in a game for you to feel comfortable at this point? I don't know. What did I say? 6 runs? You got to be up by more than 6, obviously, after what happened last night against that team. But that team that's still here today with Paul Skeens pitching, so you're probably not going to be up by 6 early like you were last night. Kellen, again, we're going to have Mike Hazen on later on in the show. We'll talk to him. I mean, obviously, nobody can give better answers on this stuff than the general manager of the team. And we're not going to be playing audio. We're going to be sitting here next to him, talking to him, so we can ask him this stuff. I don't know how long you can wait to do something with the bullpen, and I know I don't want that to just sound like the typical knee-jerk reaction. Oh, they lost. You got to change something. You can't. As a front office member, as a GM, you can't have that knee-jerk reaction because you can't make changes every time there's a bad game. But this has been building. I thought it built and then went past the breaking point in that Dodgers game. Then there was the Rockies game, and the one last night. I can't think of a worse Diamondbacks loss in years when you consider how good the team is supposed to be and what happened.
All right, Luke. Let's run down the line.
Okay.
You ready?
All right.
You got 5 names right now. Who are your top names in the bullpen?
Okay.
You got Jay Martin.
Yep.
Love that guy.
Feel good about him.
Throws the ball really fast.
Yep.
Shelby Miller.
Feel good about him.
Having a tremendous year. Jalen Beeks having a fantastic year.
Until last night. There's been a couple, but yes, overall, Jalen Beeks, that's the sort of guy you wouldn't just get rid of him because of a bad game.
Then you got Kevin Ginkel, and then you got Ryan Thompson, who were absolutely tremendous in some form or capacity within the last year, basically.
Yes.
And you're relying on that past precedent, those past results, to allow them to continue to get opportunities. So, again, those are the top 5 guys in your bullpen. Shelby Miller's last outing, he gave up 2 earned runs, and he lost the game. Blown save against the Dodgers. Justin Martinez, 2 outings ago on Saturday, 2 earned runs, loss at St. Louis. Jalen Beeks, his last outing yesterday, gives up that home run. D-backs lose the game. Ryan Thompson, now we're actually more than a week away. At least this was 9 days ago when he gave up 2 earned runs against the Dodgers in a 9-5 win. And then before that, of course, that was the absolute meltdown against Colorado when people were wondering, how do you even put this guy out there anymore? And then the Dodgers one was really does Shelby Miller really have to come in? That was that game. And then Kevin Ginkel last night. So over the span of 9 days, Luke, 9, all 5 of your most trustworthy arms have had a meltdown.
Yeah.
I'm not even talking like they've been a little shaky. A meltdown, and they have lost the baseball game. So, we're going to have a conversation remaking the bullpen.
I'm only laughing because it's all that there is left to do.
And I'm not trying to sit here and say, the bullpen's screwed there, but I'm saying, for the state that it's in right now, over 9 days, you have no, we talk about your ability to, how can you trust anyone right now?
If you ever needed proof that this stuff can be contagious in your bullpen, baseball is such a weird game and it's such a mental game, and you see it the other way. You see, hey, a couple guys just they can't get out at the plate. They hit everything, and all of a sudden their teammates that maybe aren't even great hitters, all of a sudden they're hitting everything too, and the hitting is contagious, or the other way, everybody's slumping. Man, this is like a case study in your bullpen, because you just rattled off some guys that have been good for this team this year. And it's all different, right? Like Justin Martinez, I can write off. It's his first game back from the stint on the IL. But some of this stuff, I mean, two of those names that you throw out there, Kellen, that to me are swinging everything. It's Ryan Thompson and Kevin Ginkel, because those are two guys when you came into this season and you were like, okay, what do we need to address with the bullpen? Is that going to be an issue? I'm sure internally they were like, okay, we think Justin Martinez is going to be ready to close this year. And they were probably, I'm sure, they were like, we know we can count on A.J. Puck, Kevin Ginkel, and Ryan Thompson because of what they've done for us in the past. And it's not like they're suddenly 58 years old. Puck's hurt. Ryan Thompson does not look like Ryan Thompson. And Kevin Ginkel really doesn't look like, he's been at the center of these two horrible blow-ups, where you lost the game to the Dodgers and you lost the game last night. I'm not trying to put it all on him, but I'm trying to emphasize the fact that that's a guy, as a manager, as a general manager, you're like, okay, things aren't going great, but we know Gink's got it covered. All right, we know A.J. Puck's got it covered. Well, Puck's hurt. Okay, well, we know we can count on Ryan Thompson, right? Well, no, he's struggling now, and he's consistently struggled this year, and that to me is where the bullpen is unraveling, because those were supposed to be not your closer, but they were supposed to be your just stable guys in the 6th, 7th, 8th innings.
Yeah, and I think the thing that I want to ask Mike about specifically, like, he's not in the clubhouse every single day, don't get me wrong. It's a bit of a different vantage point for him, but what I want to get thoughts on from him is, like, how does this, like, affect a baseball team from, like, a composure standpoint, and also just like let's say the D-backs come up in the bottom of the 6th and they're up 4-0 right now. You know what the offense is thinking? We need more runs. We need more runs. Now, that should be their mentality regardless. Like, I think that's one of the flaws in yesterday's loss that gets swept under the rug, rightfully so, because the bullpen meltdown was the main story. But the offense just went absolutely missing once the game was essentially wrapped up. Like, you cannot turn it off like that at all, especially with how your bullpen's going. Well, that needs to be the mindset right now, and rightfully so.
I think that's a good point, though, because when they were up, and I want to say they were still up 6-2 at this point, they had a couple really hard hit balls to center field that if one of those gets down, maybe they're up 7-2, whatever. But the other part of it, and this I think goes to your point of, like, how does this affect the team? Once the 8th inning happened, and I'm not saying, okay, well, the 8th inning happened, you better go out there and you score 5 runs in the bottom of the 8th or the 9th or whatever. But we've seen the Diamondbacks on a number of occasions put up runs in the 8th or the 9th. And last night, once the blow-up happened in the 8th, it felt like it was over. Even once it got to 6-6, it felt like it was over. Once the Pirates took the lead, I get it. It's the 8th inning. It's tough to come back. But, man, the Diamondbacks just didn't even look like they were there anymore. So you hope that that's just a one-game thing. Otherwise you're going to have problems.
Yeah, and this was before yesterday's show, to be clear, and before yesterday's game with some of these numbers. So they're a little bit skewed in a different way now. After yesterday, some of them might be higher, some of them might be lower. But if you look at May specifically, there are 6 players that the D-backs have with an OPS over 850. That's Marte, Perdomo, Moreno, Herrera, Gurriel, and Grichuk. They've only had 3 guys who have really been struggling offensively in May, and even struggling. Like Pavin Smith is 628 OPS. Like, that's not good, but it's not like an absolutely horrific
number. Doesn't sink your team.
Naylor at 684, and then like Corbin Carroll, we talk about struggling. Like, his OPS was 765 before the homer yesterday. Yeah. So like, he's still finding pop in his bat. So the offense, as much as we look at like situational stuff, runners in scoring position from a raw production standpoint, you're getting enough to be able to make up for this bullpen. Like, could you imagine if the offense was in a funk right now from a production standpoint? That goes back to the original point I was making at the start of the show, Luke, is like, I think just raw talent is overcoming some of the huge detrimental flaws from an execution standpoint that this team is having. And that's an example where, like, offensively from an individual perspective in the production, it's there, but it's not leading to runs. It's not leading to nearly enough wins.
Join Wolf at Desert Ridge AMC June 10th at 5 p.m. for a showing of Retirement on the Brink. Head to the contest page on ArizonaSports.com to sign up and become a VIP to get complimentary popcorn and drink for the movie. We come back, a little break from basketball and baseball. Cardinals OTAs getting underway today. So who are the biggest breakout candidates for this team in 2025? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke, Kellen Olson in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
You can't take Ryan Nelson out of rotation. He's got one more start against the Nationals before they've got to decide whether to go 6-man rotation or pull somebody out. But Ryan Nelson is proving that he's worthy of being one of your 5 starters.
Yeah, if Ryan Nelson does this again against the Washington Nationals, selling everybody on how you're a better baseball team doing it like this is going to be a really difficult sell. And I don't know how they're going to explain it. I don't know how they're going to spin it.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Aria Dental Implant Center. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com for more information right now. Listen, Aria is led by Dr. Joe. Dr. Joe is super cool, man. Has a wide hawk. I call it the wide hawk. He shaves the sides of his head right there down to a point. This is what I had earlier, but with over 20 years of dental implant expertise, their locally owned center specializes in transforming smiles with the All-On-4 dental implant treatment. I've had the All-On-4. I've got the wide hawk also and the All-On-4. With transparent pricing and no hidden fees, they make it simple and cost-effective. In most cases, patients can receive their final custom zirconia smile 5 days after surgery. Aria Dental Implant Center, where you don't just get implants, you gain the smile you deserve and the care that you can trust. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA Dental Implant Center.com.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, your service department moves fast.
What's up, Dave? We get it. Life moves fast. That's why our service department stays open late. Drop off by 8 p.m. and we'll have it for you ready for the next day. Plus, only at Liberty GMC all year round, buy 2 tires and get 2 free.
What?
Now that's service you can count on. And if you're looking for a truck, you can enjoy $12,250 off a brand new 2025 Sierra 1500.
Shop and buy online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card, so let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. It's the Sleep Number Everything Smart Bed sale. Every smart bed and base are on sale during our Memorial Day event. Up to 50% off, plus free home delivery. Limited time, exclusively to Sleep Number store near you. To learn more, visit one of our 12 Phoenix Sleep Number stores or visit sleepnumber.com.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month, but what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword Mike Rowe. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword Mike Rowe. Pure Talk, a wireless company that actually stands for something.
Coverage of Cardinals OTAs brought to you by Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing.
Wolf and Luke talking Cardinals OTAs now.
Now we're back out here at Chase Field. It is Wolf and Luke. Kellen Olson is in for Wolf. Players on the field starting to warm up. D-backs Pirates at 12:40 today.
I was telling Jamal, we're fortunate to be in left field right now because if you've never shown up early, we've been making the pitch. Like, again, it's only 10:46, as you said, 12:40 first pitch.
Yeah.
Maybe your throat just got a little itchy after you heard that Paul Skeens is pitching today.
You still got time to
just
get down here.
Come on by. There's going to be plenty of seats available, I'm sure. But I was also telling him if you've never seen O'Neal Cruz in person as well, he is a absolutely phenomenal talent. And we show up 3 hours early, as you know, to speak with Torey Lovella, right? So we will watch BP. And, like, you've been up there before where you're just sitting there watching a YouTube video, working on other work as, like, you're waiting for the game to start or whatever, but you'll hear a sound in BP every now and then that'll make you look up.
Yeah.
O'Neal Cruz hits, like, 7 of those in BP a game. He hit one time, Luke, that over there in right center, if you've been here, you know, like the railing and the awning and the walkway, that's like the Barry Bonds Avenue, basically, where he used to deposit balls all the time. There's that Coors Light sign right there. I watched O'Neal Cruz hit a ball above that.
That's ridiculous.
In BP before. So we're in left, thank goodness, because if we were in right center or right, we would have to be on lookout
This
for
could
him.
get a little dicey. Yeah, and
he's awesome. I'm super excited to be here today.
if you're up there watching YouTube videos while O'Neal Cruz is taking batting practice, you need to be watching YouTube videos of O'Neal Cruz taking batting practice.
I got like a really crappy video of it that's somewhere on my Twitter account, but it was still like you could still tell from like him being so far away and the sound that it made that he hit that ball a mile. I went to the usher. I was like, where did that go? They were like, oh, up there. I was like, so it didn't land on the walkway? They were like, no, it was like 4 rows up.
They're like, that's in Mesa right now, actually.
Yeah.
For football, OTA is starting up today, and we're actually going to be out there at Cardinals headquarters tomorrow and Friday. So there's going to be a lot of football on the show the next 2 days. We're only going to get to it once here because we got a shorter show today as well. But story up on CBS that we're really not going to use at all other than a launching point here, but talking about 5 under-the-radar NFL players that are primed for a breakout in 2025. There are no Cardinals. There's only 5 players on here. But it does beg the question, Kellen, and you and I really haven't got to talk Cardinals much recently just because of the time of year that it is. If you have expectations for the Cardinals that they are going to contend for a playoff spot, that hinges on some players breaking out. It's still a younger team. It got a little more experienced, obviously, this offseason with the moves in free agency, but it does still hinge on certain players breaking out. So I'll just ask you this. Is there a player or players that you're looking at that you either expect that from or that you feel like they just really need it from?
So I'm going to bounce this right back to you, and I'm going to present you a hypothetical. You ready? You know I love these every now and then.
You do.
I'll toss them your way every now and then. Okay. Year 2.
Okay.
For the 2024 Arizona Cardinals draft class. There are a lot of guys that you're going to go through. A lot of names there. The number one name, and where you talk about year 2 breakouts and things looking at, I think Marvin Harrison Jr. is going to be the most popular name in football, let alone here with the Arizona Cardinals. But let me present this hypothetical to you. You will get a breakout year for Marvin Harrison Jr. alone.
Okay.
Or you will get a collective breakout for the rest of that draft class. What are you taking? Because there are a lot of guys in that draft class, Luke, that are kind of important to this football team.
I'm not even sure I really have to hesitate, but I'm going to throw out a couple of names. So you got Darius Robinson. So you're saying he would break out. Max Melton would break out.
I'm saying like a little, like collectively.
Yeah,
like
not that they're all going to be amazing.
Yeah, none of them are all Pro Bowlers, but the names go on.
So D-Rob, Max Melton, Trey Benson. You know, you never know.
Underrated, important guy for this year, Trey Benson.
I actually think he is going to kind of break out.
Me too.
Statistically, I don't know, but just his play. Isaiah Adams would obviously be huge, and there are other ones. I mean, Tip Ryman, Rabbits. If I say Tip Ryman's name 3 times.
How about Elijah Jones?
Will Wolf appear from the other side of the country?
How about Elijah Jones? Did not play last year, and all of a sudden their corner room is a lot more important. When they were making those picks, like Denzel Burke came down, I was like, is Elijah Jones going to get like cut? Is Keitrell Clark going to get cut? Like guys that we thought were pretty important to them, and then of course like the Sean Murphy Bunting news there. Like I mean, you can sprinkle in Xavier Thomas if you want to. I'm not sure if he'll be with the team. You can sprinkle in Jaden Davis in the 7th round, another corner, if you want to. But it's just my kind.
I think I would take the field.
Me
honestly.
too. And I think for me, it doesn't even come down to, like, you could include or take out Darius Robinson and Max Melton. Like, I think Trey Benson is going to be crucial to what they're doing this year because we were in a situation last year where we just did not see Trey Benson. And you are familiar with this rule, and it just amuses me that people listening will not know who I'm talking about when I say this, so it makes me just continue the bit. I've got the Abdul Nader rule on our son's podcast. And basically what that means is when you see a guy that is either on the field and you're like, why is he out there?
Yes.
Or the opposite, where someone is not on the field, and you're like, why isn't he out there? The reason why is because that guy is either doing exactly what the coach wants or is not doing what the coach wants at all, and they just don't trust him yet. Of course, Bruce Arians, DJ Humphries, like that's the obvious one here that kind of comes to mind. Why he wasn't playing, and that turned out to be correct. Trey Benson clearly just wasn't up to speed enough with some of the things that they needed from him, maybe in pass protection, whatever the intricate details are that those that normally sits in this seat would know far more. But what I do know for sure is that James Conner is going to miss a game or two, and he is a guy where if you look at his production and just his workload last year, Luke, it was very intentional. I don't know if people noticed the degree to which it was intentional for his carries. So he opens the year with 16, 21, 9, and then 18 and 19 carries, but then he had 7 before taking 19, 20, 18, and then he was down to 12 and 7 back-to-back weeks. That included a bye week. And then he came back 17, 18, 16, 15. He's not even breaking 20-plus carries. He only reached 20 carries twice the entire year. But there's obviously a couple of breaks in the schedule where you saw, he cannot take the full workload. This week we need to split it with other guys, and that is where the value of the third running back taken in his draft class in Trey Benson will provide tremendous value. And then beyond that,
a lot of people thought might be the best running back in that class, too.
Exactly. And beyond that, Luke, to just continue the belabored point here, it's not just about Trey Benson. How about Isaiah Adams starting on the inside potentially? And then how about Tip Ryman, who's going to be on the field a whole lot more this year than he was last year? And he was on the field a fair bit last year as well. So we talk about, what is the ideal version of the Arizona Cardinals? We've had different versions of this conversation. But to me, and my stance on this, they're running the football, they're controlling time of possession, and now with the additions that they made to their defense, that should be a lot more feasible. You want this to be one of the best running teams in football. We expected that last year. It was sort of mixed results, but you look at the key pieces there, Benson, Ryman, Adams. If I could get those three guys much better than they were last year, I think the whole offense is in business. Even if Marv catches 70 balls for 800 yards, I still think they would be in a great spot.
Yeah, and so I think I would need to have D-Rob included for me to confidently take the field for just what my preference would be. And there's a couple reasons. One, I think he can be a wrecking ball if he's healthy and he takes that step that everybody was expecting last year. Isaiah Adams, I think, is extremely important now to this team because they didn't really address interior offensive line this offseason, and I suspect they didn't address interior offensive line because they believe Isaiah Adams is going to take a jump. So I think that would be huge. And if you're telling me I get a jump on some level from Adams and Benson and D-Rob, the thing with Harrison, and they need that connection to take the next step. Wolf has said this a billion times. It's impossible to argue with that. They need that. But there is a world where Marvin Harrison Jr. is a lot better next year, but his stats aren't necessarily that much better. You know what I mean? Whether he misses a couple games or Kyler misses a couple games or whatever, maybe he's just making great plays, but it's not necessarily resulting in a ton more yards or touchdowns. I think that it would. I think if he goes out there and takes the next step, it's going to be noticeable, but what does that necessarily look like statistically? Whereas if you're telling me 4 or 5 guys would take decent steps that are guys that you're looking to use, I just think as a whole that would help this team more.
Can I give you one more name, but sort of in an unconventional thought here?
Okay.
How about Justin Jones, who just didn't play last year because he got hurt 3 games into the year, and he was the signature signing for them in free agency last year. Now, defensive line, they got a lot to figure out in a good way because we don't know who's exactly going to be back. We're going to see a lot of Walter Nolan. We're going to see a lot of Dalvin Tomlinson, Josh Sweat, Calais Campbell, and then I do expect Justin Jones alongside Darius Robinson. And that's the kind of thing where, again, if Dalvin Tomlinson is as good as he has been for the last 5 to 10 years, if Josh Sweat, same kind of thing, and then if Justin Jones is that stable as well, what does that do, Luke? That's going to allow Walter Nolan and Darius Robinson to be playing without any pressure. How much pressure was on Darius Robinson when he came back from injury and was not healthy last year?
Wasn't realistic.
It was okay, can he get 5 sacks in 5 games? Can he honestly get 1 or 2? You're asking way too much out of a rookie, but in this situation, those 2 young players, if those veterans are as stable as they should be, they're going to be in business. I think you'll see career years for not only Zaven Collins, but obviously Darius Robinson and Walter Nolan as well, if those guys are stable.
When we come back over to basketball, we know the 5 Suns finalists for the head coaching job now, and we are about to get a lot of insight on 2 of them. What would Jordan Ott and Johnny Bryant bring to the Suns if they were the Suns' next head coach? We're going to ask Chris Fedor, Cavs reporter for the Plain Dealer and Cleveland.com. He'll join us next. It's Wolf and Luke. Kellen Olson's in for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marana mornings.
There is such a huge percentage of Diamondbacks fans that think Everything is on the manager. Pin it on the manager if you want to. Everybody deserves blame for what has happened this season.
And again,
but if that's your take, it's lazy as hell.
Blaming the manager is such a reflexive thing to do.
You're too soft. Bickley and Murata, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All Pro Shade Concepts is proud to celebrate 20 years of providing shade solutions for homes in Arizona. This year marks their 20th anniversary, 2 decades dedicated to keeping patios cool, private, and protected, earning the trust of thousands of homeowners across the state. All Pro Shade Concepts offers a wide range of high-quality shade products, including custom-installed patio shades, awnings, and sunscreens. Enjoy free estimates and free installation on all products. When you gotta have shade, their custom-built shades block up to 95% of the sun's UV rays, reduce dust and wind, and can lower temperatures by up to 20 degrees, and it keeps getting better. All Pro Shade Concepts will donate a pair of running shoes to Shoes for Soldiers for every shade order. You can even nominate a soldier by texting SHOES to 620-620. Go to allproshade.com for more information. That's allproshade.com.
Hey, it's Vince Murata announcing huge Memorial Day savings all month long at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa, your locally owned GM dealer. And local matters. Check out these all-electric options. You can drive out a 570 horsepower GMC Hummer EV pickup and save up to $28,000 off MSRP, or even the Sierra Denali EV at $18,500 off MSRP. Both of these 2024 models are available at a low 0% APR financing rate for 60 months with approved credit. That's right, big discounts or low rates, all at Earnhardt Buick GMC, or take advantage of their full digital shopping options with No Bull Express at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. They'll treat you like family, and that ain't no bull. We are professional grade.
Most new vehicles include a $998 No Bull protection package as an added benefit. Offers include all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. 0% for 60 months is $16.67 per month per 1,000 financed. Based on approved credit, not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 6/2/25.
Hot dogs and baseball. Name a better duo. Doghouse Downtown Phoenix brings the ultimate game day flavors 24/7. Savor all beef house dogs on King's Hawaiian Rolls, or dig into their new Big Belly Burgers. Score big with happy hour Monday through Friday from 3 to 6 p.m. and all day Sunday. Plus, check out their lineup of craft brews. Find them at Central and Washington, or order right now at downtownphoenix.doghaus.com.
Dan Bickley here, and New Life Dental Implant Center is doing more than giving people new implants and new smiles. They are giving people their dignity and their happiness back. And that's because they offer amazing quality, great convenience, and unbeatable prices, the lowest you are going to find anywhere. And that is how they are transforming the lives of so many people in the Valley, and you can be next. Call 602-855-0000 or online at newsmilearizona.com.
Get the freedom to save with your Valley Chevy dealers. Spectacular offers are available right now. Plus, you'll have the freedom to choose from an extensive lineup that's ready for all the adventure ahead. That includes popular models like the legendary Silverado and versatile Equinox, plus the feature-packed and affordable Chevy Trax. Don't miss out. Memorial Day marks the beginning of summer and a great time to hit the open road in a brand new car, truck, SUV, or EV from your Valley Chevy dealers.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Nia.
Hi, Nia. It's Jennifer. Did you know that Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Yeah, I work here.
Okay. I was just double checking. Get it?
Because Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Oh, you get me, Nia.
You could say that I double get you.
I guess we've taken it too far. You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
For a lot of us, saving up a down payment can be the biggest barrier to buying a home. So Rocket Mortgage is lowering down payments to 1% for eligible home buyers with OnePlus. Because everyone deserves their shot at the American dream. Call 800-4ROCKET or visit rocket.com to get a head start on your starter home.
Rocket Mortgage, LLC. Licensed in all 50 states. NMLS ConsumerAccess.org, number 3030.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks allowed 9 unanswered runs yesterday to lose 9-6 to the Pirates at Chase Field. The Snakes will once again go for the series win in today's rubber match. It will be a tough task as Arizona faces Pittsburgh ace Paul Skeens. First pitch is at 12:40, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And the Phoenix Mercury trailed by as much as 16 last night before coming back to beat the Chicago Sky 84-79 at PHX Arena. The Mercury are now 4-1 on the season. This report is brought to you by your Valley Chevy dealers. Get the freedom to save and the freedom to choose during the Valley Chevy Dealers Memorial Day event going on now. Spectacular offers available now at your Valley Chevy dealers.
Arizona Sports. Suns. A new horizon shaping the Suns' future this offseason.
We're going to make some changes.
With Wolf and Luke.
All right, we're back out here at Chase Field getting ready for Diamondbacks Pirates with the Arizona Sports Half Day Club. Zach Gallen against Paul Skeens, in case you hadn't heard. But we're going to talk basketball right now. It's Wolf and Luke. Kellen Olson's in for Wolf. And we got to find out some stuff about Jordan Ott and Johnny Bryant. So we're going to talk to Chris Fedor, Cleveland Cavaliers reporter for The Plain Dealer and Cleveland.com. That's 2 of the Suns' 5 finalists. Chris, thank you so much for joining us. How are you doing?
I'm doing great, guys. How are you?
Doing good, doing good. I'm actually going to start with a Jordan Ott question, just because out here he's kind of being viewed as one of the candidates much further down the list, and honestly, a lot of the fans are just looking at him because of his Michigan State connections. But what can you tell us about him and his actual NBA credentials?
Yeah, I mean, I think when you talk about Jordan, one of the things that he has done well throughout the course of his career, guys, is he's been known for player development. He's been able to get his hands on a lot of these young players, whether it was in Brooklyn, whether it was in Los Angeles, or here in Cleveland, and kind of oversee the development of those guys and help them take the next step in their career. He's very detail-oriented. He's got modern philosophies. He's really, really smart. He can see things that pick up on these little things that will help a player take the next step. And, you know, he has been a big part of Evan Mobley's evolution this year. Obviously, Evan was on a certain kind of trajectory, and he had already accomplished a lot of things. But this year for Evan was the breakthrough year. And, yeah, a big part of that was Kenny Atkinson. A big part of that was Donovan Mitchell's willingness to take a step back and empower Evan. But a big part of that also was Jordan Ott, who has overseen the development of Evan this year, and he's helped him refine his game. He's helped him add his game more to the perimeter. He's helped him come up with moves and counter moves and stuff like that. And every time that Evan is going through film breakdowns, Jordan Ott is right next to him. Every time that Evan is going through an individual workout on the court, Jordan Ott is right there next to him. So I think that's the thing that stands out to me, is his ability to take a guy who has talent but find a way to maximize it.
I was curious for you specifically when it comes to like the relationship that he has with someone like Evan Mobley, and just how he uses his personality in that kind of sense, because Evan is like not the most braggadocious, outgoing person, at least from our perspective nationally. So I was curious, like the vibe you get from Jordan, how important those relationships are with him in developing players in that kind of way.
Yeah, I think they're big, and I think the key is, and I've had so many conversations, guys, with so many different coaches about this and so many different players about this. Like, you can't treat everybody the same kind of way. Like, you have to find what it is that you can communicate to Evan in this case that is going to resonate with him. And I think Evan is a chill guy. He's California chill. He's laid back. He isn't that flamboyant. He's very businesslike. He's all about basketball. And I think Jordan Ott found a way to get through to him in that kind of way because he was able to speak that language. But, you know, in past situations where he's in Los Angeles or in Brooklyn and he's got a different kind of personality that he's dealing with, then he has to adapt to that, and he has to find a way to communicate with those guys and get through to those guys, because you can't communicate to Evan Mobley the same way that you can with Jared Allen. They're just different players. Same thing when it comes to Darius Garland and Evan Mobley. So I think an understanding of that is something that stood out to me about Jordan, going all the way back to his time with the Cavs at Summer League when he was running the Cavs Summer League, and he had a bunch of different guys that he was trying to get through to and trying to work alongside. And it's all about finding, okay, what buttons can I push to bring out the most in somebody? And he has found a way to do that with Evan.
We're talking to Chris Fedor, covers the Cavs for the Plain Dealer and Cleveland.com. Chris, as far as Johnny Bryant, again, the perception out here, and I think even kind of nationally, is that he is maybe further along, and conventional wisdom would say he's closer to being ready for an NBA head coaching job. Do you see it that way? Is he more ready than Jordan Ott, or is he just different than Jordan Ott?
I think he's a little bit more ready just because of the experience that he has, but I think readiness is defined by what you're looking for from your next coach. And sometimes you just have to take a chance on somebody because of all of the great things that you like about them. And you say, you know what? Who cares about experience? You know what? Who cares about age? We like this guy's skill set. We like his qualifications, and he checks all the boxes of what we're looking for. I just think from a Suns perspective, it seems like a team that is more ready now, a team with a bloated salary cap, a team that has, for now, a bunch of future Hall of Famers on the roster, and Johnny is a little bit further along in terms of his career progression because he has been a lead assistant for Tom Thibodeau in New York, because he's been a lead assistant for Kenny Atkinson 1 year here in Cleveland, because he has a lot of work that he's done behind the scenes with Donovan Mitchell in terms of player development and building that relationship because of all the time spent in Utah alongside Quinn Snyder. So I just think there's probably a little bit more maturity attached to Johnny Bryant and a little bit more readiness attached to Johnny. And if that's what the Suns are looking for, if that makes sense for their setup, then I think that would probably be the way to go. Because, for a couple of years, guys, there was this reputation that Johnny Bryant had around the NBA of, is he just Donovan's guy? Has he made his name based on Donovan Mitchell and all of the things that those two guys accomplished together in Utah? And for him to then leave Utah and go to New York and show that he could be Tibbs' right-hand man and show that he wasn't just somebody whose success was completely defined by one play. I thought that was a big step for Johnny. That was him recognizing, all right, if I'm going to try and make a name for myself, if I'm going to try and become a head coach one day, I've got to kind of expand. I've got to go to a different situation with a different group of players, with a different set of coaches around me, and show that I can be successful and show that I should be getting recognition for some of these head coaching jobs. He's gone through the interview process in the past. He's had more head coaching interviews in the past than Jordan Ott. So he, I think, is further along in his understanding of that whole interview process. And then the work that he did here in Cleveland, not just with Donovan Mitchell, but alongside Kenny Atkinson as his right-hand man for a team that won 64 games, that went to the conference semifinals. I think it speaks for itself.
Our summer here in Phoenix revolves around what the Suns are going to do with Kevin Durant. I don't want to ask you specifically if he makes sense as a trade acquisition for Cleveland, just more so the conversations I'm sure you guys have been having the last couple of weeks in the future of this roster, because we're looking around at questions surrounding not only KD but Giannis as well. Does that extend to Cleveland? Do you expect a major roster shakeup for them this summer?
I don't know that I expect a major roster shakeup, but I think, guys, they're at a point where they're more willing to consider it and more willing to listen about it. And everything in all of these conversations, when it comes to any offseason maneuvering, if it's the Suns, if it's the Bucks, if it's the Cavs, it's all dependent on what you get back in return for some of these players that you have. If nobody is going to meet the asking price of the Bucks for Giannis, they're not just going to give him away. It's the same thing when it comes to the Cavs. To this point, guys, they just have not gotten the kind of offer for either Jarrett Allen or Darius Garland that has made them say yes, that makes them believe that it's going to make them a better basketball team, both in the short term and in the long term. But if there's somebody out there that's going to make the kind of offer that's enticing enough that can allow them to kind of reimagine their offense, reconfigure their roster and maybe reset their salary cap situation a little bit, I do think they would consider it for sure when it comes to Darius and when it comes to Jared Allen. Because even though they believe in this core four and they understand the success that this core group has had together, that being Donovan Mitchell, Darius Garland, Evan Mobley, and Jared Allen, I think they're at a situation now where they're more open to listening about the other two guys, not Donovan Mitchell, not Evan Mobley, unless you're having Giannis conversations. That's the only way that Evan's even going to be considered. Yeah. But the other two guys, I think it's something that they would at least entertain those offers and at least have a conversation about. When it comes to Cleveland and Phoenix, though, like, forget any Cavalier going to the Suns and forget any member of the Phoenix
problem there, Chris. A little bit of a problem. Little problem.
Dan Gilbert will not even say Matt Ishbia's name. Like, he is the Phoenix Suns owner, and that's it. It's not Matt Ishbia. It's not Ishbia. It's not Matt. It's the guy in Phoenix.
Wow.
And it's the same thing when it comes to Matt Ishbia and his relationship with Dan Gilbert. So it would be really, really difficult for me to see Cleveland and Phoenix doing any kind of business whatsoever, especially if we're talking about Kevin Durant and the prospects of Kevin Durant elevating the Cavs to a championship level and Matt Ishbia playing a part in helping Dan Gilbert get another championship. I just don't see that happening.
That's a good point. Chris, we appreciate you you giving us some insight on these guys. We'll talk to you again soon, all right?
All right. Take care, guys.
Thank you. That's Chris Fedor joining us
Luke,
right
he
there.
did the impossible and made people optimistic about Jordan Ott.
He did.
It was really great stuff.
We can get back into that in a little bit. When we come back, NBA playoffs continuing to speed towards an NBA Finals matchup that includes a guy that should have been on the Phoenix Suns. We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke. Kellen Olsen's in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Friday afternoons at 2:30 on Arizona Sports. Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with D-backs manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 Friday afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Hey, we're here with a special guest, Jeff Jr., CEO of Trajan Wealth and filmmaker behind Retirement on the Brink. Hey, Jeff, welcome, man.
Well, thanks for having me, Wolf. It's always great to be here.
Jeff, you've been in finance for a long time. Why make a movie?
Well, after years of seeing people struggle, we needed better retirement education. And Retirement on the Brink, it offers real actionable insight.
It's a documentary that's resonating with folks. I know because I'm in it and shared my story.
Yeah, you are. And having you in the film, it means a lot. These stories are real and they really do matter.
What's the biggest takeaway from Retirement on the Brink?
Well, retirement planning isn't just about numbers. It's about understanding your goals, creating a plan for the life that you want, and finding a trusted advisor to help. And I'll end by saying space is limited, so visit retirementonthebrink.com for VIP access and showtimes.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
The big focus in America today is on your health, and that is why more and more people are looking beyond pills, steroids, and surgery. Hey, everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and QC Kinetics has been on the cutting edge of this medical revolution since 2018. Using regenerative medicine, they've helped tens of thousands of people get lasting joint pain relief using natural treatments that harness your body's own healing power. Truth is, regenerative medicine used to be an alternative treatment, but now it's mainstream, and QC Kinetics is the nation's leader. Their well-respected protocols include potent and powerful cellular-level treatments to revitalize and restore damaged joint tissue. So say goodbye to that chronic pain and live your best life. Get your free consultation at QC Kinetics. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. You can reach them by calling 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things. People. Love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Ready to order.
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card, so let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Bank of America is a nation's leading business lender, and we're ready to help with your next goal here in Phoenix. That's why we have over 3,700 local business specialists across the country. Because with the right team, your business and community prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Did your AC unit just go kaput and now you need a new one ASAP? Christian Brothers has been servicing the Valley since 1976. They carry Train, Goodman, and Bryant units and offer 18 months interest-free financing with no prepayment penalties. They also can replace most units the same day, so no need to stay in a hotel for days waiting for some other guy to get to you. Call Christian Brothers at 602-222-3535 or go online at cbrothers.com, and let's make sure you get the right AC unit at the right price.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, presented by YRefi. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. Our John Gambadoro has the names of 5 finalists as the Suns narrow their list of coaching candidates. Kevin Ginkel and Jalen Beeks allow 7 runs in the 8th as Diamondbacks fade against the Pirates, and 1 ASU product is among the prospects invited for the Suns' pre-draft workouts. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, presented by YRefi.
It's Wolf and Luke out here at Chase Field. Kellen Olson in for Wolf. We're going to talk to Mike Hazen here in about a half hour. He'll join us right around 11:45-ish. Kellen, before we get into the NBA playoffs, I do just want to throw this out there. Not that I am thinking like this is possible, but after we just talked to Chris Fedor, who covers the Cavaliers out there for Cleveland.com, I mean, is there any way that they would hire – I guess I don't know why Jordan Ott would do this, but like, would you just hire them both and have Johnny Bryant be the head coach and Jordan Ott come with him as an assistant coach? Is that like the Jonathan Gannon, Nick Rollis thing you did with the Eagles?
Yeah, I think there's a possibility to that. I think that to some extent that is something that, like in the way where in a different sort of form where Kevin Young was in that position as well, where he was interviewing for it. Now he was still on your staff, to be clear, but you essentially did that. When he came back 2 years ago. I think the funnier outcome is what he was mentioning with Gilbert and the fact that the Suns would be plucking their 2 best assistants away. That's probably funnier to me.
Yeah.
And I'm just amused by the thought of it, to be honest.
It certainly seems like it's in play just because it's this random rivalry. If you're not following along, if you're not in Phoenix or Cleveland, you're probably like, wait, why do the Suns and Cavs hate each other?
Billionaire beef. That's what we've got, folks.
All right, let's get to these playoffs, and let's just get specifically to Tyrese Halliburton, Kellen, because on this show, I have probably brought it up too many times, and Wolf at a certain point is just like, dude, we get it. You wanted Tyrese Halliburton. But what I've tried to explain, and I feel like I can explain better now because you're here with me, it wasn't me sitting there in 2020 being like, I have this inside information. You should get Tyrese Halliburton. We were all sitting there doing the draft show, stunned that he was there when the Suns picked at 10. You were there. John Bloom was there. Vince Marotta was there. I was there. There was a bunch of people in the newsroom that heard us, and there were people in the newsroom that weren't on the air that were like, dude, Tyrese Halliburton's there at 10. Look, did I think he was going to become what he is becoming now, which is one of the very best players in the NBA? I'm not going to say I predicted that by any means. The point is that all of us sitting there were like, they got a break. Tyrese Halliburton, the Phoenix Suns got a break, and they passed on him, and now he just looks unstoppable.
Well, contextually, to your point, something to understand is back then we did a whole lot of draft coverage, right? Like we were talking about it for weeks and months, and he was one of the 2 or 3 biggest names that we were keeping an eye on throughout the entire process. So to your point, there were people who were hardly Suns fans who knew who Tyrese Halliburton was going into that draft and knew it was someone that they wanted to see the Suns select.
It was like Will Johnson this year with the Cardinals.
Exactly. It was one of those situations where once pick 9 came up and it was him or Denny Abdia going, you're like, okay, they're getting one of these two guys has fallen to 10 somehow, and that is a huge win for them. Both those guys had top 5 consideration. Everything, of course, goes down how it does. The Suns take Jalen Smith instead. I caught up with Tyrese Halliburton in Vegas last summer at the Team USA minicamp, and he confirmed to me, and again, this is one of those things where, like, I haven't heard the Suns side of it yet, but I'm hearing from the guy himself who said, like, I didn't want to go to Atlanta, didn't want to go to Cleveland, but I was completely fine with going to the Suns. I was completely fine with playing behind Chris Paul and learning from him. And if you look at where he wound up, Sacramento, De'Aaron Fox, Buddy Hield, it was a crowded backcourt already, and he went there anyway. But to your point, and I know there are people listening who are sick and tired of hearing about his name, just like people were sick and tired about hearing about Luka Doncic a couple of years ago. But here's the bottom line. Luka went to the finals last year. Tyrese Halliburton is about to go to the finals this year. And if you look at Devin Booker's career for what it is in the entirety of what he has accomplished and will accomplish in Phoenix, ultimately the story, in my opinion, is going to be less about what he wasn't able to do and more about what the Suns weren't able to do in putting guys around him, and it really focuses. Those are the two, like, swinging door sort of moments, revolving door moments, where Luka Doncic not taking him 2 years prior, and then, of course, not taking Halliburton. Their Doncic expectations were much higher, but the thing is, Luke, you're looking at Luka Doncic be by far the best player on that Mavs team. You look at Tyrese Halliburton, who's by far the best player on Indiana. You don't even need him to be the best player in Phoenix in those kinds of situations. So it's one of those things where I know people don't like having the conversation per se, but we look at, again,
he's
swinging
going
door.
off in the Eastern Conference Finals.
He's coming off of the best performance of his career. He's about to go to the finals and has just reached this height where the other part of this conversation, when I see people talking about, like, this next step he's taken and who he reminds them of, the two names they bring up are the two best point guards in the history of the Phoenix Suns organization, which is Steve Nash and Chris Paul. No shade to Jason Kidd, who deserves some mention there as well. Kevin Johnson, of course. But it's just crazy that those are the guys that he's getting compared to. Like, there was even the thing where Bill Simmons on his podcast last night said that he texted Steve Nash and said, do you like the comparison here between you and Halliburton and the 7 seconds or less team? And Steve Nash endorsed the thought.
Yeah,
crazy.
It's brutal because it's such a missed opportunity, and to me, it's even the more brutal one. Like, you used to come on the evening show when I had the evening show. It was right around the 2018 draft. That's basically when I got the show, and you were pretty steadfast that, man, Luka's the guy. I was of the group of, I don't think they're looking enough at Luka, but I hadn't seen Luka play enough. Everything you had heard outside of Phoenix was like, hey, this is probably the pick, and it just felt like the Suns were just looking at DA because he was down the street, whatever. To me, the more painful one is the Tyrese Halliburton one, because as much as I didn't love the DA pick at the time, A, DA played a huge role in this team making the NBA Finals in 2021, but B, I understand when you have the first pick in the draft, you're like, well, okay, but it's different when it's the first pick in the draft. But when something falls to you at 10, I mean, going forward, if you want to look forward, they're going to need something like this to happen again in the future, where a guy that shouldn't be there falls to them in the middle of the first round, and they got to be ready for it, because that's their fastest way out of what they're in right now.
Yeah, and you can continue down the what-if rabbit hole and go like, well, they would have just traded him for Kevin Durant or whatever kind of conclusion you want to come to, right? But the bottom line is, once this kind of, like, hit a roadblock, this whole thing, and the idea was, like, it's probably not going to work for Chris Paul here anymore. It's probably not going to work for DeAndre Ayton here anymore. How would you have transitioned into that next era? You went with Kevin Durant. You wouldn't have had to gone with Kevin Durant, because you would have had the twins, you would have had Tyrese Halliburton, and you would have had Devin Booker, and you would have had all those picks. You would have been able to supplement around them, and you would have been in a very, very good position. I'm not sitting here saying they absolutely would have won a championship with Halliburton or even Luka to that extent, and, like, that's where, like, the risk reward and, like, the cost, like, you still made a tremendous run in 2021. You won 64 games in 2022 and were the favorites for the title, so there was success along the way. Don't get me wrong, but when you're in the position you're in right now, where it is extremely bleak, and you turn on the TV and you see Tyrese Halliburton doing press for the NBA Finals, it's tough.
It does. It feels like just an additional slap in the face to the Suns and Suns fans, that while we're down, go ahead and just kick us with Tyrese Halliburton. You know, is it inconceivable he would win Finals MVP in a couple weeks? Like, I don't think they're beating Oklahoma City, but he's evolved into just a monster player, and he was a really good player 2 years ago and 3 years ago and 4 years ago too. It's just now he's hitting another level. All right, when we come back, can the Arizona Diamondbacks respond to that brutal loss last night by beating Paul Skeens today? We'll get into that next in D-Backs on Deck. It's Wolf and Luke, Kellen Olson in for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-Backs Pirates.
Bednar, his 2-2 pitch, swung on and foul tip. That is strike three. The ball game is over, and the Diamondbacks blow another one. Final score 9-6. They had a 6-run lead, and it was just not enough, as Arizona has more questions than answers.
D-Backs Pirates Series Finale Game 3 live from Chase Field. Pre-game coverage starts at noon on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey, Ron Wolfleiter from my brothers over at Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. You know what I love? Moving Team 6, they utilize a military-like approach. That's right. They're professional, they're efficient, they're on time, they're reliable. It's one of the reasons why they love to support and hire our veterans. And they do it proudly, my friends. Not only that, too, Moving Team 6, they believe building trust starts with you, the customer. They want to earn your trust. It's one of the reasons why they require no upfront deposits and no hidden fees. This is a company that is built on a family, the Lee family, as in Tim Lee, who owns and operates the company with his sons Garrett and JT right here in North Phoenix. It's built on a foundation of faith, ethics, honesty, trust, and service. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. That's movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
Who is Farm Bureau Financial Services? At our core, we're relationship builders. We're home and auto bundlers, life insurers, farm and ranch protectors, and retirement planners. We're neighbors, community members, and friends. We're the people you can count on now and for years to come. Find a Farm Bureau agent at fbfs.com/protect. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company, Farm Bureau Life Insurance Company.
At Tropical Smoothie Cafe, summer is our season, and we're kicking it off with a free 12-ounce Sunrise Sunset Smoothie for National Flip Flop Day. Grab your flip-flops and head to your local cafe on May 28th from 2 to 7 p.m. Terms and conditions apply.
Toyota's Summer Starts Here national sales event is going on now. Choose from the best-selling Toyotas like Camry, 4Runner, RAV4, Tacoma, and more. Visit any one of the 10 Valley Toyota dealers or valleytoyotadealers.com today. Toyota, let's go places.
The traditional way is not the way to sell your home anymore.
I want stuff the way it's being done now to get the bang for the buck, if you will.
It took us 3 days to sell our home.
With the 72 Sold program, you will know what the top of the market is for your home in 11 days or less. We wouldn't be the fastest growing firm of all businesses in Arizona if 72 Sold didn't work. So if you're thinking about selling your home, you need to go to 72sold.com.
We, the hungry of this burger-loving nation, deserve the Sonic Smasher. Always made to order and hand-smashed into greatness. America, today we smash free. One nation under melty cheese with liberty and a truckload of sauce for all. Meet our Smashinal Burger.
The Sonic Smasher. Live free, eat Sonic. See menu for details.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, Memorial Month is underway. What can customers expect?
What's up, Dave? Memorial Month savings are here. Upgrade your ride now with exclusive discounts across our entire vehicle lineup. Save $12,250 off a brand new 2025 GMC Sierra 1500 or $13,000 off a Hummer EV. There's a deal for everyone and big-time Memorial Month savings.
Kick off summer strong with a new ride from Liberty GMC. Visit Chris in Peoria or shop and buy online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Protein, protein, protein. Everyone is trying to get protein in their diet, but we need fats too. Healthy fat, that is, like the rich, natural peanut and almond butters found in G2G protein bars. Most bars don't have it because, well, most bars aren't real food or refrigerated. Fortunately for you, we aren't most bars. At G2G, you'll find a balanced helping of protein and healthy fat. The fact that they're delicious is just a bonus. They're fast, easy, and perfect for on-the-go families. G2G protein bars. Find them in the refrigerated section at Costco or your local Bashes.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks allowed 9 unanswered runs yesterday to lose 9-6 to the Pirates at Chase Field. The Snakes will once again go for the series win in today's rubber match. It will be a tough task as Arizona faces Pittsburgh ace Paul Skeens. First pitch is at 12:40, and you can listen to the game on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Phoenix Mercury trailed by as much as 16 last night before coming back to beat the Chicago Sky 84-79 at PHX Arena. The Mercury are now 4-1 on the season. And the Western Conference Finals continue tonight in the NBA. The Thunder look to close out the Timberwolves in Game 5. Tip-off is at 5:30, and you can listen to that one over on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by Your Valley Chevy Dealers. Get the freedom to save and the freedom to choose during the Valley Chevy Dealers Memorial Day sales event going on now. Spectacular offers available now at Your Valley Chevy Dealers.
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. We're checking in on the Diamondbacks as they warm up for the game's first pitch. D-backs on deck, brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic. And by 72 Sold. 72 Sold. Get a higher price for your home.
That's pretty much the perfect place to do the D-backs on deck segment, Kellen, because we're on a deck at the D-backs game. So this really kind of worked out perfectly. We're out here at Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers and left field. But it is a short show today, so we're going to do this, and then Mike Hazen's going to join us, and then we're going to give way to the D-backs Pirates broadcast at noon. D-backs 27-28, Pirates 20-36. Let's start with the pitching matchup. It's brought to you by the Window Depot. More than a window store, visit one of their 4 Valley locations where you can find everything you need for your home remodel. Kellen, there's been a lot made about this pitching matchup because Paul Skeens is here for the Pirates. Diamondbacks are throwing Zach Gallen. Skeens a 2.36 ERA, Gallen a 5.25.
Yeah, Paul Skeens has just been absolutely brilliant to start his career, to say the least. So he is 34 starts into his career, Luke, and I went and looked at, 34 games into a career, how good are these numbers? Historically, 2.10 ERA for Skeens, 34 starts in. So when I go back the last 60 years, only the late, great Jose Fernandez started off with a better ERA. His was 2.08. You can go through the scrolls here and find some of the absolute enigmas when they entered the league and just lit the world on fire, like a Dwight Gooden, like a Fernando Valenzuela, like a Matt Harvey. More recently, his numbers are better than all of those guys. And if you want to go through strikeouts, his numbers are up there as well. He's got 240 over those 34 starts. You're looking at guys above him like Kerry Wood, like Yu Darvish, Mark Pryor, Harvey again, Hideo Nomo. You remember how unhittable he was at the start of his career, and then Dwight Gooden at the top of that list. That is the company that he is in, and I think that's the great unknown with him is we know we have this greatness in front of us for him right now, but with how unstable pitchers can be, especially in this modern age and the injuries that can come with them, is the player that he's going to be in the next 5 to 10 years, is he truly going to be one of the greatest pitchers we've ever seen? Or is it one of those Wood, Nomo, Pryor things where you unfairly say they're a flash in the pan, but more so just he was absolutely dominant from the jump but just couldn't stay healthy? It's just nerve-wracking at times to watch him because I just want him to stay healthy and just be one of the greats, because that is where he's well on his way there. If things just go the way that they've been going for him, he might be one of the 5, 6, 7, 8 best pitchers ever.
Yeah, no, and it is fun to watch. I mean, it may not be as fun to watch today, but it is fun to watch because I don't know about you, but for me, when somebody comes into the league, whatever sport it is, and we all have pretty ridiculously high expectations for them, and they meet them, that's, to me, one of the toughest things to do in sports and in life. People have high expectations for you, and you meet them continuously, and he is doing it. I like the fact that he's on the Pirates. I like the fact that you have one of the best players in the game, and he's on a bad team. I mean, that's kind of how this is supposed to work. If this was the NBA, they would have had a draft lottery, and somehow he would have ended up on the Dodgers or something. Now, the problem is this is Major League Baseball, so in 5 years he'll be on the Dodgers. But I'm going to enjoy him being on Pittsburgh right now. I hope he plays his whole career there, honestly.
Yeah, and it's been great news for Diamondbacks fans that the Pittsburgh Pirates front office just sat on their hands this offseason inexplicably with all the young, great pitching. They have other pitchers that are effective in their rotation beyond Skeens. They have other talent. We've mentioned O'Neal Cruz earlier in the show. To transition to Gallen quickly, 16 earned runs for him this month, Luke, but 14 of those, have come in the last 3 starts. Because remember, back-to-back 1 earned against the Mets, it seemed like he was starting to look like Zach Gallen again, and now that ERA over those last 3 starts has gone from 4.37 to 5.25. Like, we know who Zach Gallen is. This is not the Zach Gallen that we're seeing.
Yeah, this is the last thing I would say on the pitching matchup too. So much is made of Skeens, and I get it. It's going to be cool to see him pitch in person, and it's going to be tough to get runs off him because of all the stuff you just threw out there. Zach Gallen should be able to go through Pittsburgh's lineup quite a few times today. I mean, the Pirates lineup isn't suddenly good because of the 8th inning last night. And Zach Gallen shouldn't suddenly be bad because he's gotten off to a bad start this season. There's still, 107 games left this season? Like, they need Zach Gallen to turn it around, and you could not ask for a much better matchup other than maybe Colorado, and I know how that went when they were here a week and a half ago, but this should be a low-scoring game. If you assume Skeens is going to go out there and mow down the D-backs, Zach Gallen should do the same thing to Pittsburgh. We need to see it. Let's get to the injury report. It's brought to you by Barrow Neurological Institute. Learn more at barrowneuro.org. Starting pitcher Eduardo Rodriguez remains on the injured list with left shoulder inflammation. Relief pitcher A.J. Puck remaining on the injured list with left elbow inflammation. Here's some updates on both players from Torey Lovello yesterday.
Puck out to 75 feet, feeling good. I said that that Erod was going to throw a bullpen yesterday. He's throwing his bullpen today with a target of Friday to throw in the ACL game.
All right, so those are obviously the main names you're monitoring because they need A.J. Puck. And Erod, when he returns, that raises a lot of questions all of a sudden about the rotation with Ryan Nelson, the way he's been pitching.
Helps to have lefties in multiple facets, for sure.
True. Let's get to the keys to the game.
Listen, man, I need you to be the key master.
I am the key master.
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. D-backs keys to the game. Brought to you by G2G protein bars. Real food, real fuel, ridiculously good.
All right, Kellen, you told me you have a very important key to this game, and I don't know what it is, so now I'm all ears.
Well, now you're building it up into this really big
I'm
deal.
I'm assuming it's the greatest key ever to anything.
No, not really. It's just pretty basic. Paul Skeens in his last 5 outings, 14 walks. In his previous 5 outings before that, so we're looking at a 10-game span, the last 5 of those 10 games, 14 total walks, only 2 in those first 5. So the control has been a little bit more out there, and the key is your approach. You have to see some pitches against this guy with the way he's letting guys on. Here are the hit totals for him this season. 3-3, 6-3, 6-5, 5-3, 6-3, 4. You're not going to get 8, 9, 10 hits. Now, this is the classic Kellen bit on this show where I say it's not going to happen, and then it happens.
They're going to light up
Now,
Skeens
in this
today.
way, that's very positive. That's tremendous to hear for the Diamondbacks. But you are not getting your 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 hit performance against him. You're not getting it. The way that you can get it is how the Cubs did. They still lost that game, but 5 hits, 4 walks. That's the balance you're going to need against him today.
This is classic Kellen. You're so right. When the Diamondbacks have 5 runs in the 5th inning today, and Bray's
Did you
what happened to Paul Skeens?
Did you see how the game started yesterday, Luke?
Yes.
Corbin Carroll homer, and I thought I was onto something,
You
but
thought
nope.
you were.
I ran out of juice.
That was a much better key than Wolf usually. Wolf's key, this is not even a joke. Last time we did this was score more runs than the other team, right? And yet he was right, actually. My key, and this is more of a broad thing, and I know it's going to seem very redundant after I just made fun of Wolf for his last time we did this keys to the game. I think it's big you win this game because the quickest way to put last night behind you is to win this game. It doesn't solve all your problems, but if you come out of this where you've lost the last 2 games of the series, last night's still lingering. It's still, you carry that with you now into your next series. You can say you don't, but you do. Whereas if you win today, it's not like last night didn't happen, but you did win the series, and you did beat Paul Skeens in theory, or at least beat Pittsburgh in a game that he pitched. So it's a quick turnaround. I think there's a lot more riding on this today for the Diamondbacks than you would typically expect from a late May game against the Pirates. You know what I mean? Let's take a look at the MLB standings right now. And for the standings, the Dodgers are, as you would expect, in first place. That's kind of just the way that this is probably going to go. The bigger deal for me, Kellen, is I'm looking at the Padres and the Giants, and the Padres right now are 5 games up on the D-backs. The Giants are 4 games up. Those two teams, you can't let them get too far away. Those are the teams I'm watching.
Well, this is a really big month because teams are going to have to decide in the next 6 to 8 weeks if they're going to be buyers or sellers. You look at St. Louis as a prime example. They're 31-24. And then Milwaukee Brewers, they're 28-28, and they've won 3 straight. Reds are 28-28 as well. So there are more teams starting to cloud up that wild card spot right now, where the D-backs sit 7th in those standings right now.
Yeah, and that's really what it's going to be. Is can you keep up with those teams? You don't have to keep up on the with the LA Dodgers, but you do have to keep up with those teams. The MLB standings brought to you by Liberty GMC. Nowhere can you buy a GMC for less. All right, when we come back, Kellen, we're going to talk to D-backs general manager Mike Hayes and get his thoughts on what changes are potentially on the horizon. Are any? Is it too early for that? Is it just the right time for that? What's going on? How do they bounce back from last night? We'll talk to the GM next. It's Wolf and Luke. Kellen Olson's in for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You've been listening to D-backs on Deck. Brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic. And by 72 Sold. 72 Sold. Get a higher price for your home.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Last year, J.J. Redick, I just had a feeling J.J. Redick was going to be a really good coach in it. Like, he understood how to be a good coach in today's modern NBA. And I do think that is the advantage of going with guys like this, as opposed to somebody who won a championship even like 4 years ago.
Right.
Is that in order to be on this list, you have to kind of understand how modern coaching works in today's NBA. I do think there is an advantage to these guys, given that they're assistants and not head coaches who might be stuck in one way of doing things.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
We, the hungry of this burger-loving nation, deserve the Sonic Smasher. Always made to order and hand-smashed into greatness. America, today we smash free. One nation under melty cheese with liberty and a truckload of sauce for all. Meet our Smashinal burger.
The Sonic Smasher. Live free, eat Sonic. See menu for details.
Looking for quality windows without the wait? Come to the Window Depot. We carry a huge selection of Milgard windows, in stock now and ready for pickup. Need something custom? No problem. From new construction to full home replacement, we'll help you order the perfect Milgard windows built to fit your space, style, and budget. Whether you're a homeowner or contractor, the Window Depot makes it easy to get the windows you need fast. Visit thewindowdepot.com to find a location near you and see why we're your Milgard window experts.
It's where every home run memory and walk-off victory is stored. Your brain shapes you, defines you, makes you you. But as any ball player knows, a brain or spine condition can change the game. That's why Barrow Neurological Institute is always swinging for the fences, pushing the boundaries of neuroscience medicine. Ranked top 10 in the U.S., Barrow helps patients hold on to their dreams, their memories, and themselves right here in Arizona. Barrow Neurological Institute, minding what matters most. Visit barrowneuro.org to learn more.
All right, brothers, Ron Wolfley here. When it comes to getting a great night's sleep, there's only one name I trust, and that's Brooklyn Bedding. As someone who knows the importance of rest and recovery, I can tell you that Brooklyn Bedding delivers the comfort and support you need to wake up feeling refreshed and ready to tackle the day. Whether you like a firm mattress or something a bit softer, Brooklyn Bedding has a wide range of options to suit your needs. Brooklyn Bedding expertly designs and engineers all of their mattresses in their very own state-of-the-art factory and have sleep experts ready to help you find the perfect fit. And the best part? You can try their mattresses risk-free with a 120-night trial, and the shipping is always free. Get ready to sleep like a champion. So why wait? Visit brooklynbedding.com or stop by one of their 12 Basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding. Go to brooklynbedding.com. That's brooklynbedding.com.
The success you've already had matters at University of Maryland Global Campus because we're a school for real life. An accredited state university, UMGC lets you earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning, life, and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. We offer affordable tuition and online and hybrid courses. No application fee if you apply by May 30th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for auto-pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Are you afraid of running out of money in retirement? If so, you're not alone. In fact, studies show it's people's #1 concern, but there is a solution. Canvas Annuity offers a retirement savings product with one of the most competitive crediting rates in the country, up to 6.2% per year. The best part is you can get access to these industry-leading rates online in a few simple steps by visiting canvasannuity.com. Great rates, simple online products.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Front Office Focus with Wolf and Luke. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. Great rates that are guaranteed to be a home run for your retirement.
We're back out here at Chase Field. It is the Arizona Sports Half-Day Club as the Diamondbacks get ready to take on the Pittsburgh Pirates here shortly. Zach Gallen against Paul Skeens, and we are pleased to be joined by D-backs General Manager Mike Hazen. Mike, thank you, as always, for the time here. Appreciate this. I guess let's just start with last night and get last night out of the way. We were just talking about how you can try to put that game behind you as quickly as possible, but how do you handle that a game like that internally?
Yeah, it's rough. You have to put that game behind you as quickly as possible and go out and win the game today. But the bullpen games are tough when you have leads of 6-0 and then 6-2. You should in this league win those games pretty consistently. That has been an issue for us for the first 2 months of this season. That is my responsibility. This is my problem to have to fix and figure out a way to get this group in a spot where we are consistently locking down leads. We've dug into these problems multiple times. I mean, it's not just the pitching. Our defense late in games hasn't been playing very well either. And so it is sort of a little bit of a collective in terms of how this is all going. I know it kind of shines on certain relievers at times. It's not just about those when you truly dig into the issue. But we are going to continue to look at this, and the bullpen is going to be an area that we're going to continue to work on, make changes to, and get this right. This team is too good not to have a good bullpen. From where we were a few weeks ago when we met, I think the starting pitching has taken another step forward. The offense, outside of a few games on that road trip, has consistently put up 5 to 6 runs a night. That we should be getting on winning streaks when that happens, and we just haven't done that yet. And injuries are not an excuse. The performance just isn't where it needs to be. This team is too good not to execute at those levels. So I do think some of these, if not all of these issues, are fixable. They work hard. We're not hurt. They're preparing. But we need to go out and execute in the moments that matter most, and that's not what's happening right now, and that needs to turn around.
Mike, when you look at the late game execution, not only for the bullpen but the defense, as you mentioned, what is the effect that can have on a team? Not so much with the wins and losses in the game by game result, but just the cumulative thing that can sort of build up.
Yeah, I think when the offense doesn't hit and it's 3-0 throughout the entire game, and you end up losing the game. Everybody's frustrated because you don't hit, but the inevitability of, you have to mount a comeback of 4 or 5 runs to win the game. Everybody knows in baseball how hard that is to do, that those losses feel different than when, what happens last night, where that win probability at that stage with 6 outs to go with your relievers available it's a tougher pill to swallow. It's always been a tougher pill to swallow. It's why we talk about the closer all the time. That didn't happen necessarily last night, but in the moments when you kick the game in the 9th inning, it could have a hangover in a team. Now the good teams, it doesn't. The good teams, I was talking to a GM the other day who had a very successful season in a year and said they had blown the most saves in baseball that year, And it does happen that way sometimes. Now, in order to do that, you have to have a very good offense. We do have a very good offense. So we don't have to be perfect in every phase of what we're doing, but this isn't acceptable. This level of performance and execution is not acceptable, and it places a burden on the team. It becomes the manager's responsibility, the bench coach's responsibility to ensure that the environment continues to stay positive, and I do think that's what's happening. But invariably, when players start to feel like they have the opportunity to win a game and you don't win that game, that people are looking around being like, hey, what's going on? Why are we not winning that game? We need to fix that. This is like I said, this is my responsibility in so many ways, and we are very much focused on fixing this issue, and I do believe it's something that will be fixed.
We're talking to Mike Hayes, and Mike, we had this conversation 2 years ago about Torey Lovello, and you talked about everybody's accountability, and then you promptly went to the World Series 2 months later. You see how much heat he takes, even when there isn't a game like last night. How do you feel like he handles these games right now, and also do you feel like that criticism is some of it, not all of it obviously, but do you feel like some of it is fair right now?
Every manager that has bullpens that kick games gets blamed 1,000%. Every night we lose, it's his fault. That's just the way this game goes. It's not the Diamondbacks. It's every team in baseball, because everybody can look out of the bullpen and be like, well, if you just didn't put in that guy and you put in that guy, everything would have worked out different. Now, obviously, we all know that that's not the way life works, and it's no guarantee that would have been the case. But yes, everybody can turn around and look and do that. But it is what it is. It comes with the territory, and we have to evaluate the moves he's making and the decisions he make, and they make in the dugout. It's not just him. He is ultimately responsible for it. But it is a group that is making decisions based on the information they have. We are aware of why they make those decisions. We're part of some of that calculus and giving them information that they have available to them. And you trust that they're making the right decisions, and I do believe he's doing that. When the execution doesn't happen, then it's the easiest place to go is it was his decision that screwed it up. That is not what happens. The players bear responsibility to execute in those situations. And to me, the fact that it's not just the relievers, that it's also our defense, it's that we scored 6 runs in the first 4 innings last night and didn't score again against their middle of their bullpen, those are all contributing factors to how that game ultimately finished. And when you have to zoom out a little bit and not just fixate on yesterday's game, what are the things we're doing well and what are the things we're not doing well? There's a large pocket of this team that is playing at a level that I am very appreciative of. It goes to the starting pitching. It goes to the 1 through 9 of the lineup. It goes to guys having really good seasons. It goes to the makeup of the club that's inside the walls and how hard they work. There is areas of our team that are not performing to the level that we need them to, and we need to fix that.
Mike, when you look at potential additions for the bullpen right now, what is your level of urgency, but what goes with the difficulty of trying to do that in late May?
Yeah, there's the external options are going to be on the waiver wire. They're going to be released players, and that's just the way it goes. And we sign guys, and we send them to Reno, and hopefully get them rehabbed a little bit and built up a little bit. Then you get a nice run out of them when they come up here. Or there's guys that are in Reno currently, younger arms, that need to come up here and have an opportunity to come up here and pitch. That's what's afforded to you probably for the next 4 weeks. I think at that point, there could be some teams that would be willing. The challenge with pitching is not only you have to have teams that would be fully out of it to trade off of their back end of their bullpen, which is what we would be going after. We're not going after the front side of somebody's bullpen. But traditionally, pitching doesn't go until the deadline. Teams wait because they know that's when they're going to get their best price. So, yeah, we have to figure this out. We have to figure this out inside right now, and the thought of waiting for Puck to get back is going to fix everything. Waiting for the deadline to come to fix everything. That's not the way this is going to work. We are not going to be afforded that opportunity to wait until July to fix this issue. This needs to get fixed immediately.
You got 107 games left. I mean, there's a game coming up here in less than an hour. Just in the immediate moment before you can even make a move, what's the key to turning this back around?
Well, the key today is to go out there and have a good game against a very good starting pitcher, and have Zach Gallen go out there and establish a tone and a pace for this ball game where we have a lead like we have the last 2 nights, and come out, challenge them for 9 straight innings and play a clean game defensively. We do that, we're going to have a very good chance to win this game, even though we're facing one of the best pitchers in all of baseball today. But we have a very good team that is very capable of doing that. And we're not going to catch the 3 teams in front of us today or tomorrow or the next day. We have to win today's game, and then Friday, and just focus on that one day at a time and get start to build some confidence in how we're playing innings 7 through 9. I believe that is an issue that we are probably challenged with, and that confidence doesn't just come with one win or one game. It comes when you start to have winning streaks and you start to feel good about things, and then some things start to bounce your way here and there, and all of a sudden you're like, well, we shouldn't even have won that game, but we did. And that's where I think that this starts to turn a little bit for us.
Mike, we always appreciate how straightforward you are with this, and thanks for the time, man.
Yeah, good to see you guys.
Thank you, Mike.
That's Mike Hazen joining us right there. That's it for the show. Thanks to Rick and Jamal for Kellen Olson. I'm Luke. We've got D-backs and Pirates next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You've been listening to Diamondbacks Front Office Focus, brought to you by Canvas Annuity. Great rates that are guaranteed to be a home run for your retirement. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, Ron Wolfleader from my brothers over at DISC, Desert Institute for Spine Care. Do you have some back issues? If you do, you need to go to DISC. I have a condition known as spondylolisthesis in my low back. Dr. Chris at DISC has helped me in the past, and I give him my highest recommendation if you're battling spine or back issues. DISC surgeons utilize the broadest array of treatment options, including non-surgical, endoscopic spine surgery, and ultra-minimally invasive spine surgery. DISC surgeons are known as leaders in minimally invasive spine surgery, and they're known that on a worldwide basis. Enjoy life again or get back to living. DISC website is www.sciatica.com or pick up the phone and give them a call at 602-944-2900 to schedule an appointment today. Go to DISC, Desert Institute for Spine Care.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
The big focus in America today is on your health, and that is why more and more people are looking beyond pills, steroids, and surgery. Hey, everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and QC Kinetics has been on the cutting edge of this medical revolution since 2018. Using regenerative medicine, they've helped tens of thousands of people get lasting joint pain relief using natural treatments that harness your body's own healing power. Truth is, regenerative medicine used to be an alternative treatment, but now it's mainstream, and QC Kinetics is the nation's leader. Their well-respected protocols include potent and powerful cellular-level treatments to revitalize and restore damaged joint tissue. So say goodbye to that chronic pain and live your best life. Get your free consultation at QC Kinetics. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. You can reach them by calling 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.